Chapter 1095. The divine aura was so vast that everyone felt like they were suffocating. How could mere mortals contend against a divine artifact? Now that the divine artifact was releasing its divine aura, a terrifying aura permeated the air. Many people were unable to withstand the divine artifact's aura and were forced to retreat. The evil dragon blade hovered above Wang Zhanlong. He looked at Lin Feng indifferently and said, "Brat, I have a divine artifact. What are you going to use to fight me? Once a divine artifact appears, who can contend against me? Isn't killing you as easy as slaughtering a dog?" Wang Zhanlong, who had a divine artifact, was extremely arrogant. His words were filled with contempt and disdain for Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, "What divine artifact? It's just a semi-finished divine artifact. Who are you trying to scare?" Ordinary people might not be able to tell the difference between a divine artifact and a semi-finished divine artifact, but Lin Feng could. Lin Feng had the Black Dragon Sword and the Spring and Autumn Sword, both of which were divine artifacts. A true divine artifact had the feeling of the great Tao returning to one. On the other hand, a semi-finished divine artifact could only display its sharpness. It could not restrain its aura. The evil dragon blade was like that. Thus, Lin Feng concluded that the evil dragon blade was only a semi-finished divine artifact. Of course, a semi-finished divine artifact was terrifying enough. It surpassed a peak Tao artifact. Most importantly, if one had not broken through to the God realm, it would be very difficult to activate a divine artifact's power. Thus, if Wang Zhanlong used the same two treasures, a semi-finished divine artifact and a divine artifact, the semi-finished divine artifact's power would be even greater than a true divine artifact's. Wang Zhanlong also knew this. He sneered and said, "Brat, do you think we can activate a true divine artifact with our cultivation? Even if we can activate a portion of a divine artifact's power, we'll have to burn a large amount of our lifespan to activate it. If we kill 1,000 enemies, we'll lose 800 of our own lifespan. However, a semi-finished divine artifact can activate a portion of its power without burning our lifespan. A semi-finished divine artifact only needs to activate 1/100th of its power. Let alone you, even the strongest ancient powerhouse will be killed." Many people nodded when they heard Wang Zhanlong's words. The best was the one that was suitable for oneself. Wang Zhanlong's words could be summarized in a simple manner. However, not everyone could understand this logic. Evil dragon blade. Wang Zhanlong sneered and began to activate the evil dragon blade. Whoosh! The evil dragon blade flew towards Lin Feng at lightning speed. It cut through the void and directly slashed towards Lin Feng. Puff! Like a piece of paper, the void was instantly torn apart and spacetime power spread out. Any cultivator struck by the spacetime power would instantly die. The evil dragon blade was truly worthy of being a semi-finished divine artifact. Its power was astonishing. Seeing the evil dragon blade slashing towards Lin Feng, many people cried out in alarm. The evil dragon blade was such a powerful attack. Could Lin Feng block it? At this moment, no one believed that Lin Feng could withstand this attack. The reason for that was because that attack was simply too terrifying. Shi Weizhu, Wang Ying, and the others were even more pale. The attack of a semi-finished divine artifact was very likely to kill Lin Feng, so they were naturally very worried. At this moment, Lin Feng unhurriedly took out the regal sword tomb. The regal sword tomb flew into the air, and Lin Feng formed a seal with both hands. "Open!" he shouted, and a rune entered the regal sword tomb. The regal sword tomb automatically opened, and 3 treasured swords flew out from the sword slot. Whoosh! The cold air was oppressive. Black Dragon Sword. Spring and Autumn Sword. Undying Sword. Under the regal sword control art, the power of these 3 treasures was increased tenfold. Now that they flew out, they immediately collided with the evil dragon blade. Clang, 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 a series of collision sounds rang out, and in the blink of an eye, dazzling lights shot out. The evil dragon blade was immediately suppressed by Lin Feng's 3 treasured swords. "How is this possible?" Wang Zhanlong exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Why is it not possible? You have a treasure, but others can't. What kind of logic is this? When the surrounding cultivators saw that Lin Feng's treasures were suppressing Wang Zhanlong's treasures, they were very shocked. However, many of them remembered that Lin Feng was also a person with great luck. Therefore, it was not particularly inconceivable that Lin Feng could take out such a treasure. Shi Weizhu, Wang Ying, and the others finally relaxed their anxious hearts. Life essence combustion, God awakening. Wang Zhanlong also knew that the situation was unfavorable for him, so he began to burn his life essence. He wanted to use it to awaken the evil dragon blade's weapon spirit. This way, the evil dragon blade's power could be displayed. The reason Wang Zhanlong did this was because he knew that although the quality of Lin Feng's treasures surpassed the evil dragon blades, it was much more difficult to awaken the weapon spirit of a divine tool compared to a semi-finished divine tool. Wang Zhanlong wanted to use this time to kill Lin Feng in one fell swoop. Lin Feng was naturally very clear about this, so he did not give Wang Zhanlong this opportunity. Lin Feng directly took out the heaven-devouring jar. He sneered at Wang Zhanlong and said, "This evil dragon blade is not bad. I've taken a fancy to this treasure." He waved his right hand, and the heaven-devouring jar flew above the evil dragon blade, releasing an extremely powerful devouring force that enveloped the evil dragon blade. The devouring force released by the heaven-devouring jar isolated the evil dragon blade from Wang Zhanlong's aura. Even if Wang Zhanlong burned his life essence, he could not activate the evil dragon blade. "You want to devour my treasure? Brat, you're courting death." Wang Zhanlong roared as he charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng said coldly, "You can't stop me anymore. Devour." Lin Feng continuously formed hundreds of seals, pushing the heaven-devouring jar's power to the maximum. The heaven-devouring jar directly devoured the evil dragon blade. Ah! Wang Zhanlong, who was charging towards Lin Feng, grabbed his head with both hands. He let out an incomparably shrill scream. The heaven-devouring jar had directly erased the spiritual imprint he had left in the evil dragon blade. "My treasure. My semi-finished divine weapon. Little bastard, you actually stole my treasure. I won't rest until you're dead." Wang Zhanlong endured the pain in his head and charged towards Lin Feng like a madman. Heavens! A semi-finished divine weapon was stolen just like that. Many people were dumbfounded. These people's hearts were in turmoil. Even a semi-manufactured divine artifact could be forcefully plundered. Just what kind of treasure was that artifact that looked like a broken jar just now? Lin Feng rose up in the air and looked at Wang Zhanlong indifferently. "Wang Zhanlong, I know that Huangfu Qingtian sent you here. I'll kill you today, and the next time I see Huangfu Qingtian, I'll kill him." Lin Feng stepped forward. He used the 9 steps of death and took 5 steps in a row. Bang! Wang Zhanlong's body exploded, his body and soul destroyed. Chapter 1096. He's dead. Wang Zhanlong is dead. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. Many people were shocked to see what was happening in front of them. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Wang Zhanlong. 10 years ago, he was already strong enough to suppress the Great Elder. After so many years, how strong had he become? But he had still been killed by Lin Feng. Many people were guessing how strong Lin Feng was. He could probably already fight against Huangfu Qingtian. It had only been a few years, but Lin Feng had already become so strong. Back then, when Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian had agreed to fight to the death in 10 years, nobody had thought that Lin Feng would be able to defeat Huangfu Qingtian. But now, it seemed that Lin Feng wasn't just a match for Huangfu Qingtian. He might even be able to defeat or kill Huangfu Qingtian. After all, there were still 5 years before the battle. During those 5 years, Lin Feng might surpass Huangfu Qingtian. Lin Feng returned to the Supreme Peak under the respectful gazes of many people. "Let's go and join the Supreme Peak." Many people rushed to the Supreme Peak. Back then, because Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian had fought to the death in 10 years, Lin Feng wasn't favored. Therefore, no one wanted to join the Supreme Peak. But now, Lin Feng had killed Wang Zhanlong and become famous. Naturally, many people wanted to join the Supreme Peak. Liu Ji and Ma Yong stopped everyone. Liu Ji said, "Everyone, please leave. The Supreme Peak isn't recruiting anyone." Liu Ji, You're just a disciple of the Supreme Peak. What right do you have to stop us? We want to see Senior Brother Lin. We sincerely want to join him," said an elite inner disciple with a cold smile. Immediately, many people responded. They wanted to rush to the Supreme Peak to see Lin Feng. Liu Ji's expression suddenly became gloomy. He said, "Why didn't you join the Supreme Peak when it was recruiting? Instead, you avoided him like he was a snake. Now that Senior Brother Lin Feng has become stronger, you want to join him? Let me tell you, it's too late. How dare you? How dare a disciple of the Supreme Peak who does odd jobs act in such a disrespectful manner in front of us? Who gave you the guts?" An elite inner sect disciple called Liu Jidong said coldly. He was currently ranked 5th on the Mountain River list, and was just a step away from stepping into the yin-yang realm. There was a reason why Liu Jidong dared to reprimand Liu Ji. Liu Ji had been in the inner sect for many years. His talent was mediocre, and his cultivation was mediocre. He was the kind of person who did not have much of a future. In the sect, strength reigned supreme. Liu Jidong reprimanding Liu Ji was simply too normal. Liu Ji's expression suddenly darkened as he looked coldly at Liu Jidong. He naturally knew this Liu Jidong. To be precise, the two of them had some sort of relationship. Liu Ji's grandfather's generation was a worker in Liu Jidong's family. When Liu Ji's grandfather was in his 40s, he saved some money and went out to find a way to open a bricklayer shop. His business gradually became prosperous. To be honest, Liu Ji and Liu Jidong were from the same sect, but they were no longer related by blood. Liu Jidong was a proud son of the heavens, while Liu Ji's talent was ordinary. Although they came from the same place, but regardless of family background, talent, or future, Liu Ji and Liu Jidong were naturally worlds apart. So in the past, Liu Ji had suffered a lot in front of Liu Jidong, but Liu Ji endured it because he could not afford to offend Liu Jidong. Seeing Liu Jidong arrogantly reprimanding him, Liu Ji's temper flared up. If it was in the past, when he did not have any strength, he could endure being reprimanded and humiliated by Liu Jidong. But now, he was a yin-yang realm expert. How could he continue to swallow his anger? The surrounding disciples looked at Liu Ji with disdain, obviously waiting to see Liu Ji make a fool of himself. But at this time, Liu Ji's body emitted a terrifying qi. Liu Ji's qi surged out from his body as he walked towards Liu Jidong and said coldly, "Liu Jidong, who do you think you are? You dare to make a fuss in front of me? Do you think I don't dare to teach you a lesson? Qi, you broke through the yin-yang realm," Liu Jidong cried out in disbelief, his entire body trembling. The surrounding disciples were also extremely shocked. Liu Ji's talent was so poor, but he actually broke through to the yin-yang realm. This was too inconceivable, causing waves to surge in their hearts that could not be calmed down. "Kneel down and apologize," Liu Ji shouted coldly. With a plop. How could Liu Jidong not kneel down? If Liu Ji was still the trash Liu Ji of the past, he would have slapped him to death if he dared to speak to him like that. But now, Liu Ji was a yin-yang realm cultivator, high and mighty. If he dared to disobey Liu Ji would slap him to death. Who would speak up for him? In front of absolute strength, any status was useless. What mountain river list 5th? A rising star? A sect genius? All of these were useless. Liu Ji was a yin-yang realm expert, and ordinary disciples had no status in front of a yin-yang realm disciple. I was wrong, Senior Brother Liu. Seeing that we came from the same place and are from the same sect, please spare me. Liu Jidong looked pleadingly at Liu Ji. At this moment, Ma Yong said, "Liu Ji, let's just forget about today's matter. There's no need to argue with these people." Liu Ji nodded. He originally thought that he would be excited to see Liu Jidong, whom he used to look up to, kneel down and beg for mercy. But when he saw Liu Jidong kneel down and beg for mercy, Liu Ji felt indifferent. At this moment, Liu Ji knew that he was no longer the Liu Ji of the past who had no talent and no strength. And the Liu Jidong that he used to look up to was no longer on the same level as him. Cultivation determined a person's horizons. Liu Ji waved his hand dispiritedly and said, "You can leave. I can't be bothered to argue with you." Liu Zhidong felt as if he had been pardoned. He thanked him profusely and quickly left. He did not dare to stay in this place any longer. Supreme Peak does not allow trespassers. If anyone dares to trespass Supreme Peak, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Ma Yong said coldly. Then, he left with Liu Ji. Liu Ji's talent is mediocre, but he's already broken through to the yin-yang realm. Just now, Ma Yong seemed to be the leader. Could it be that Ma Yong is also in the yin-yang realm? There are only 7 people on the Supreme Peak. Normally, Ma Yong and Liu Ji go to the Supreme Peak to get some benefits. Obviously, they have the lowest status on the Supreme Peak. Strength determines a person's status. Could it be that all the people on the Supreme Peak have broken through to the yin-yang layer? Heavens, that's possible. They must have obtained a lot of cultivation resources from senior brother Lin Feng. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to break through. Many people discussed spiritedly. They were extremely envious and regretful. Why didn't they join Supreme Peak when they were recruiting? The disciples who regretted it the most were the ones who had followed Lin Feng to the ancient barbarian mines. Back then, Lin Feng had sent Wang Hu to invite them to join Supreme Peak. Only Mo Yuning, Wu Xiu-er, Liu Ji, and Ma Yong had joined Supreme Peak. The others didn't think highly of Lin Feng's future after his 10-year battle with Huangfu Qingtian, so they had refused. But now that they saw that even someone as mediocre as Liu Ji had broken through to the yin-yang realm after joining Supreme Peak, they were all pounding their chests in regret. If they had joined Supreme Peak back then, wouldn't they also be in the yin-yang realm? However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. No matter how regretful they were, they no longer had the chance to join Supreme Peak. Chapter 1097. Senior brother Lin Feng is here. Many disciples of the Blue Cloud sect's outer sect, Heaven Mending Peak, looked excitedly at the handsome youth walking down the mountain. Lin Feng had long since become a rising star in the sect. His status was even higher than the Grand Elders. Many people were discussing Lin Feng's current strength. Heaven Mending Peak, which had almost been abolished in the past, received a lot of attention because of Lin Feng. Countless new disciples wanted to join Heaven Mending Peak. Elder Qiao Yunqiu and the others came to welcome Lin Feng. When Lin Feng joined Heaven Mending Peak, there were only 100 disciples, and none of them were talented. Qiao Yunqiu was the only elder. Today, Heaven Mending Peak had a few dozen elders and 3,000 to 4,000 disciples. Elder Qiao Yunqiu had also been promoted to Grand Elder. Lin Feng chatted with Elder Qiao Yunqiu and the others for a while, then went to visit Peak Master Yu Butian. Yu Butian had a gentle temperament and was aloof from worldly affairs. However, the Fire Chalene had said that he couldn't see through Yu Butian. Lin Feng was very grateful to Yu Butian because Yu Butian had repeatedly reminded Lin Feng to establish his own Dao. The two of them weren't master and disciple, but they were even closer than that. A lone peak, a dilapidated palace, and a lush forest. Lin Feng and Yu Butian sat cross-legged with tea boiling in front of them. A faint fragrance filled the air. Yu Butian poured a cup of tea for Lin Feng. The tea had a faint green color. Yu Butian gestured for Lin Feng to taste. Lin Feng picked up the teacup and took a sip. Suddenly, he had a special feeling. He felt as if he had a very special connection with the great Tao of heaven and earth. Even the divine ability formations in his dantian were about to activate. This is... Lin Feng was shocked. He had tasted some famous teas before, such as snow tea, dragon spirit tea, and so on. However, he had never tasted tea with such amazing effects. This is great Dao tea, Yu Butian said. I've never heard of it. Please enlighten me, senior, Lin Feng said. Yu Bu Tian said, when the world was first created, some natural spiritual items were born. One of them was a tea tree called the Grand Dao Ancient Tea Tree. It is said that the tea leaves produced by the Grand Dao Ancient Tea Tree are compatible with the Grand Dao and can help cultivators gain a deeper understanding of various Daos. Lin Feng said, there's actually such a heaven-defying thing in this world. Gbu Tian said, with the passage of time, the Great Path Ancient Tea Tree has long since become a legend. Perhaps there are still some left, but no one knows of them. Only a very small amount of tea leaves have been passed down. Lin Feng knew how precious this great Dao tea leaf was. Now that Mi Butian had taken it out, it was obvious that he wanted Lin Feng to comprehend the Dao. Lin Feng was touched, but he didn't say any words of thanks, because it would be too polite. Lin Feng didn't leave. He was cultivating on the lonely peak. Lin Feng easily entered a deep state of comprehension of various Daos. A few of his divine abilities were now restless, as if they were about to be promoted to perfection. This made Lin Feng very happy. Lin Feng was in seclusion for 10 days. Finally, he promoted the archaic dragonesque elephant art, the great sky-covering hand, and the archaic star-plucking hand to perfection. 2 Intense. Sword Intent and Sky Splitter had also been promoted to perfection. Battle Force, the White Tiger Killing Intent, and the Heaven Punishing Battle Intent had also been promoted to perfection. However, Lin Feng's cultivation of the 3,000 Daos, including the Great Death Technique, Great Purification Technique, Great Bewitching Technique, and Great Ice Technique, was still at the Greater Mastery realm. Obviously, it was very difficult to promote the 3,000 Daos to perfection. As for the Heaven Patching Technique, which he had just learned, it had been promoted from the Lesser Mastery realm to the Greater Mastery realm. Other than the 3,000 Daos, all his other divine abilities had been promoted. Even though Lin Feng hadn't broken through to the next cultivation level, his fighting abilities had increased tremendously. By the time Lin Feng came out of seclusion, it was already night time. Only now did he realize how different the mountain peak was at night. The plants on the peak seemed to have a life of their own. They were growing madly. Even an ordinary blade of grass had grown to 3 or 4 meters tall. As for the vines on the cliff, they seemed to have transformed into huge green dragons that danced in the air. Such vigorous vitality. Lin Feng was shocked. He could sense the boundless vitality of the world. He walked towards the place with the densest vitality. At the peak of the mountain, Lin Feng saw Ji Butian sitting cross-legged. Countless branches danced around him. Boundless vitality surged out of his body. Lin Feng was stupefied. He had never seen a person with such a strong life force. Ji Butian opened his eyes. The madly growing plants returned to their original state. "This is the Tao of nature," said Ji Butian. Ji Butian said, "Comprehend nature, become one with nature, become a part of heaven and earth." Lin Feng savored Ji Butian's words. He felt that the short sentence contained countless truths that were worth pondering. Lin Feng cultivated with Ji Butian for half a year. During this time, Lin Feng's understanding of the Tao deepened. Lin Feng's realm had also risen to the peak of the 6th heavenly layer of the creation realm. He was only a step away from the 7th heavenly layer. On this day, Wang Hu came to the heaven patching peak to look for Lin Feng. He brought a letter with him, one that Wutian Dugu had ordered his men to deliver. Dugu Wutian had been converted by Lin Feng and had become Lin Feng's slave. Lin Feng had left Dugu Wutian in the divine land of the Eastern County to protect Shangguan Feia. He also wanted Dugu Wutian to expand his power in the divine land of the Eastern County. "I heard that Master has returned. I obtained a great treasure. I wanted to personally deliver it to Master, but the journey is long. I was afraid that something might happen, so I ordered someone to deliver this letter. I hope that Master will personally come and receive it." The content was very simple. Dugu Wutian's name was written at the bottom. Lin Feng was very curious. What kind of treasure did Dugu Wutian obtain? He was so cautious. It seemed that this treasure was not simple. It had been some time since he returned to the desolate region. Now, Lin Feng planned to go to the divine land of the Eastern County to see Shangguan Feia and the others. He bid farewell to Ji Butian and returned to the Supreme Peak. He told Shi Weizhu and the others that he would be leaving. Then, he went to the divine land of the Eastern County with the 2 cultivators who had come to deliver the letter. Half a month later, Lin Feng arrived at the Aotian ancient capital of the Eastern County. This was originally the territory of the Aotian clan, but now it had become Lin Feng's base camp in the Eastern County. However, the name of the Aotian ancient capital had been changed. It was now called Lin City. Obviously, Dugu Wutian had asked someone to change it. People came and went in Lin City. It was very lively. It was 10 times livelier than when the Dugu clan had controlled the ancient city. Not long after he entered Lin City, he was slightly stunned when he saw a beautiful female cultivator in front of him. It's her. Chapter 1098. Huang Linga, who was once a delicate and charming young girl, had now grown into a slender and elegant woman. She had a slender figure, a charming face, and fair skin. Her pink dress accentuated her perfect figure, making her seem even more alluring. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't forget Huang Linga. She was also a student of the Azure Dragon Institute, and she had always been secretly in love with him. Lin Feng was very clear about this. However, Lin Feng had an ambiguous relationship with Huang Linga's sister, Huang Shalan, so Lin Feng had always kept a distance from the passionate Huang Linga. After that, Lin Feng left the divine land of the East Province and never saw Huang Linga again. In the blink of an eye, close to 10 years had passed. When they met again, Huang Linga already had a handsome young master by her side. With Huang Linga's beauty, there was naturally no lack of suitors. Eventually, there would be an outstanding man who could capture her heart. Lin Feng arrived at the city lord's mansion and saw Dugu Wutian. Seeing Lin Feng arrive, Dugu Wutian hurriedly knelt down and saluted. "Rise," Lin Feng said. "Yes." Dugu Wutian replied and stood up. Lin Feng looked at Dugu Wutian and asked, "What treasure is it that made me come here personally?" "Master, please follow me," Dugu Wutian said. Lin Feng nodded. Dugu Wutian led the way in front, and Lin Feng followed behind him. They entered an underground treasury, which was densely covered with restrictions. Clearly, Dugu Wutian was very careful and placed the treasure in an isolated area. Lin Feng saw the treasure in the treasury. It was a broken stone tablet. Heaven-shaking stone tablet. Heavens! The Demon Lord exclaimed. Obviously, the Demon Lord recognized the broken stone tablet. Moreover, from the Demon Lord's reaction, this heaven-shaking stone tablet should have a shocking origin. "Master, this is the legendary heaven-shaking stone tablet. It was created from the heaven-shaking stone that was formed at the beginning of the world," Dugu Wutian said. "You've done a good job. There are 3 million top-quality spirit stones in this ring, a high-level Dao item, and all kinds of medicinal pills. There are also more than 30 books of spells. Take them and cultivate," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng tossed a storage ring to Dugu Wutian. "Thank you, Master." Dugu Wutian was overjoyed after receiving the storage ring. He quickly bowed to Lin Feng and thanked him before leaving. Lin Feng was the only one left in the treasury. Lin Feng asked, "Demon Lord, what is the origin of this heaven-shaking stele?" The Demon Lord said, "The heaven-shaking stone tablet is very mysterious. It is said that there are 9 heaven-shaking stone tablets in the world. Of course, there are also 18 heaven-shaking stone tablets. As for how many there are, I don't know. Every heaven-shaking stone tablet hides a shocking secret. This heaven-shaking stone tablet is broken in the middle. It seems that something unbelievable happened in the past. A huge secret. What kind of secret is it?" Lin Feng asked. "I'm not sure. The heaven-shaking stone tablets are very mysterious. I once saw a heaven-shaking stone tablet kill a great emperor," the Demon Lord said. "It's that terrifying?" Lin Feng gasped. Great emperors looked askance at the world. How could such a person be killed so easily? The heaven-shaking stone tablet had killed a great emperor. It was too shocking. Lin Feng felt as if he was in a dream, as if he was listening to a fairy tale. Lin Feng knew that the Demon Lord would not lie, and there was no need for him to lie. This heaven-shaking stone tablet should have been broken in two and lost its divinity, the Demon Lord said with a frown. How could such a precious treasure be broken? This is unbelievable. It was indeed as the Demon Lord had said. This was too strange. The heaven-shaking stone tablet, which could kill a great emperor, had been broken. What kind of existence could break a heaven-shaking stone tablet? Lin Feng asked, "Is there a realm above great emperor?" The Demon Lord said, "I don't know. I've never seen or heard of such a realm." Lin Feng frowned. Then does that mean this broken heaven-shaking stone tablet has become a useless rock? The Demon Lord said, "Of course not. You can refine this treasure and nourish it. Perhaps you can find other parts in the future. If you can find the broken heaven-shaking stone tablet, that would be terrifying. With this treasure, you can kill a great emperor. Hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng felt his blood boil. Kill a great emperor? Who would dare to say such a thing? And now, the heaven-shaking stone tablet that he had obtained could kill a powerhouse of that level. Lin Feng put the heaven-shaking stone tablet into his dantian and nourished it with magic power. He hoped to imprint his own aura on it. Lin Feng then left the treasury. The next day, Dugu Wutian reported to Lin Feng about the territory and power that Lin City had gained over the years. Dugu Wutian was quite capable, and he had recruited many powerhouses. About half of the East County's Divine Prefecture was now under Lin City's control. Right now, Lin City is strong enough to annex the entire East County's Divine Prefecture. As long as Master gives the order, we can quickly conquer the other 9 ancient cities, said Dugu Wutian. That's enough territory. The East County's Divine Prefecture is barren. What's the point of unifying the East County's Divine Prefecture? Said Lin Feng indifferently. Lin Feng's vision was too high. Not to mention the Eastern Province, even the 72 provinces in the north were just a small place compared to the vast starry sky world. Lin Feng's goal was to become a god. When that time came, he could have as much territory as he wanted. It wouldn't be difficult for him to rule a planet with life. He naturally didn't care about the East County's Divine Prefecture. I was too narrow-minded, said Dugu Wutian. You don't have to blame yourself. Continue to recruit as many top-notch experts as possible. Tell them that if they join me, not only will they receive the most precious cultivation resources, but I will also reward them with primordial divine abilities, said Lin Feng. Yes, Master. I will do my best to recruit as many top-notch experts as possible, said Dugu Wutian quickly. Master, said Dugu Wutian quickly. Late at night, a cold aura enveloped Lin Feng's residence. Ning Hanshuang? Lin Feng opened his eyes. Outside the room, a black shadow flashed past. He quickly chased after it. It's really you. Seeing the white-clothed woman in front of him, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. What? Are you here to kill me? Ning Hanshuang stopped and said, I didn't say that I was here to kill you. Then why did you come to my residence? Why didn't you sleep in the middle of the night? Is it because you're lonely and cold? Do you want me to accompany you? Lin Feng glanced at Ning Hanshuang's exquisite body. Chapter 1099. Of course, Lin Feng was only teasing Ning Hanshuang because he knew what kind of person Ning Hanshuang was. She would do anything to achieve her goals, and she was vicious and merciless. However, Lin Feng did not expect Ning Hanshuang to be so different from her usual self. She smiled and said, Yes, I am indeed lonely and empty. If I want to find a man to rely on, I'll have to see if you have the guts to do so. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He did not know what was wrong with Ning Hanshuang's brain. Why would she say such explicit words to him? However, Lin Feng did not believe her. He calmly said, Forget it. I don't want to become the second Dugu Xian. Back when Ning Hanshuang and Dugu Xian had gotten engaged, Ning Hanshuang had wanted Dugu Xian to bring her into the Dao Heaven secret realm. She would then kill Dugu Xian and take over the secret realm for herself. However, Dugu Xian had been killed by Lin Feng, which had ruined her plan. Dugu Xian is nothing. He still died at your hands. Perhaps we can make a deal, a very fair deal, Ning Hanshuang said with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, What kind of deal? Ning Hanshuang said, I can become Dao companions with you, but I will have to share your secrets. How about that? Dao companions? Why don't you let me have a taste tonight? I'll consider whether I should agree or not. Lin Feng said. Ning Hanshuang said, No problem. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. Shall we go to your room or mine? When Lin Feng heard Ning Hanshuang's words, he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. He said speechlessly, Is this still the vicious Ning Hanshuang that I know? People change. Ning Hanshuang said. The grudge between us is too deep. That's why I don't trust you at all. Lin Feng said calmly. Ning Hanshuang smiled and said, Actually, it's not much of a grudge. You didn't get the Dao Heaven secret realm, so it's nothing. As for the Ning clan, if you didn't kill them, I would have wanted them dead. Why is that? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Ning Mo Zun and my biological father were friends, but he was greedy for my mother's looks, so he poisoned my father and took my mother as his concubine. My mother was pregnant at that time, so she had to drag out an ignoble existence. When my mother died when I was 10 years old, I already knew about my background. All these years, I've been enduring, waiting for the opportunity to take revenge, Ning Hanshuang said. Lin Feng fell silent. He had not expected Ning Hanshuang to have such a pitiful background. He asked, "Who is your father?" Han Qianyun. Have you heard of him? Ning Hanshuang asked. So it's him. I heard that more than 20 years ago, this person rose to fame. He shone brilliantly in the battle of the heavenly geniuses of the 3,000 prefectures and won a lot of face for the East County. Later, he suddenly disappeared without a trace. I didn't expect that he was killed by poison, Lin Feng said. That's right. Ning Hanshuang nodded. Then why don't you go to the Han clan to acknowledge your ancestors? Lin Feng asked. Return to the ancestral home? Who would believe that? Back then, my mother and father had pledged their lives to each other. So what if I can return to the ancestral home? My parents are dead, and if I go to the Han clan, I will be looked down upon by countless people. Ning Hanshuang said. Lin Feng was speechless. It was just as Ning Hanshuang had said. This world was cruel. Family ties were thin in large clans. Moreover, their closest relatives were already dead. Did you kill Ning Morshuan? Lin Feng asked. Ning Hanshuang's delicate body trembled slightly. She bit her lip and did not say anything. It seems like you didn't have the heart to kill him. After all, you still have feelings for him. Your surname is still Ning, and you didn't change it to Han. It seems like you must be in a lot of pain. You want to avenge your biological father, but you don't want to kill your adoptive father. He's not my adoptive father, Ning Hanshuang said coldly. All right, it doesn't matter who he is. It has nothing to do with me. Now that you've said it out loud, do you feel better? How about this? Give me your first time, and I'll help you kill Ning Morshuan. You don't have to feel so conflicted anymore. Lin Feng said with a smile. I can give it to you now. Do you dare to do it? Ning Hanshuang sneered and looked at Lin Feng. Who says I don't dare? Tonight, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Lin Feng glared at Ning Hanshuang's hot body. Come with me. Ning Hanshuang rushed into the distance. Lin Feng followed behind Ning Hanshuang. He frowned slightly. Lin Feng didn't fully believe Ning Hanshuang's words. This woman had a vicious heart. She would do anything to achieve her goals. Therefore, it was not a big deal for her to lie and deceive herself. Thinking of this, Lin Feng ran away. Swish, swish. After Lin Feng ran away, more than 10 figures appeared in the darkness. These people emitted an extremely cold aura. If Lin Feng was here, he would definitely know their origins. 9 Nether Assassins. These people were all assassins from 9 netherworlds. This was because the auras of the 9 underworlds assassins were extremely similar. If one saw one 9 underworlds assassin, they would know the identity of the other 9 underworlds assassins. Said the leader of the group. It seems like Lin Feng is very vigilant. He doesn't believe the story you told him. Ning Hanshuang frowned slightly. She said coldly, just surround and kill him. Why go through so much trouble? This person isn't simple. He's very vigilant. It'll be easy for him to escape. The leader of the assassins in black said. So, I've failed the test. Ning Hanshuang's face was as cold as ice. It's not that easy to become an assassin from 9 netherworlds. It doesn't matter if he doesn't believe it. In any case, he doesn't know that your story was made up. Continue to interact with him. The leader paused for a moment before continuing. Let me tell you, assassins from 9 netherworlds don't have virgins. If you want to become an assassin from 9 netherworlds, you have to break your own virginity. Only then can you truly understand the meaning of 9 netherworlds heartlessness. Using your virginity in exchange for Lin Feng's life is a good deal. Of course, if you don't want to do this, it's fine. Once you pass the test, as the person who recommended you, I don't mind helping you break your virginity and turn you into a real woman. When the leader of the 9 nether assassins looked at Ning Hanshuang, his eyes revealed a lustful glint. Ning Hanshuang looked coldly at the leader of the assassins from 9 netherworlds, then quickly flew away. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared without a trace. Sir, this Ning Hanshuang actually dared to give you that attitude. She's too arrogant, said one of the assassins indignantly. It doesn't matter. Capable people all have personalities. This Ning Hanshuang is vicious and merciless. She's simply a person who was born to be an assassin. She's worthy of being groomed by 9 netherworld. The leader of the assassins from 9 netherworlds spoke in a sharp, ear-piercing voice. It sounded like the cry of a malicious spirit. Anyone who heard it would feel their hair stand on end. Chapter 1100. Swish. After the group of assassins from 9 nether assassin dynasty left, the void trembled and Lin Feng walked out from the void. These assassins from 9 nether were best at concealment. However, even they were unable to discover Lin Feng's presence. Just as I thought, Ning Hanshuang is scheming against me. She actually has connections with people from 9 nether assassin dynasty, which really surprised me. Lin Feng's brows rose slightly. After 9 nether assassin dynasty accepted the mission, they had already tried to assassinate him 3 times but failed. According to the rules of the Juyu assassin dynasty, if Lin Feng failed 3 times in a row, he would become the most important person to assassinate. At that time, the assassins of the Juyu assassin dynasty would come and kill Lin Feng. These people are just small characters, the real powerful people shouldn't have appeared yet. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He immediately thought of Ning Hanshuang. Were her words really a lie? Lin Feng felt that it didn't seem like it. Perhaps Ning Hanshuang wanted to scheme against him, kill him and then take his head to join 9 nether assassin dynasty. However, Lin Feng felt that Ning Hanshuang's words and her tragic background were highly likely to be true. Of course, no matter if it was true or not, Lin Feng didn't care. He didn't have the time to care about what a woman who wanted to kill him had experienced. Late at night, Huang Linge and that handsome man whom Lin Feng saw previously came to a small courtyard in the northwest corner of Proud Heaven ancient capital. That handsome man was called Xia Zi and he was the grandson of one of Green Cloud Sect's elders. Green Cloud Sect was an ancient sect in South Region's Changju. South Region's Changju was located in the south of East Region's divine continent. In this state, there were 3 ancient sects which were much stronger than East Region's divine continent. 5 years ago, Huang Linge happened to save an injured prostitute by chance and that prostitute was one of Green Cloud Sect's elders' daughter. That beautiful woman then brought Huang Linge to South Region's Changju to cultivate. This time, she came to South Region's Changju with Xia Zi on a mission so Huang Linge didn't even return home to visit her family. Junior Xia Zi and Junior Huang Linge request to meet Senior. The 2 of them spoke respectfully outside the small courtyard. Come in. Just as he finished his words, the courtyard's door opened automatically with a creak. The 2 of them carefully entered the room and saw that the door was open. A ball of will-o'-the-wisp flickered in the room. Xia Zi and Huang Linge felt a chill in their hearts. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at the will-o'-the-wisp in the room. Did you bring the Netherworld Jade? A sinister voice from within the room. We brought it, Huang Linge said. She took out a white jade box and opened it. Inside, there were 3 pieces of black jade. Are you Yang Lu's disciple? The presence in the room. Yang Lu was the woman whom Huang Linge saved back then. Huang Linge hurriedly replied, yes. That lass Yang Lu has already told this seat some things about you and the things that you need to exchange. This is a bottle of Heavenly Moon God Falling pills, a total of 36 bottles. Take 1 pill every 10 days. When all 36 Heavenly Moon God Falling pills have been consumed, you should be able to enter the Yin-Yang realm. After you enter the Yin-Yang realm, go into closed-door cultivation for 3 years. 3 years' time should be enough for you to refine the medicinal effects that have yet to be absorbed. After you've finished refining, your cultivation should be able to rise to Yin-Yang realm's 7th or 8th heavens. the mysterious presence in the room said. The next moment, a porcelain bottle flew out. It was obvious that this bottle contained the heavenly moon god falling pills. Following that, a suction force gushed out and sucked the white jade box containing the netherworld jade over. Thank you, Senior. Huang Linge was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed. No need to thank this seat. This is a deal between this seat and your Grand Master. Originally, it was Yang Lu who came to exchange for the benefits she needed. This time, she actually sent you over. Looks like that lass Yang Lu likes you a lot. The Grand Master he was referring to was Yang Lu's father. Also, little boy, since you escorted Huang Linge here, you've done some good deeds. I'll reward you with a bottle of Dragon Strength Divine Blood Pills. There are 12 pills in total. Take them once a month. After taking them, your blood will become 10 times more vigorous, and your strength will also increase by 10 times. Even though the Dragon Strength Divine Blood Pills can't help you break through to the yin-yang layer, after your blood has greatly increased, you'll definitely be able to break through to the yin-yang layer after a few years of hard work. As soon as he finished speaking, another porcelain bottle flew out and landed in Xie Zi's hand. Xie Zi thanked him profusely. All right, you can go now. We'll take our leave. The two of them bowed and left the room. I want to go home. What about you, senior brother? Asked Huang Linge. Since I have nothing to do, I'll go home with you. Ever since I left with Master, I haven't been back for 5 years. Let's go buy a griffin and ride it through the night, said Huang Linge. Xie Zi nodded and walked towards the market with Huang Linge. When they were about to reach the market, they saw a river in the city. They walked towards the bridge. At that moment, Xie Zi looked around and saw that there was no one around. He slapped Huang Linge's back and sent her flying more than 10 meters away. Whoa! Huang Linge coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. She fell to the ground and couldn't move anymore. Senior brother Xie, why did you sneak attack me? Huang Linge looked at Xie Zi in shock and anger. Xie Zi sneered, I didn't want to attack you at first, but you got 36 Heavenly Moon Soulfall pills, and I only got 12 Dragon Strength Divine Blood pills. I didn't want to give up. I also wanted the Heavenly Moon Soulfall pills, so I had no choice but to attack you and take them for myself. Aren't you afraid that Master will find out? If he does, you'll die without a grave, said Huang Linge, her face pale. What's there to be afraid of? Didn't I say that I met a bad guy and you were killed by him? Back then, didn't your master get a treasure from that old bastard and was targeted and almost died? Your master won't suspect that, right? Even if she suspects, it doesn't matter. She has no proof that I killed you. Xie Zi smiled ferociously. You're a beast with a human face. I curse you to die a horrible death. Huang Linge cursed Xie Zi, her face filled with despair. What's the point? If curses were useful, there wouldn't be so many people in the world who would kill others for their treasures. Xie Zi curled his lips and said, but before I kill you, I don't mind enjoying myself. After saying that, Xie Zi put Huang Linge on his shoulder and walked towards a small forest not far away. Chapter 1101. Let go of me, you bastard. Huang Linge had no strength left, so she could only curse Xie Zi. Go ahead and curse. The more you curse, the better I'll feel. Do you know that? I've been eyeing you for a long time. I've always wanted to taste this delicate rose with thorns. Now, I've finally found the chance. Don't worry, I've always been kind to women. I'll let you die after you've enjoyed yourself to the fullest. Xie Ziguang laughed. Xie Zi usually behaved humbly and politely, but it was clear that he was a beast in human form. There were also people like Xie Zi in the real world. On the surface, they were gentle. However, in their hearts, there was a demon. When this demon would come out would depend on whether there was something that could tempt this demon. Obviously, the 36 Heavenly Moon Soul-Falling pills were enough to make this demon come out. Xie Zi placed Huang Linge on a smooth rock. Looking at Huang Linge's mesmerizing figure, he felt like a ball of fire was about to burn in his dantian. Huang Linge's face was pale and filled with despair. Although she was a woman, she was a loyal and unyielding person. Her impetuous personality was a reflection of her inner world. People like her were often able to do things that ordinary women would not dare to do, such as biting their tongues to commit suicide. Huang Linge wanted to bite her tongue to end her life. However, Xie Zi had cast out a restrictive spell in advance, imprisoning Huang Linge. He sneered and said, "I have long been prepared for you to bite your tongue and commit suicide. I have yet to enjoy myself properly, so how can I let you die? When I'm done, I'll naturally send your soul to heaven." Her body was imprisoned, and she had no strength to resist. Huang Linge looked at Xie Zi with despair and anger. She seemed to want to remember this person forever, even if she had to die. Xie Zi was actually frightened by Huang Linge's gaze. However, when he thought about how Huang Linge was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, he did not need to be afraid of anything. He stretched out his hand to tear off Huang Linge's clothes. At that moment, Xie Zi felt a pain in his neck. He turned around and saw a young man he did not know who had appeared behind him and struck his neck with a palm. Xie Zi's heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. In the next moment, he fell to the ground and fainted. Lin Feng looked at the fainted Xie Zi with an indifferent expression. He struck out with his transcendence energy to break Xie Zi's restriction. The transcendence energy nourished Huang Linge's body, causing her injuries to quickly recover. Lin Feng did not intend to stay any longer. He turned around and walked out. "Thank you for saving me." Huang Linge stood up and thanked Lin Feng. In the darkness, he couldn't see Lin Feng's face clearly. Lin Feng waved his hand with his back facing Huang Linge, indicating that she did not need to thank him. To Lin Feng, this was just a casual matter. Moreover, Huang Linge was also his friend. However, Lin Feng did not acknowledge Huang Linge as he did not want her to misunderstand him. After all, in Lin Feng's opinion, he had an ambiguous relationship with Huang Linge's sister, Huang Shalan. In that case, it would be best if he didn't have any entanglements with Huang Linge as much as possible. Otherwise, it would hurt both Huang Shalan and Huang Linge. After Lin Feng left, Huang Linge turned her head to look at Xie Zi, who had fainted on the ground. She bit her lips and directly kicked Xie Zi's crotch. "Ah!" Xie Zi, who had fainted, let out an incomparably mournful scream. Huang Linge had directly crippled his lower body. "You crippled me." Xie Zi woke up in a daze. His entire body was in so much pain that it was trembling. Huang Linge kicked out again. This time, she kicked Xie Zi's dantian. Crack! His dantian shattered. Xie Zi's face instantly turned ashen. His lower body was crippled. From now on, he could no longer be a man. His dantian was crippled. From now on, he would become a cripple. It would be too easy for you to just kill a beast like you. Now that you can no longer be a man and have no cultivation, you will spend the rest of your life in endless regret and pain. Huang Linge coldly looked at Xie Zi and did not stay any longer. She walked out. Sometimes, killing a person was not the most ruthless method. Making a person live a life worse than death was the most ruthless method. Obviously, the rest of Xie Zi's life would definitely be a life worse than death. Lin Feng stayed in Lin City for 3 days before he left for the Zhanwu country. After seeing Lin Feng return, Shangguan Fei was very excited. Shangguan Fei was now more and more charming. During the day, Lin Feng pulled Shangguan Fei and made love with her. Although Shangguan Fei was very shy, after not seeing Lin Feng for so long, she also missed Lin Feng very much. She tried her best to cooperate with him, charming and seductive. Lin Feng finally understood the meaning of the phrase, "The emperor does not attend morning court for 3 months." With such a seductive beauty like Shangguan Fei accompanying him every day, not to mention 3 months, it was normal for him to not attend morning court for 3 years. Perhaps this was the so-called "the home of a gentle woman is the tomb of a hero." After making love on Mount Wu, Shangguan Fei lay lazily in Lin Feng's arms like a kitten and said, "A few days ago, Ouyang Zhentian resigned from his position and left." Ouyang Zhentian had helped Lin Feng a lot. In the past, when Lin Feng was fighting against Ao Tian ancient capital, Ouyang Zhentian had gone everywhere to help Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng was very grateful to Ouyang Zhentian and respected him very much. "Is he going back to Sun Moon City?" Lin Feng asked. "I heard that he's planning to travel outside." He doesn't have a good relationship with the Sun-Moon City Lord. Shangguan Feiya said. Back in the days, Ouyang Zhentian and Li Mingdao had competed for the position of Great Leader of Sun and Moon City. Lin Feng knew about that. Lin Feng had interacted with Li Mingdao before, and he was a good person. He was Ouyang Zhentian's cousin, so the relationship between them was very complicated. Their competition for the position of prefecture lord was like the survival of the fittest in their family. It was the foundation of a family's prosperity. Lin Feng didn't want to get involved in such family matters. It's a pity that I didn't get the chance to meet Ouyang Zhentian. Lin Feng sighed. There will definitely be a chance in the future. Shangguan Feiya's lily-white hand was drawing circles on Lin Feng's chest, looking like a lazy little kitten. Lin Feng once again leapt onto the horse, and Shangguan Feiya resisted, but still welcomed him. The two of them were having a great time. The true martial country's imperial capital was as lively as ever. Experts were as common as clouds in the sky. Dugu Wutian knew that Lin Feng's woman, Shangguan Feiya, was here, and Lin Feng had asked him to protect her. Therefore, Dugu Wutian built the true martial country's imperial capital into a second Lin city, heavily guarded and guarded by many top experts. The true martial country's imperial capital was even more prosperous than the other 9 ancient cities in the eastern region. Because the Azure Dragon Institute was a place that had produced a master like Lin Feng, there were countless people who came to join the Azure Dragon Institute to cultivate. Chapter 1102. Lin Feng walked around the Azure Dragon Institute. Everywhere he walked, there were groups of 3 to 5 students. Some of them were discussing the bottlenecks they had encountered in their cultivation, some of them were hardworking students, some of them were discussing which class had the prettiest girls. Most of these students were from aristocratic families. Compared to cultivation, they were more interested in pretty girls. Lin Feng's tall and handsome figure, handsome face, and the noble aura exuding from his every movement attracted the attention of many female students. Most of these female students were around 16 to 17 years old, the age when they first awakened to love. Seeing a man like Lin Feng who was akin to a god descending from the heavens, their hearts naturally swayed, unable to control themselves. Some of the braver female students even blushed, holding handkerchiefs in their hands, love letters, hurried over, stuffing the handkerchiefs into Lin Feng's hands before running away bashfully, reuniting with their friends. Then, like skylarks, they chattered about Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled wryly. That year when he was still cultivating in the Azure Dragon Institute, he had never received a single love letter. How long had it been since he arrived at the Azure Dragon Institute? One after another, more than a dozen pretty girls ran over, stuffing their love letters into his hands. Of course, when Lin Feng was cultivating in the Azure Dragon Institute, he was extremely hardworking, spending most of his time cultivating and rarely strolling around the campus. At that time, he had already made a name for himself. Many female students yearned for Lin Feng, but unfortunately, they were unable to meet him. Lin Feng didn't need to look at the contents of these love letters, he already knew that they must have mentioned a place to meet or some kind of love poem. Lin Feng didn't bother looking at these contents, instead, he directly walked in the direction of the Dragon Gate. Who is he? So stylish, so handsome, and most importantly, that temperament, I'm about to fall for him. He wouldn't be a new instructor, would he? If only he's a new instructor, I'll definitely attend his class. Many female students were screaming, but there were also quite a few who followed behind Lin Feng, wanting to see where Lin Feng was going. Of course, there were also many male students who looked at Lin Feng with expressions of envy and jealousy. There's a saying that goes like this: we didn't have any grudges, but you stole our territory, our money, and our women. This is something we can't tolerate. Now, we're enemies. In the eyes of many male students, Lin Feng's appearance was equivalent to snatching their woman. Of course, no matter how unhappy they were, these male students didn't dare to provoke Lin Feng. Because with a single glance, they could tell that Lin Feng wasn't someone they could offend. Dragon's Gate. He went to the Dragon's Gate. Many people saw Lin Feng walking towards the Dragon Gate. When he arrived at the Dragon Gate, Lin Feng saw a tall and slender woman walking out from the Dragon Gate's encampment. That woman was wearing an instructor's robe. This was none other than Xiao Yafi. The current Xiao Yafi had become an Azure Dragon Institute's instructor. Lin Feng was surprised. Originally, Xiao Yafi had joined the Sun Moon City to cultivate. Now that she became a master of the Azure Dragon Institute, he wondered if she came out to temper herself, or if she liked this profession. Quickly look, it's Goddess Xiao Yafi. Many male students' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Xiao Yafi was now publicly acknowledged as the Azure Dragon Institute's #1 goddess, the lover of countless students' dreams. She was also the target of many instructors' pursuit. It was rumored that in order to pursue Xiao Yafi, some aristocratic young masters from the 10 great ancient cities came to the Azure Dragon Institute to become instructors. However, Xiao Yafi had always maintained an estranged attitude toward men. Other than work, there was no contact at all. Sister Yafi. Lin Feng smiled as he looked at Xiao Yafi. After not seeing her for so many years, Xiao Yafi had become even more enchanting, especially after putting on the instructor's robe. Her perfect figure was fully displayed. Lin Feng, Lin Feng. Xiao Yafi also saw Lin Feng. Her beautiful eyes widened, her red lips slightly parted, looking extremely alluring. It was obvious that she was shocked, not expecting Lin Feng to return. Lin Feng smiled. After not seeing you for a few years, Sister Yafi has become even more beautiful. Xiao Yafi's face blushed slightly, feeling a little smug, asking, "Why did you come back?" Then, as if thinking of Shangguan Feiya, she sighed inwardly, concealing the trace of loneliness in her heart. "Are you here to see Feiya?" Lin Feng nodded, asking, "Why did you come back to the Azure Dragon Institute to become an instructor?" Xiao Yafi's voice was soft. "Maybe, I like this place more. I was thinking of looking for you, hoping that you could come to my supreme peak to cultivate." Lin Feng said with a wry smile. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Yafi's heart leaped with joy, blurting out, "Sure." But then, she realized that she had acted a little too impatient, not to mention she had just told Lin Feng that she liked this place. When Lin Feng invited her to his supreme peak, she agreed so quickly. Didn't that mean that she really wanted to stay with Lin Feng? Thinking of this, Xiao Yafi's face blushed pink, stammering, not daring to look Lin Feng in the eye. Lin Feng smiled. "It's best if you can come. I still miss the time when we cultivated together, when we went through adventures together. Moreover, Big Sister Yafi has always been a warm person." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Yafi's heart was filled with joy. Lin Feng added, "Let's go take a look at the Dragon Gate. I haven't been here for a long time. I wonder how the Dragon Gate is doing." Many of the Dragon Gate's higher-ups, "I'm afraid you don't recognize them anymore." Xiao Yafi smiled faintly, walking toward the Dragon Gate with Lin Feng. Many male students felt their hearts shattering when they saw the goddess in their hearts acting so shy in front of that man. Many female students even started to cry, as if Xiao Yafi had snatched away their men. There were also some aristocratic families' disciples who came to the Azure Dragon Institute to pursue Xiao Yafi, and when they heard this, the fire of jealousy in their hearts nearly ignited. When these aristocratic families' disciples arrived at the Dragon Gate and saw Lin Feng, each and every one of them nearly died from fright. Wasn't this Lin Feng? The Lin Feng who annihilated the Ao Tian family? The average person might not recognize Lin Feng, but these aristocratic families' disciples naturally knew him. These people quickly saluted Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, conversing briefly with these aristocratic families' disciples. He asked them about the Azure Dragon Institute's mentors, whether they had adapted to life here, and other trivial matters. These aristocratic families' disciples were flattered, enthusiastically discussing with Lin Feng how much they loved this place, how much they loved their current jobs. Obviously, only they knew some of the truth. Soon, news spread that Lin Feng had arrived at the Azure Dragon Institute, and he was inside the Dragon Gate. Who didn't know the name Lin Feng? Only now did everyone know that the man who looked like a god descending from the heavens was Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who was the dream of countless female students, had appeared. The Dragon Gate was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Countless male students also rushed over, all of them regarding Lin Feng as their idol. The current vice principal Helian Changlong had replaced Ouyang Zhentian as the Azure Dragon Institute's new principal. Wenren Kanglan, who had taken care of Lin Feng, had replaced Helian Changlong as the vice principal. When the Azure Dragon Institute's higher-ups heard that Lin Feng had arrived, they quickly rushed over to pay a visit to Lin Feng. The Dragon Gate was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The news quickly spread to the ears of the various forces stationed in the imperial capital. Currently, the various forces in the eastern region had set up an office in the imperial capital. This was because these forces knew that Lin Feng's woman, Shangguan Feiya, was here. Since they couldn't see Lin Feng normally, they sent people over to befriend the Shangguan family, hoping to form a relationship with Lin Feng through the Shangguan family. Now that they heard that Lin Feng had appeared in the Azure Dragon Institute, the various forces stationed in the imperial capital were burning with anxiety. They prepared gifts and came to pay a visit to Lin Feng. Even the true martial country's imperial family knew about this matter. The true martial country's old ancestor who was in seclusion came out to pay a visit. On the main street, luxurious carriages drove in the direction of the Azure Dragon Institute. Countless people were puzzled. What was going on? Why were these big shots rushing to the Azure Dragon Institute in such a hurry? Could it be that some powerful figure had arrived? Many people headed to the Azure Dragon Institute to find out what was going on. However, when they arrived, they were shocked to find that the Azure Dragon Institute's entrance had long been surrounded. Even those yin-yang realm experts, who were like gods in the eyes of ordinary people, were cautiously waiting outside for news. Chapter 1103. Everyone, my lord invites you in. A middle-aged man walked out. Someone recognized this middle-aged man's identity. His name was Nangong Fa. This person wasn't simple, he was a famous expert in the East Divine Prefecture, ranked second among the top 10 wandering cultivators. It's said that Nangong Fa is a yin-yang existence. A yin-yang expert is akin to a god. How terrifying is it to surpass a yin-yang expert? But Nangong Fa seems to be just an errand boy. Many people were discussing this matter, and they were getting more and more shocked. Legendary characters were now running errands. They really couldn't help but wonder who this big shot that appeared in the Azure Dragon Institute was. The various forces experts waiting outside were overjoyed. They followed behind Nangong Fa and walked into the Azure Dragon Institute. Nangong Fa, Zhong Ning, Shu Chen, and Liu Xinyu were the four great experts overseeing the imperial capital. They were all recruited by Dugu Wutian. When they learned that Lin Feng was here, they hurried over to protect him. The four of them knew that the true ruler of Forest City was Lin Feng. They had also heard of Lin Feng's achievements. Today, they came to seek refuge with him, hoping for a better future. If Lin Feng rose up in the future, cultivators like them who came to seek refuge early on would definitely soar in the future. Originally, the four of them thought that although Lin Feng's talent was shocking, he was still young, and his cultivation shouldn't be too high. However, when they saw Lin Feng, they realized that they were gravely mistaken. When the four of them faced Lin Feng, they felt like they were looking up at a tall mountain. Even when facing some of the ancient giants, they didn't feel this way. What did this mean? This meant that the master they were seeking refuge with had a cultivation that could suppress the ancient giants. Thinking about how Lin Feng was already so heaven-defying at 25 years old, the four of them were ecstatic. The group of people cautiously followed behind Nangong Fa. In front of these yin-yang realm experts, Nangong Fa was an existence that they had to look up to. Many of the Azure Dragon Institute students had already gathered at the Dragon Gate side. Seeing so many big shots that they wanted to see but couldn't even get the chance to see them coming in droves to greet Lin Feng, the shock in their hearts was indescribable with words. Senior brother Lin Feng is only a few years older than us, right? Someone said. That's right. It hasn't even been 10 years since he left the Azure Dragon Institute. A student said. I really hope we can be as awe-inspiring in the future. Many students had longing looks in their eyes. Dreams were the motivation for many people to cultivate. Without dreams, what was the difference between living and being a salted fish? Young master, everyone is here. Nangong Fa stood outside the living room and reported. Greetings, Lin Gongzi. Many people stood outside and saluted. All right, I understand your intentions. You can all come in as well. Lin Feng said. These people were overjoyed and rushed into the living room. The Dragon Gate's living room was very big, accommodating several hundred people wasn't a problem. When they entered, they found Lin Feng talking with Wenren Kanglan. As the Azure Dragon Institute's vice principal, many people recognized Wenren Kanglan. However, in the past, no one deliberately tried to befriend him. After all, Wenren Kanglan wasn't young anymore and his cultivation was only at the peak of the martial king realm. Now that his blood and chi had collapsed, he could forget about reaching the yin-yang realm in his lifetime. Therefore, in the eyes of many forces, a person like Wenren Kanglan wasn't worth the effort to befriend. But today, seeing how Lin Feng treated Wenren Kanglan differently from others, these people knew that Wenren Kanglan and Lin Feng had an extraordinary relationship. Many people couldn't help but feel vexed. Why didn't they investigate this matter before? Now, if he wanted to establish a relationship with Wenren Kanglan, it wouldn't be an easy thing. Some time ago, your teacher sent a letter and asked about your situation, so I told him some of the things I knew. Wenren Kanglan chatted with Lin Feng as if they were talking about daily life. The teacher he mentioned was Lin Feng's teacher, Sun Tiantu. I wonder how he is now? Lin Feng asked with concern. Everything is fine, he is now traveling everywhere. Wenren Kanglan said with a smile. That's good. When teacher comes back, senior can send someone to inform Nangong FA and have him inform me. I will come to pay my respects to teacher. I haven't seen teacher for many years, I miss him, Lin Feng said. It's rare for you to have such filial piety. Wenren Kanglan smiled. The two of them chatted for a while. They talked about many trivial matters. However, Lin Feng liked this kind of warm conversation. There was no conflict of interest, the simple words were filled with warmth. Lin Feng said with a smile, Senior, you have been at the peak of the martial king realm for many years, have you ever thought about breaking through to the yin-yang realm? Wenren Kanglan sighed and said, I am already 152 years old this year, my blood and chi are running out, I have no hope of breaking through. Martial kings had a lifespan of 200 years, Wenren Kanglan was already old at this age. Lin Feng smiled and said, This isn't anything difficult, Senior, close your eyes and circulate your cultivation technique. Wenren Kanglan's body suddenly shook, he looked at Lin Feng in shock, a thought suddenly rose in his mind, he couldn't help but become excited. Could it be? In the living room, many people looked at each other in dismay, they also thought of that possibility. Many people couldn't help but gasp. Lin Feng wanted to help Wenren Kanglan break through to the yin-yang realm? Just thinking about it gave people a feeling of unreality. How could the yin-yang realm be so easy to break through? Moreover, using external help to break through, the difficulty would increase by 100 times, or even 100 times, it was almost impossible. Wenren Kanglan had an indescribable sense of trust towards Lin Feng. He didn't care if others believed that Lin Feng had the ability to do this. Wenren Kanglan believed in Lin Feng from the bottom of his heart. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes and began to circulate his cultivation technique. Lin Feng took out a strand of divine source and directly inserted it into Wenren Kanglan's body. At the same time, the powerful magic power in his body enveloped the god's origin and refined its power. The divine source was refined into the purest energy, then it flowed in Wenren Kanglan's body. It was like a surging river. It surged endlessly. All the energy gathered in his mind. It gathered in his purple palace. There was a purple palace in his mind, it broke through his purple palace, producing magic power. Boom! The surging divine source instantly broke through Wenren Kanglan's purple palace. Waves of powerful magic power spread out from Wenren Kanglan's body. Magic power! It really is magic power. Wenren Kanglan broke through to the yin-yang realm. Breaking through to the yin-yang realm, his lifespan immediately reached 1,000 years, he is an eternal giant. Lin Gongzi actually created a yin-yang realm expert, this is simply a miracle. In the living room, the experts of the various factions were deeply shocked. Many people were shouting hysterically. The shock in their hearts was no less than seeing a true god descend. Chapter 1104. Lin Feng stayed in the imperial capital for about 10 days. During these 10 days, he spent most of his time with Shangguan Fei. When Lin Feng was about to leave, Shangguan Fei was very reluctant to let him go. However, She was a smart woman and knew when to let go. After leaving the imperial capital, Lin Feng planned to go to Falling Moon City. He had not seen Huang Shalan for many years, and he did not know how she was doing. Last time, after destroying Ao Tian Ancient City, Lin Feng and Huang Shalan had met in a hurry, but they hadn't stayed for a long time. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, so Lin Feng missed her. This woman and Shangguan Fei were two different types of women. Shangguan Fei was charming and gentle. On the other hand, Huang Shalan was bold, unrestrained, and passionate. When Lin Feng was rushing to Falling Moon City, a group of cultivators passed by on a flying ship. If Lin Feng saw this group of cultivators, he would definitely recognize them. This person was the young master of the immemorial Ning family, Ning Baishu, whom he had met not long after coming out of the northern desolate city's teleportation portal. Ning Baishu came to the eastern divine province to give Liu Piaomiao a betrothal gift. Back then, Liu Piaomiao's father and Ning Baishu's father met each other when they were training outside. They hit it off very well, so they set up a marriage agreement. Liu Piaomiao distanced herself from Lin Feng because of her marriage agreement with Ning Baishu. Liu Piaomiao's family did not have the ability to reject this marriage agreement. Although the relationship between their fathers was not bad, if the Liu family dared to embarrass the Ning family, they would definitely turn against them. Although they knew that Ning Baishu was a spoiled brat, they could not go back on their words. Perhaps this was what they called fate. The immemorial Ning family could destroy Sun Moon City with a snap of their fingers. "Master, are we going back to the Ning family now?" the guard leader asked. "What's the rush? It's not easy for me to come out, so I naturally have to have fun in the Eastern Prefecture. There are many beauties in the Eastern Prefecture, especially Liu Piaomiao. She's really alluring, but she doesn't give me a chance to get close to her. After I marry her, I'll make sure she can't get out of bed for 3 days and 3 nights. Thinking of Liu Piaomiao's beautiful face and alluring body, Ning Baishu felt an evil fire burning in his dantian, making his mouth dry up. Ha! Ha! At this moment, a loud shout came from below. It was majestic and the voice shook the heavens. "Go out and take a look." "What's that sound?" Ning Baishu said. "Yes." A guard walked out and quickly returned, saying, reporting to the young lord, "It's the soldiers from the mundane world who are currently training." "Oh. Then let's go out and take a look. I've heard that the armies of the mortal world train in an orderly manner, completely different from the army of cultivators. Today, I want to see for myself." Ning Baishu stood up and walked out of the ship. Outside Fallen Moon City, there were 30,000 soldiers who had to train every day. Fallen Moon City was a frontier city, so the soldiers' training was very important. If they didn't train hard on a daily basis, how could they fight bravely when the time came? Huang Shalan was wearing a silver-white soft armor as usual. She rode a war horse and was accompanied by a dozen generals to inspect the soldiers' training. Seeing that the beautiful city lord had come to inspect them, the energetic soldiers shouted even louder and worked even harder. The essence of the 30,000 soldiers was like an ocean, soaring into the sky. The essence of the 30,000 soldiers gathered together and formed a huge wolf bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was the essence of the smoke. Only in the most elite armies, when everyone worked together, would the essence of the soldiers gather together and form the smoke. Amazing, really amazing. The army of the mundane world can form the essence of the smoke. It seems that this army must be extremely elite in the mundane world. Ning Baishu stood on the platform of the ship and looked at the essence of the smoke in the sky. He was very surprised. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. He saw Huang Shalan, who was wearing silver-white armor and looked valiant and valiant. His eyes lit up. There's such a beauty in the mundane world. She's as beautiful as Liu Piaomiao. Ning Baishu's eyes almost popped out. The guard said, she should be a female general. Haha, it's a pity for such a beauty to stay in the mundane world. I'm going to take her into my harem. With such a beauty accompanying me on this long journey, I'll be able to get rid of my loneliness. Ning Baishu smiled. His slightly cold eyes were full of lust when he looked at Huang Shalan. The guard said, Sir, that woman's identity isn't simple. After all, This is the divine land of the East Province. If she causes trouble here, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you. Ning Baishu sneered. How can there be experts in the mundane world? Even if I played with that woman, what trouble can she cause? Who dares to provoke the ancient Ning family? You wait here. I'm going to catch that beauty now. I'm going to have a good time. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Baishu flew out. Ha 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 ha, beauty, you're mine. Ning Baishu flew directly above Huang Shalan. Monstrous power surged out and swept towards Huang Shalan. Although Ning Baishu was like a spoiled brat, he was still a direct descendant of an ancient family. His cultivation couldn't be compared to those top geniuses, but he was already at the peak of the yin-yang realm. In the mundane world, he could do whatever he wanted. Protect the city lord. Ning Baishu's sudden appearance made everyone's expression change drastically. General Wang Meng was the first to react. He couldn't help but shout, "Rain of spears!" Then, a commander gave the order to attack. Then, a dense number of spears were thrown out by the soldiers, piercing towards Ning Baishu. "You're courting death." Ning Baishu sneered and attacked the soldiers below with his palm. In the void, a huge energy handprint condensed, instantly destroying the long spears that were as dense as raindrops. Then, that palm strike was like Mount Tai crashing down on the crowd. Thousands of soldiers died on the spot. Seeing this, Huang Shalan, Wang Meng, and the other higher-ups of Fallen Moon City were enraged. Go to hell! More spears were thrown out, shooting towards Ning Baishu. However, Ning Baishu could kill thousands of people with one palm. After 3 consecutive palms, more than 3,000 people were killed. Go, City Lord, go quickly. You're the backbone of Fallen Moon City. Nothing must happen to you. Once something happens to you, Fallen Moon City will be in chaos. When the Orc Empire gets the news, they'll start a war again. Wang Meng's eyes were bloodshot. Seeing so many soldiers die, he was extremely heartbroken. Huang Shalan clenched her teeth. She really wanted to fight Ning Baishu with the soldiers. However, she knew that she had to escape for the sake of the overall situation. Otherwise, once the Orc Empire's army attacked the Zhenwu country again, the country would be littered with corpses just like what had happened 9 years ago. Huang Shalan rode her warhorse towards Fallen Moon City, but how could she escape from Ning Baishu's hands? Ning Baishu rushed over and said with a lewd smile, "Beauty, don't waste your time. You can't escape. Today, I'll have a taste of you, ha ha ha." Chapter 1105. Zhong Biao, hurry up and notify the Grand Marshal. Tell him that the city lord has been kidnapped. Hopefully, the Grand Marshal will be able to think of a solution, Wang Meng ordered. Yes, sir. A general rode a warhorse and rushed towards the direction of the garrison. Song Quan, check the casualties. Yang Ping, go to the city and ask all the doctors to come out. Wang Meng issued one order after another. The generals quickly left to carry out Wang Meng's orders. Su. Suddenly, a streak of light flew over from afar. The streak of light stopped, revealing a cultivator. It was none other than Lin Feng. Wang Meng, what happened? Why are so many people injured? Lin Feng frowned as he looked at Wang Meng. He had met Wang Meng when he had participated in the war against the Orc Empire. Back then, Wang Meng had only been a general with 5,000 soldiers. Now, he was already a general with 30,000 soldiers. It seemed that he had made a lot of contributions in recent years, which was why he had been promoted. Lin Gongzi. Wang Meng looked at Lin Feng with uncertainty. Wang Meng had naturally heard about Lin Feng destroying Aotian ancient capital. Later, Lin Feng had come to Moonfall City to look for Huang Shalan, but Wang Meng had not been able to meet Lin Feng. The last time they had met was 9 years ago. Thus, after not seeing Lin Feng for so many years, Wang Meng did not dare to confirm whether this young master before him was Lin Feng or not. Lin Feng nodded and asked, "Where's your city lord?" Wang Meng quickly replied, "Not long ago, a flying ship passed by. Then, a cultivator flew down from the ship and kidnapped the city lord." Lin Feng's expression sank slightly, and he asked, "Where did the flying ship go?" "Northwest," Wang Meng replied. "All right." Lin Feng soared into the sky and quickly flew in that direction. In the spaceship, Huang Shalan's body was confined by magic power. She couldn't move or even speak. Ning Shubai looked at Huang Shalan with a perverted smile and said, "My beautiful girl, you don't need to be afraid. I have always been gentle, especially to a beautiful girl like you. I will treat you very gently." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Shubai couldn't wait to take off Huang Shalan's clothes. Soon, Huang Shalan's silver armor was taken off by Ning Shubai. Huang Shalan's face was full of fear and despair. But now that her body was confined, she didn't even have the chance to bite her tongue to commit suicide. After taking off the silver-white armor, Ning Shubai laughed weirdly and reached out his hand to tear Huang Shalan's clothes. At this moment, a hurried knock came from the door. "Young master, this is bad. Someone is blocking our path ahead," the guard commander said. "Who dares to intercept my primordial Ning clan's spaceship? Are you tired of living?" Ning Shubai was furious. He turned his head to look at Huang Shalan and said with a perverted smile, "Wait a little longer. I will come to accompany you very soon." Then, Ning Shubai walked out of the room and asked in a deep voice, "Who dares to intercept my primordial Ning clan spaceship?" The guard commander said, "We don't know who that person is. Young master, please come with me to the control room." Ning Shubai went to the control room with a gloomy face. There was a crystal screen in the control room, through which they could see what was happening outside. In the distance, a young cultivator stopped in the air and looked in their direction with an indifferent expression. He doesn't seem to have good intentions, and he seems to be very strong. Is he related to that woman? Why don't we let her go? The guard commander said carefully. Ningmo, no matter what, you are still a top expert at the fifth heaven of the creation realm. Are you afraid of a young boy? There are no strong cultivators in the East Province. What are you afraid of? Just activate the spaceship's restrictive spells and kill that young man, Ning Shubai said in a gloomy voice. The guard commander called Ningmo said, "Young master, the world is so big. Don't underestimate any place. As the saying goes, there is always someone better than you. That's why you have to be careful when you go out. Don't cause trouble. That's the foundation of being a good person." HMPH, Guard Ning, do I need you to teach me how to be a good person? I order you to activate the spaceship's restrictive spells and attack that young man. If you dare to say anything else, I will treat you as a traitor of the Ning clan. Ning Shubai said with a gloomy face. Ningmo's face changed immediately. If he was treated as a traitor, not only would he die, but his entire family would be implicated. Ningmo had been in the primordial Ning clan for thousands of years. He had seen all kinds of things. He knew very well how ruthless and merciless the big clans could be when they did things. "Yes, I will activate the restrictive spells now," Ningmo replied and ordered people to burn spirit stones. These burning spirit stones provided the energy for the restrictive spells to operate. After a large number of spirit stones had gathered enough energy, Ningmo started to activate the restrictive spells. Whoosh, whoosh, beams of light shot towards the cultivators standing in front of them. "Ha, die." Ning Shubai let out a series of hideous laughter. "You don't know what's good for you." Lin Feng looked indifferently at the incoming attacks and threw out a punch. Bm, all the beams of light shot out by the flying ship were destroyed. Looking at this scene, Ningmo's face changed. "Young master, this person is too strong. He has definitely surpassed me. No worries. Increase the speed of the flying ship to the maximum and ram him to death." Ning Baishu let out a ferocious laugh. The moment such a huge flying ship charged forward, the destructive force of the acceleration and inertia was extremely terrifying. Back then, Lin Feng had used the 4 ferocious cauldrons to kill a powerful being, Huangfu Wuji. One could see how strong the collision force of these flying treasures was once their speed was increased to the maximum. Ning Mo did not dare to disobey Ning Baishu's words, so he started to activate the restrictive spells on the flying ship. The speed of the flying ship was getting faster and faster. Finally, the speed of the flying ship was pushed to the maximum. A black ray of light flashed through the void. That black light was the flying ship. Because the speed of the flying ship was too fast, the body of the ship could not be seen clearly. All that could be seen was that black light. Sky rend. Slash. Facing the incoming flying ship, Lin Feng was indifferent. He raised his right hand, and a 10,000 feet long sword light was formed. The huge sword light slashed down. Poof! The flying ship could not defend against Lin Feng's attack at all. The sword light tore through the restrictive spells on the flying ship and slammed into the body of the ship. The entire flying ship was split into two by Lin Feng's sword. The flying ship fell from the sky, and many people flew out of it in a sorry state. Said Lin Feng when he saw Huang Shalan fall to the ground. He quickly flew towards her and caught her in his arms. Lin Feng, I thought I would never see you again. Huang Shalan burst into tears when she saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng had never seen Huang Shalan cry before. He had always thought that Huang Shalan was a strong woman, but after going from despair to hope, Huang Shalan realized how scared she was. She was scared that she would never see her family again, that she would never see her lover again. Now, Huang Shalan burst into tears. She was so happy that she had survived a disaster. Don't worry, I'm here. Nobody can hurt you. Lin Feng held Huang Shalan with both hands and walked towards Ning Baishu step by step. My flying ship. Brat, you actually destroyed my flying ship. You deserve to die 1,000 times over. Everyone, attack. Tear this brat into 1,000 pieces. Ning Baishu roared furiously. Yes, sir. More than 20 strong cultivators of the Ning family rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He walked towards Ning Baishu step by step. Lin Feng's body emitted a powerful qi, which immediately covered the 20 strong cultivators of the Ning family. Bang, bang, bang. The 20 strong cultivators of the Ning family did not even have the strength to resist. One by one, their bodies exploded, and their souls were destroyed. Chapter 1106. You. The strong cultivators of the Ning clan were all crushed by Lin Feng's qi. They all died on the spot. Seeing this scene, Ning Shubai was scared out of his wits. What kind of strength was this? How could he kill so many strong cultivators with just his qi? Ning Shubai knew that he was in big trouble this time, because the person he had offended was absolutely terrifying. He now regretted that he didn't listen to Ning Mo. If he had listened to Ning Mo and didn't kidnap Huang Shalan, he wouldn't be in such a bad situation now. Ning Shubai from the ancient Ning clan, said Lin Feng indifferently, looking at Ning Shubai. Do you know me? Asked Ning Shubai. He had thought that Lin Feng was afraid of the ancient Ning clan, so he hadn't attacked him. Thinking about that, Ning Shubai calmed down. Half a year ago, I saw you at the teleportation portal in Beihuang City. You were really arrogant back then, but this is the godly country of the East, not Ningzhou. No matter how arrogant you are in Ningzhou, I don't care, but you came to the godly country of the East and dared to kidnap my woman. You've committed a capital crime. Lin Feng looked at Ning Shubai indifferently. When Ning Shubai heard Lin Feng, his expression changed drastically. He said, since you know I'm from the ancient Ning clan, if you dare attack me, the ancient Ning clan won't let you off. Ha, 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 Lin Feng burst into laughter. The ancient Ning clan is in the faraway Ningzhou. This is the godly country of the East, one of the 72 provinces in the north. You're using the ancient Ning clan to threaten me? How stupid. You think the ancient Ning clan is enough for you to be arrogant? Fine, I can't be bothered to say anything more to you. Today, I'll kill you and let the world know that the Eastern Divine Prefecture is not a place where anyone can behave atrociously. Lin Feng looked indifferent. Just as he was about to attack, Ning Mo said, Sir, fortunately, we didn't make a huge mistake today. I hope you can spare our young master this time for the sake of the Primordial Ning family. As long as you agree to spare our young master, the Primordial Ning family will agree to any conditions. Ning Shubai's face was extremely unsightly. He had never been humiliated like this. Now, he had to beg for his life. This made Ning Shubai feel deeply humiliated. However, Ning Shubai knew he had to swallow his pride. Otherwise, he might really die here. Primordial Ning clan, he doesn't have enough face for me to spare him. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Dragons had reverse scales, and those who touched them would die. Those who touch my loved ones will be beheaded. Anyone who touches my woman will be beheaded. Those who touch my friends will be beheaded. This was Lin Feng's reverse scale. Ning Shubai had touched Lin Feng's reverse scale. He had to die. Swoosh. Lin Feng's body slightly shook, and he instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Ning Shubai. In front of Ning Shubai's frightened eyes, Lin Feng grabbed Ning Shubai's head. He slightly used his right hand. Puff. Ning Shubai's head was directly grabbed by Lin Feng. Blood splashed everywhere. Ning Shubai's body fell to the ground. You really killed young Master Shubai. Ning Mo's face was extremely unsightly. He didn't attack because he knew that he was no match for Lin Feng. His life and death were in Lin Feng's hands. Take his head back and tell the Ning clan that if they want to take revenge, they can come to the godly land of the Eastern County to find me. I will wait here for the Ning clan. Lin Feng threw Ning Shubai's head to Ning Mo, then stepped into the air and left. Ning Mo took Ning Shubai's body and quickly left. Buzz. After Lin Feng and Ning Mo left, the void trembled, and an ancient void ship flew out. There were more than 10 people on the ancient void ship. They were all experts, and one of them was Liu Mengyang. When did such a powerful person appear in the godly land of the Eastern County? A triangular-eyed cultivator said in disbelief. Liu Mengyang said, that person is Lin Feng. What? His Lin Feng, the Lin Feng who fought against young Master Qingtian for 10 years. Another cultivator with a fierce face said in surprise. Then, their eyes were filled with murderous intent. The people on the ancient void ship were originally ferocious pirates from the Tsangming Sea region. Later, they were subdued by Huangfu Qingtian and had been secretly working for him. After being recruited by Huangfu Qingtian, they were called the Tsangming Reaper team. There were a total of 15 people, and they were all peerless experts. Liu Mengyang said, Lin Feng killed an expert from the Ning family, so the Ning family won't let him go. They'll definitely send experts to deal with him. We'll hide in the dark. It'll be best if the experts from the Ning family can kill him, but if they can't, we'll kill him. That way, we'll get rid of a big problem for senior brother Qingtian. That's a good idea. Let's do that. The members of the Tsangming Reaper team nodded. They all had sinister smiles on their faces, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Ning Prefecture's Ning clan. It was a superpower in Ning Prefecture. Countless forces relied on the Ning clan to survive in Ning Prefecture. Every year, these forces would pay tribute to the Ning clan with all kinds of treasures and mountains of spirit stones. Who would dare to provoke a superpower like the Ning clan? But now, Ning Shubai's body was lying in the Ning clan's meeting hall. Shubai, you died so miserably. A beautiful woman wept bitterly. Her eyes were filled with hatred that was etched into her heart. A middle-aged man stood next to the beautiful woman. He had a gloomy expression. His name was Ning Wenhui. He was Ning Shubai's father. There were more than 10 cultivators sitting in the living room. Most of them were elders. They were the higher-ups of the Ning clan. The leader was a dignified middle-aged man. He was the current patriarch of the Ning clan, Ning Jiang. What's going on? How did Shubai die? Ning Jiang asked in a deep voice. Ning Mo told him everything that had happened in the divine land of the East County. What a disappointment. What kind of woman can he not have? He went to steal someone else's woman and was killed in the end. Some of the elders were so angry that their faces turned green. If news of this spread, even the Ning clan would be ridiculed. A big clan like this naturally cared about their reputation. Ning Shubai's mother was called Meng Zimei. She said coldly, even though Shubai did something wrong, he died miserably. Shubai was a direct descendant of the Ning clan. That little bastard didn't give the Ning clan any face. If news of this spread, what would people think of the Ning clan? Everyone will think that the Ning clan is easy to bully. At that time, the Ning clan will lose its dignity. Who will submit to the Ning clan? At that time, I'm afraid that many of the forces that rely on my Ning family in Ning province will leave the Ning family and stand on their own. Therefore, I have to kill that little bastard now. Only in this way can I protect the dignity of the Ning family and disappoint those who want to see my Ning family become a joke. I have to let those who have ill intentions bury all their thoughts in their hearts again. The dignity of an ancient clan cannot be challenged, said an elder. Ning Jiang raised his eyebrows and said, then send the 12 shadow guards to kill him. If the 12 shadow guards attack, even an ancient tycoon can be killed. The other elders nodded. They obviously agreed with Ning Jiang's decision. Chapter 1107. Lin Feng and Huang Shalan returned to Falling Moon City. When they reached Falling Moon City, old Marshal Huang Tianfeng received the news and hurried over. When he saw Lin Feng and Huang Shalan returning together, he heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Lin Gongzi. In front of Lin Feng, old Marshal Huang didn't dare to be arrogant as he stood up and bowed slightly to Lin Feng. Lin Feng hurriedly held on to old Marshal. This was Huang Shalan's grandfather and Huang Shalan was his woman. How could he accept an elder's bow? Of course, old Marshal didn't know about the ambiguous relationship between Lin Feng and his granddaughter Huang Shalan. Old Marshal, Shalan and I are friends, so you don't have to be so courteous, Lin Feng said with a smile. Old Marshal was a straightforward person. He invited Lin Feng to the living room for a chat while Huang Shalan headed to the barracks to visit the injured. Lin Feng and old Marshal walked towards the living room with everyone surrounding them. Lin Feng. Long time no see. When Huang Linga saw Lin Feng, her voice was faint and her gaze was filled with hidden bitterness. Lin Feng asked, how have you been? Huang Linga replied, don't you know if I'm good or not? Hearing Huang Linga's words, Lin Feng's brows rose slightly. He felt that Huang Linga might have suspected that he was the one who saved her back then. The surrounding people looked at Lin Feng and Huang Linga strangely. Their conversation was indeed a little strange. Old Marshal Huang said, Linga has worked hard to join a large sect like Green Cloud sect to cultivate. She's considered to have brought glory to her ancestors. That's right. Cultivate well and your future will be very bright. Lin Feng smiled. He didn't have much interaction with Huang Linga and followed old Marshal Huang into the living room to catch up. At night, old Marshal Huang hosted a banquet to entertain Lin Feng. After the banquet ended, Lin Feng noticed that Huang Shalan didn't look too happy. He asked, are you grieving over the dead soldiers? Huang Shalan nodded sadly and said, if it wasn't for me, they wouldn't have died so tragically. They were so young, and there were 4,000 to 5,000 of them. Yet, they were killed in an instant. Are human lives really as insignificant as ants in the eyes of those experts? Said Lin Feng. People who don't respect life don't deserve respect. People like that don't have good endings, like Ning Shu Bai. The soldiers who died are pitiful. We won't forget them, but the dead can't come back to life. Those who are alive should have a better life. Those who are dead should have a better life, and those who are dead should have a better life. Huang Shalan nodded and hugged Lin Feng with both hands. She buried her head in Lin Feng's chest and said softly, I really hope that I can hug you and lean on you like this forever. Lin Feng gently stroked Huang Shalan's back. Huang Shalan was very tired. It didn't take long for her to fall asleep in Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng looked at Huang Shalan, who looked strong on the outside but was actually very soft on the inside. He carried Huang Shalan in his arms and walked towards the room. When she woke up the next day, Huang Shalan's long eyelashes fluttered. She found herself in Lin Feng's arms. His embrace made her feel very warm. It's still dark. Let's sleep a little longer. Lin Feng hugged Huang Shalan's delicate body tightly. Take me. I want to give myself to you completely. Huang Shalan blushed and said. Although she had intimate contact with Lin Feng, she had never broken her bottom line. But now, Huang Shalan wanted to give herself to the man she loved deeply. Are you ready? Lin Feng asked. Yes. Huang Shalan nodded. She was lying on the bed with her eyes closed. She was obviously very nervous. Before the chilly late autumn dawn, Huang Shalan had become a real young married woman. In the following days, Lin Feng began to set up a great formation to seal off Fallen Moon City. Because he didn't know how many experts the Ning family would send, setting up a great formation was extremely important. It might be of great use at a critical moment. In the afternoon, Lin Feng was taking a walk in the garden. He saw Huang Linge, who was also taking a walk. Huang Linge looked at Lin Feng with hidden bitterness. It was as if Lin Feng had abandoned her. Lin Feng nodded and walked forward. Huang Linge stopped and said, "I know. It was you that night, right?" "That's right." Lin Feng nodded. He didn't deny it. Lin Feng wasn't a person who liked to lie. Moreover, there was nothing to hide about this matter. Huang Linge bit her lip and said, "When I saw your back, I had some suspicions, but I didn't dare to confirm it. A few days ago, I saw you in Fallen Moon City. Why did you leave after saving me? Do you hate me that much?" The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt. Tears began to flow down her cheeks. Lin Feng was most afraid of seeing a woman cry. He hurriedly said, "Don't cry. If others see you, they'll think that I did something outrageous to you." "Others see you? You're afraid that Huang Shalan will see you, right?" Huang Linge sneered. Lin Feng said, "Since you know about my relationship with your sister, you shouldn't have too much contact with me. I was the one who got to know you first." Huang Linge bit her lip. When it comes to matters of the heart, it has nothing to do with who knows who first. Lin Feng said. Huang Shalan glared at Lin Feng hatefully, then quickly turned and left. Lin Feng continued to reinforce the formation every day. Late one night, a petite figure crawled into bed. "Didn't you say that you wanted to rest for a few days? Why did you come over? Can't you bear to let me face the cold and lonely night alone?" Lin Feng smiled. Huang Shalan's warm body welcomed him. She was as soft as jade, shy but passionate. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. This was different from the usual Huang Shalan. Soon, Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. Her body was trembling slightly. He flicked his finger, and the chandelier lit up. The room was filled with light. The person in his arms was not Huang Shalan, but Huang Linge. She looked at Lin Feng with a blushing face. Although she was shy, she boldly looked into Lin Feng's eyes. "Linge, why are you here?" Lin Feng looked at Huang Linge in surprise. He hastily covered her face. However, Huang Linge hugged Lin Feng and said, "So what if it's me? Don't think that I don't know what happened between you and my sister. She needs to rest now, so let me serve you." "Nonsense." Lin Feng was about to get up and leave. However, Huang Shalan hugged Lin Feng tightly from behind and said with a sobbing tone, "I'm not fooling around. It was my sister who took you away. If it wasn't for her, you would be mine." "I really hate her." Lin Feng said, "She's your sister. How can you hate your own sister? You should rest well tonight." Lin Feng broke free from Huang Linge's embrace, put on his clothes, and left the room. Huang Linge curled up on the bed and began to cry. The next day, Huang Linge left Moonfall City and returned to the sect. Lin Feng sighed when he heard the news. When he thought of the passionate and bold Huang Linge, Lin Feng's heart was in a mess. 10 days later, 12 cultivators dressed in black and wearing bamboo hats walked out of Northern Wasteland City's teleportation array. They looked like death gods. Chapter 1108. Lin Feng didn't have much time to think about what had happened between him and Huang Linge, because he was busy setting up a great formation every day. How could he have time to think about other things? Half a month later, Lin Feng covered the entire city with a gigantic deployment spell. With Lin Feng's cultivation level, the gigantic deployment spell he had cast was enough to trap and kill strong cultivators of the ancient god realm. Boom! On that day, a terrifying chi filled the air. Lin Feng, who had been cultivating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. "They are here." He stepped out of the city. Outside the city, the 12 dark shadow guards were floating in the air, emitting terrifying killing intent. Countless people in Fallen Moon City found it difficult to breathe, and they looked outside in fear. That murderous intent caused their souls to tremble. Panic filled the entire Fallen Moon City. Swoosh! Lin Feng rushed out, his body emitting a powerful force which dissolved the killing intent of the 12 dark shadow guards. The people of Fallen Moon City recovered from their shock. "I wonder if Lin Gongzi is a match for those people," said Wang Meng. Wang Meng said with a grave expression. Lin Gongzi was able to destroy Ao Tian ancient city, so he shouldn't have a problem dealing with those people outside, right? In the world of cultivators, Ao Tian Ancient City isn't considered a powerful group, and Lin Gongzi has been busy setting up a great formation. Obviously, the enemy is extremely strong, so this battle will be extremely dangerous. Many people were discussing the matter. Huang Shalan bit her lip, looking at Lin Feng worriedly as he walked out of the city. Said Huang Tianfeng, "Don't worry too much. Lin Feng is confident. He's always calm and steady." Huang Shalan noticed that her grandfather had changed the way he addressed Lin Feng, and she couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could it be that her grandfather already knew about her relationship with Lin Feng? "Lin Feng is a righteous person," said Huang Shalan. Huang Tianfeng said meaningfully. Then, he looked out of the city. Huang Shalan blushed. She was sure that her grandfather knew about her relationship with Lin Feng, but she didn't know how he had found out. But after thinking about it, she realized that there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world, so it wasn't surprising that her grandfather knew about it. However, now that her elders knew about this, she felt a little shy, and her pretty face blushed slightly. Huang Shalan quickly focused her attention on the battlefield outside the city. She was worried about Lin Feng, and she was worried about Lin Feng. "The sword in my hand will not be stained with the blood of nameless people." Lin Feng unsheathed his black dragon sword and looked at the 12 shadow guards coldly. The ancient Ning family. The 12 dark shadow guards. The leading man's voice was indifferent. Warriors of the warriors. Lin Feng had come into contact with them before. He knew that they were willing to sacrifice their own lives for the sake of their missions. Therefore, death warriors were often the most difficult to deal with. Because they were not afraid of death. Death warriors who didn't care about their own lives. Especially powerful death warriors who didn't care about their own lives. Naturally, people would be afraid of them. As for the 12 shadow guards before him, the black-clothed man leading them was called Ning Tianfu. This person was an ancient hegemon-level expert. The other 11 people were all quasi-tycoons. The 12 dark shadow guards were the most powerful death warriors of the ancient Ning family. Under normal circumstances, the Ning family wouldn't send the 12 dark shadow guards. Now that they had sent them to deal with Lin Feng, it could be seen how much importance the ancient Ning family placed on Lin Feng. "How should I address you? After we kill you, we will build a grave for you," said Ning Tianxiu. Lin Feng. "Attack." Ning Tianxiu held a war spear and gave the order. Whoosh, whoosh. The 12 dark shadow guards quickly spread out. They arranged themselves in a special way. Everyone was vaguely connected to each other. Joint attack technique. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. 36 dark shadow slashes can kill a mid-level ancient tycoon. Today, the 12 dark shadow guards will take your life. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Tianxiu had already made his move. He waved the war spear in his hand and swept it towards Lin Feng. At the same time, the other 11 people also made their move. Lin Feng suddenly discovered that the strength of the 12 dark shadow guards was actually stacked together. Moreover, their strength had reached an astonishing balance. Their strength was interlinked. Lin Feng was shocked. Originally, only Ning Tianxiu's strength had reached the ancient tycoon level among the 12 dark shadow guards. But now that their strength was interlinked, the strength of the other 11 people also reached the ancient tycoon level in a short period of time. It was like Lin Feng was fighting against 12 strong cultivators at the same time. Ning Tianxiu shouted in a low voice. The 12 dark shadow guards attacked together. Swish. Swish, cold light flickered. 12 cold lights slashed towards Lin Feng. The power of these 12 cold lights was really astonishing. They instantly pierced through the void. They locked onto 12 directions. Lin Feng couldn't dodge. Not bad. Not bad at all. When the ancient tycoons are trapped, they might die. But now that you're facing me, you're one step behind. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng leaped into the void. Swish. He disappeared from where he stood. He's gone. The expressions of the 12 dark shadow guards suddenly changed. After Lin Feng disappeared, the attacks of the 12 dark shadow guards exploded in mid-air and then dissipated. Lin Feng silently appeared behind a dark shadow guard, held his sword with both hands, and pierced through his chest. Old 7. The others roared, their eyes about to pop out of their sockets. The joint attack technique only allowed your magic power to reach the ancient tycoon level, but your soul perception, your body's ability to see the outside world, your speed, and so on are still far from the ancient tycoon level. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He pulled out his treasured sword, and the corpse of the Dark Shadow Guard fell down. Go to hell! The other 11 people roared, their killing intent soaring to the heavens as they launched another terrifying attack. Lin Feng teleported, dodging their attacks. He arrived behind a Dark Shadow Guard and cut off his head with a sword. Slash. Slash. Next, Lin Feng continued to attack. He was like a grim reaper, harvesting the lives of the 12 Dark Shadow Guards. Soon, only Ning Tianchen was left alive. How could someone like you appear in the East Godly Land? Ning Tianchen's expression was gloomy. He already had thoughts of retreating. Although he was also an ancient tycoon, he was only at the second layer of the life and death realm. He knew that he couldn't be Lin Feng's opponent. Since you're here, don't leave. Today, the 12 Dark Shadow Guards will be destroyed. Lin Feng's expression was cold. He rushed forward and fought with Ning Tianchen. After 10 moves, Ning Tianchen's head was cut off. The 12 Dark Shadow Guards had all fallen. Chapter 1110. Ning Prefecture. Immemorial Ning Family. Yuanshan Lamp Palace. All the Yuanshan lamps belonging to the 12 Shadow Guards had been destroyed. Something's wrong. Hurry up and report that the 12 Shadow Guards have all fallen. The elder of the Yuanshan Lamp Palace's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly left to report this matter. Not long after, the higher-ups of the immemorial Ning family knew about this matter. In the hall, the atmosphere was heavy. The higher-ups of the Ning family all had gloomy expressions. The 12 Shadow Guards were the most outstanding warriors of the Ning family. They could even kill an ancient tycoon. But now, they had all been destroyed. This was a heavy blow to the Ning family. We've met our match. An elder called Ning Tianxiang said. He was from the Ning family's Tian generation. He was from the same generation as Ning Tianchen, who had been killed by Lin Feng. Everyone, if you have any opinions, please voice them. Patriarch Ning Jiang said in a deep voice. Ning Tianxiang said, the opponent is extremely strong. The Ning family can't back down now. What Ning Tianxiang said was the most embarrassing thing for the Ning family. This matter had arisen because of Ning Shubai. In order to protect the dignity of the immemorial families, the Ning family wanted to kill Lin Feng. But now, they knew how terrifying Lin Feng was. Even the 12 Shadow Guards had been killed. Their hatred was growing. It was impossible to stop now. They could only fight to the death. If he can kill the 12 Shadow Guards, he's at least at the 4th sky of life and death realm. Who wants to kill him? Ning Jiang asked. The hall was silent. In the end, Ning Tianxiang said, Ning Tianhu and I will go together. You two are at the 6th sky of life and death realm. You can kill him together. We'll wait for your triumphant return in the family. Ning Jiang said. Ning Tianxiang stood up and sighed, if it's possible, I really hope that it won't come to this. I hope that Tianhu and I can bring his head back smoothly and offer it to Ning Tianchen and the others. The 12 Shadow Guards had a very important position in the Ning family. Compared to the dead Ning Shubai, the 12 Shadow Guards were not even worth mentioning. You can definitely do it. Ning Jiang said. Let's go. Ning Tianxiang and Ning Tianhu left together. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the void as the energy of heaven and earth gathered towards him. He had been sitting there for 10 days and 10 nights. During these 10 days and nights, Lin Feng merged with heaven and earth. 10 days later, he opened his eyes and stood up from the void. From afar, Ning Tianxiang and Ning Tianhu walked over step by step. You're here. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Sorry to keep you waiting. Ning Tianxiang and Ning Tianhu nodded as if they were old friends, but in fact, there was a hidden killing intent. Lin Feng. Ning Tianxiang. Ning Tianhu. Boom. The two sides didn't say much before a great battle broke out. Azure Dragon's Art of Mountains and Seas. Overwhelming dharmic powers surged out of Ning Qianxiang's body. Dragons, mountains, and oceans formed in the void. The azure dragon roared in the starry sky. The mountains suppressed the world. A vast ocean swept across the world. As if it was going to destroy heaven and earth, a terrifying attack enveloped Lin Feng, wanting to destroy him. The people of Fallen Moon City looked at the battle in the sky in horror. They had never seen a battle of this level before. Sky Tyrant Lightning Art. Lin Feng condensed a huge lightning ball in his hands. Waves of destructive auras burst out from the heavens and earth. The lightning ball expanded from 100 meters to 1,000 meters. Lin Feng took out the lightning ball. Bang! Their attacks collided. Even the void was shattered. Swoosh! At this moment, Ning Qianhu, who hadn't made a move before, seized the opportunity when Lin Feng and Ning Qianxiang were fighting. He quickly came to Lin Feng's side and used the white tiger claw. His right hand turned into a white tiger claw. He grabbed at Lin Feng. Poof! The attack landed on Lin Feng's shoulder, and a large piece of flesh was ripped off. Die, brat! Ning Qianhu was thrilled that he had succeeded in one strike. He was best at close combat. Now that he was so close to Lin Feng, he was confident that he could kill Lin Feng. Ning Qianhu's left hand turned into a white tiger claw and stabbed at Lin Feng's chest. He wanted to pierce through Lin Feng's chest and grab his heart. Ning Qianhu's attack was extremely fast. It was difficult for an ordinary person to avoid it, but Lin Feng was too fast. He moved to the right and dodged Ning Qianhu's attack. Ning Qianhu's face changed slightly. After his attack failed, he immediately retreated. Devouring Martial Spirit. 5 devouring black holes into 1. Lin Feng directly used the ultimate form of the devouring martial spirit. Under the combined state of the 5 devouring martial spirits, the confinement magnetic field was extremely powerful. The confinement magnetic field directly imprisoned Ning Qianhu, making it impossible for him to escape. Oh no! Ning Qianxiang's face changed when he saw this. He quickly rushed over to save Ning Qianhu, but it was too late. My life is over. Ning Qianhu cried out in grief. Poof! In the next moment, Ning Qianhu's head was taken off by Lin Feng. At this moment, Ning Qianxiang had already rushed over and sent Lin Feng flying with a punch. Lin Feng flew back a few hundred meters and coughed out blood in mid-air. He felt that the left side of his body had collapsed and many of his bones were broken. You're already a half-crippled person. I'll take your life, shouted Ning Qianxiang coldly. He quickly threw himself at Lin Feng and used the 3 pure energy skill. This superpower was extremely overbearing. Every time it was used, its attacking power would increase greatly. After the 3rd revolution, its attacking power would increase by 5 times. Ning Qianxiang obviously wanted to kill Lin Feng with one blow. Immortal Divine Blood. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He used the Immortal Divine Blood and his injuries instantly healed. Seeing this, Ning Qianxiang was shocked. He did not expect Lin Feng to have such a terrifying bloodline. However, Ning Qianxiang did not stop. He was confident in his 3 revolution technique. Ning Qianxiang could feel that Lin Feng's recovery was not without a price. He had used up a lot of his spiritual power and his aura was much weaker than before. This was the best opportunity to kill Lin Feng. If he missed this opportunity, it would not be easy to find another one. Heaven's Punishment Fighting Spirit. White Tiger's Killing Intent. Battle Force. Lin Feng rotated his 3 forces and superimposed them on top of each other. Lin Feng's aura soared. Today, I'll let you have a taste of my superpower. Great Ice Technique. Icy World. Great Death Technique. River of Death. Lin Feng roared. He used the Great Ice Technique with his left hand and the Great Death Technique with his right. If it were any other cultivator, they would need to fully concentrate and use all their strength to cast one of the 3,000 Great Daos. However, Lin Feng was different. Never forget. Back then, Lin Feng had refined the Scarlet Flower. He had 2 primordial spirits. Primary primordial spirit. Secondary primordial spirit. One primordial spirit could use one of the 3,000 Great Daos without any problem. The icy world condensed in the void and froze the world, enveloping Ning Qianxiang within. In the icy world, Ning Qianxiang's entire body was frozen. However, his powerful spiritual power surged out and broke the ice. However, the river of death had already swept over and swept Ning Qianxiang's body. Ning Qianxiang was directly swept away by the river of death. Great suppression technique. In the void, the word suppression condensed. It instantly suppressed Ning Qianxiang's body. Ning Qianxiang's body was imprisoned 3,000 great Daos. You actually used 3 of the 3,000 great Daos in such a short time. I didn't die in vain. Ning Qianxiang's voice was filled with endless sorrow. Poof! In the next moment, Lin Feng pointed a finger at Ning Qianxiang's forehead. Ning Qianxiang's head was pierced and his body fell to the ground. Chapter 11:11. Dead. Qianxiang and Tianhu are also dead. After taking a deep breath, Ning Jiang's words made everyone in the hall feel heavy-hearted. The Ning family. Their losses were too great. The 12 shadow guards. Ning Qianxiang. Ning Tianhu. These were 3 tycoons and 11 quasi-tycoons. For a top power like the Primordial Ning family, losing so many powerhouses was a huge blow to them. Now, the higher-ups of the Ning family were asking themselves, was it worth it for the Ning family to send so many experts to kill Lin Feng? Even if they killed Lin Feng, it would be a lose-lose situation. Ning Jiang said, "We've been living in peace for too long, and we've lacked a sense of crisis. We thought that the ancient aristocratic families could easily solve many problems by relying on force. But now, our ancient Ning family has suffered a great loss. This is the price we have to pay for underestimating the cultivators of the world." Ning Jiang's voice was gloomy. Now, Ning Jiang was reflecting on himself. There was a reason why such a huge power like the Ning family had been able to prosper for so long. The vision of these higher-ups was not something an ordinary person could compare to. They would reflect on themselves after each setback. This would prevent them from making the same mistake in the future. Who would have thought that the young cultivator called Lin Feng would be so powerful? There's no limit to how strong you are. But now, we have no way out. So many experts have died in the family. We must let them rest in peace in the underworld. The Ning family's grand elder, Ning Tushan, said in a deep voice. He was extremely old, and was from the same generation as Ning Jiang's grandfather. He had been sleeping all this time and had not spoken a word. Now, he spoke his thoughts. "Third great uncle, what do you mean?" Many people looked at Ning Tushan. "I'll personally go and kill that brat and end this matter," Ning Tushan said. The experts of the Ning family were shaken. Ning Tushan was a quasi-rebirth realm expert. In the Tianwu continent, apart from the terrifying rebirth realm experts, he was almost invincible. If Ning Tushan made a move, Lin Feng would definitely die. "Tianmao, Tianze, you two go with the Grand Elder," Ning Jiang said. "Yes." Ning Tianmao and Ning Tianze stepped out. The 3 of them quickly left. 2 battles between top powerhouses had broken out in the Divine Prefecture of the East County. Some powerhouses at the level of eternal giants had been killed. Such big news naturally could not be concealed. The news quickly spread. Many experts rushed to the divine land of the Eastern County. In addition, Yuji, Jiang Yudi, Murong Baichuan, and a Grand Elder of the Eternal Life Hall, Nangong Duanqing, had all arrived outside Falling Moon City in the divine land of the Eastern County. Lin Feng is back. He killed many experts from the primordial Ning clan. Lin Feng's name was very famous in the 72 northern prefectures. After all, the news of Lin Feng destroying proud heaven ancient capital had spread like wildfire in the 72 northern prefectures. Now that Fallen Moon City was sealed by a great array, no one could enter, so many people were watching from afar. Lin Feng is strong enough to kill such a strong cultivator. No wonder he managed to kill Wang Zhonlong, murmured the crowd. Indeed, he's really strong. It's only been a few years, and he's already risen. In 5 years, he'll fight against Huangfu Qingtian. I wonder what the result will be. If they don't hate each other and work together, the Blue Cloud sect will rise again. Unfortunately, they won't stop until one of them is dead. Some members of the Blue Cloud sect were talking about it. Many people were happy for Lin Feng's rise, but they were also sad because of the battle between Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian. Lin Feng hasn't shown up. Fallen Moon City is surrounded by a great array. It seems that after killing the 12 Dark Shadow Guards, Ning Qianxiang and Ning Qianhu, Lin Feng has become more cautious. He has to be cautious. The Ning clan has suffered great losses. If I'm not mistaken, some peerless cultivators from the Ning clan will appear this time. Will a Rebirth Realm cultivator appear? The Ning clan has a Rebirth Realm ancestor guarding the hidden lattice of life and death. He won't appear unless the clan is facing a crisis. But this time, even if he's not a Rebirth Realm cultivator, he'll definitely be a quasi-Rebirth Realm cultivator. They're strong enough to kill any ancient tyrant. Many people whispered to each other. Clearly, everyone was more optimistic about the Primordial Ning family's chances. A peak power like the Primordial Ning family definitely had a strong foundation. If they wanted to kill someone, very few people would be able to escape. Boom! A terrifying aura came from afar as 3 cultivators walked over. One of them was an extremely old cultivator. These 3 were the Ning family's Ning Tushan, Ning Tianmao, and Ning Tianze. When the 3 of them arrived, they did not conceal their powerful auras. Their killing intent gathered together, and the terrifying killing intent was like a vast ocean. Many people were alarmed and looked in the direction of the 3 of them. After everyone saw the 3 of them, some people recognized their identities. Isn't that the Ning clan's great elder, Ning Tushan? It's said that he's been cultivating for 9,100 years. His strength has reached perfection. He's only a step away from the Rebirth Realm. That's right, it's Ning Tushan. I didn't expect him to come personally. This is going to be a good show. I wonder how the battle will end. In terms of strength, Lin Feng will be killed by Ning Tushan. But Lin Feng's methods have always been astonishing. The result of this battle might be unexpected. While these cultivators were discussing, Ning Tushan and the other 2 arrived outside Fallen Moon City. Ning Tianmao said, "Great Elder, there's a powerful seal here. What should we do now?" Ning Tushan said, "It doesn't matter. In the face of absolute strength, this kind of heavenly rank array can't hurt me, unless he can arrange a saint rank array. But obviously, this is impossible, so there's no need to worry." Ning Tianmao and Ning Tianze were relieved when they saw Ning Tushan's confident expression. "Kid, come out and accept your death. Come out of your own accord and I can give you a quick death. If you're stubborn, I'll let you have a taste of death when I catch you in the array." Ning Tushan's voice was cold. "If you want my life, come in." Lin Feng's cold voice came from the array. Ning Tushan snorted. He looked at Ning Tianmao and Ning Tianze and said, "You 2 wait here." "Yes." Immediately after, Ning Tushan stepped into the Fallen Moon City that was densely covered with restrictions. Chapter 11-12. In Fallen Moon City, everyone was hiding in their homes, cellars, or secret rooms. No one dared to show their faces at this time. Ning Tushan walked into Fallen Moon City step by step. He walked in unimpeded, and no restrictions attacked him. "Could it be that you know that the formation is useless against me, so you gave up on using it?" Ning Tushan looked coldly at Lin Feng, who was standing in the sky above Fallen Moon City. His lips curled into a cold smile. Lin Feng said indifferently, "No. I'm waiting for you to come in. Only then will I be able to trap you completely." Ning Tushan said disdainfully, "Heaven-grade formations are useless against me. All your struggles and resistance are futile. I will kill you in the end." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Tushan raised his right hand and slashed out. Whoosh! A murderous aura condensed and pierced through the void, arriving in front of Lin Feng in an instant. "It's done." Ning Tushan was slightly delighted. In the next moment, the murderous aura shattered Lin Feng. Mirror image clone. Ning Tushan was worthy of being called a top expert. He instantly identified the mirror image clone that Lin Feng had created using the formation. Whoosh! Whoosh! These Lin Feng spoke at the same time. "That's right. These are mirror images. Do you know which one is me?" Ning Tushan's expression was cold. I don't care how many mirror images you have. I will kill all of them. Endless tempest. Ning Tushan sneered, and a hurricane appeared in his right hand. The hurricane spun and quickly grew bigger. Countless wind blades swept out. Whoosh, whoosh. The numerous mirror images were torn apart. Whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of chains colliding could be heard. Above fallen Moon City, thick chains appeared one after another. These were simulated chains of order. Although they could not reach the attack power of the real chains of order, their power was not to be underestimated. Some of these thick chains swept towards Ning Tushan. Some of them were heading towards Ning Tushan. Time reversal. Ning Tushan was truly powerful. With a low roar, he unleashed a powerful divine ability. With him as the center, the surrounding void began to distort. The chains of order were unable to get close to Ning Tushan. They were all blocked by Ning Tushan's divine ability. Revered Sword Tomb. Lin Feng stepped out from the void where he had been hiding. He took out the revered sword vault, and 3 swords flew out, turning into 3 streams of light, slashing towards Ning Tushan. Brat, you still have a long way to go. Ning Tushan sneered and took out his own treasure. It was a heavenly thunder dragon slaying saber. This treasure was a demigod artifact ultimate treasure. It was a treasure passed down from generation to generation by the primordial Ning family's great elder. After Ning Tushan became the great elder, he inherited this treasure and had been refining it for 5,000 years. He had long been able to control it like an extension of his arm. He held the heavenly thunder dragon slaughtering saber with both hands and slashed out again and again. Clang clang clang, a series of collision sounds were heard. The 3 swords were swept away, creating a series of sonorous and powerful sounds of collision. Ning Tushan looked greedily at Lin Feng's 3 treasures and sneered, "You have quite a lot of treasures. After I kill you, these treasures will belong to the ancient Ning family." Ning Tushan stepped out from the void. Because of the reversal of time and space around him, the chains of order simulated by the Great Formation could not attack him. Ning Tushan was getting closer and closer to Lin Feng. "Brat, your Great Formation is really high, but a mere heavenly formation is not enough to trap me. Today, no one in the world can save your life." Ning Tushan's face was filled with a sinister smile. He was only 1,000 meters away from Lin Feng. Soon, he would reach Lin Feng's side. Torrential Milky Way. Lin Feng looked indifferent as he activated another great formation. A galloping galaxy appeared in the void. This Milky Way separated him from Ning Tushan. Ning Tushan tried to cross the Milky Way again and again to reach Lin Feng, but he was blocked by the Milky Way. "Old man, my Milky Way great formation seems to be close, but it needs to cross endless time and space. If you were at the rebirth realm, you might be able to break my great formation, but you're only at the quasi-rebirth realm now. You can't break my great formation," Lin Feng said indifferently. "I want to try." Blade shatters the Milky Way. Ning Tushan shouted coldly as he slashed out 36 times in a row. Rays of huge saber light condensed in the void. The dense blade radiance quickly slashed towards the Milky Way across the sky. However, when the blade radiance bombarded the Milky Way, it was like a stone thrown into a lake, causing only a ripple before it was swallowed up. Seeing this, Ning Tushan's face suddenly sank. "You can't enter the Great Formation. As an expert of the older generation, you should have heard of this saying, right? However, you still entered the Great Formation. You underestimated the means of a spiritual formation master. Today, I will use the Great Formation to completely destroy you." Lin Feng sneered and activated another Great Formation. Forbidden Heaven Formation. This Great Formation could isolate fallen Moon City from the outside world. All the energy of heaven and earth was blocked by the Great Formation. Trapped in the Great Formation, one's body would be gradually consumed, but there would be no energy to replenish it. Although Ning Tushan was powerful, if he could not absorb the energy of heaven and earth to replenish himself, he would be killed by Lin Feng sooner or later. Good, good, good. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful spiritual formation. You really surprised me. However, if you think you can win this battle, you are gravely mistaken. Ning Tushan showed a gloomy expression. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and said indifferently, "What? Do you still have a trick up your sleeve? Friends hidden in the void, I have already taken away most of this kid's energy. Since you want to kill him, why don't you come out and join forces with me to kill this kid?" Ning Tushan suddenly let out a long howl. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a violent fluctuation in the void. An ancient void ship leaped through the void and docked above Fallen Moon City. As expected of a quasi-rebirth realm expert. "We hid in the ancient void ship, but you still found us," a voice said. Liu Mengyang. After hearing this voice, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Liu Mengyang did not appear and was still in the ancient void ship. She sneered and said, "That's right. It's me. Lin Feng, you didn't expect to meet me here, right? You also didn't expect to die at my hands today, right?" Lin Feng sneered and said, "Die at your hands? With that little bit of cultivation of yours? What a joke. Ha 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 ha, I, the Kangming Death God Squad, am here to kill you." At this time, wild laughter came from the ancient void ship. Boom. Boom. Streaks of terrifying auras filled the air. A total of 15 terrifying auras surged out. Every one of them was stronger than Ning Tianxiang and Ning Tianhu, who Lin Feng had killed earlier. This meant that the 15 cultivators in the ancient void ship were at least at the 7th level of the life and death realm. Lin Feng even sensed that one of them was not much weaker than Ning Tushan. With so many high-level overlords attacking at the same time, it was definitely a disaster for Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, you won't be able to escape today. Later, I will personally kill you. I will kill you as easily as I would kill a bug," said Lin Feng furiously. Liu Mengyan's proud voice sounded. Chapter 11:13. Liu Mengyang looked as if she had already taken control of Lin Feng's life and death. "It's too early to be proud." Lin Feng shook his head slightly. "We're just confident in ourselves." Liu Mengyang sneered. Ning Tushan said, "Kid, you're so young, but your cultivation is amazing. You also have such a powerful talent in spiritual arrays. I have to say, even though I admire you, you shouldn't have offended the Ning family. Anyone who offends the Ning family will die. Let's do it, lest something unexpected happens." Liu Mengyang sneered. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Ning Tushan, Liu Mengyang, and the others were slightly stunned. He was about to die, but he was laughing like this. This made them very confused. "I'm laughing at how stupid and self-righteous you people are." Lin Feng smiled coldly and said, "I knew someone was hiding in the dark, so I didn't use my strongest attack against Ning Tushan. I wanted to wait for them to show up so I could kill them all. But I didn't think the one hiding in the dark would be you, Liu Mengyang. I've heard that Huang Fu Qingtian subdued a group of extremely strong pirates in the Kangming Sea region. They must be the pirates on the ancient boat. Those pirates are all evil and cruel. Their hands are stained with the blood of countless people. Today, I'm going to execute justice on behalf of the heavens and kill all these pirates." A member of the Kangming Death God Squad sneered. "Brat, do you really think that you can take our lives? Are you daydreaming?" The pirates' words immediately caused the other pirates to burst into laughter. These people were mocking Lin Feng for overestimating himself. "We'll know whether it's a dream or not after the battle." Lin Feng sneered. "I'll hold this kid back. You guys go kill him," Ning Tushan said. "No problem." Liu Mengyang nodded. These people had a clear division of labor. Immediately after, the two sides began to fight. Ning Tushan attacked the Star River with all his might. In Ning Tushan's opinion, Lin Feng had to expend a lot of energy to activate the Star River Grand Array and activate the power of the Star River to resist his attack. Otherwise, if the Milky Way were to shatter, then, he would die even faster. However, what surprised Ning Tushan was that Lin Feng did not add any power to the galaxy array when he attacked the galaxy. Instead, he allowed Ning Tushan to attack. Ning Tushan suddenly felt that something was wrong. However, Ning Tushan didn't think too much about it. In Ning Tushan's opinion, no matter what tricks Lin Feng played, he would still die in front of absolute strength. Ning Tushan increased the intensity of his attacks. The Milky Way began to shatter, which made Ning Tushan reveal an unusually happy expression. Meanwhile, Liu Mengyang and the others drove the ancient void ship towards Lin Feng. They shuttled through the numerous chains of order. He was gradually approaching Lin Feng. Baleful Yin Qi, I need your strength to form a Yin ghost army. Come and help me, said the evil Qi of the earth. At this time, Lin Feng stepped forward in the void. An ancient voice came out of his mouth. No one knew what language it was. Only Lin Feng knew. This was the inheritance of the Celestial Master Sect. This was an ancient summoning spell. The Celestial Master Sect could use the power of the 9 veins of heaven and 9 veins of earth to fight against the enemy. The evil Yin Qi belonged to the dark attribute power recorded in the 9 veins of earth. In the place where Fallen Moon City was located, the evil Yin Qi was extremely dense. Because this place was a frontier fortress, countless large-scale battles had broken out over the years. Countless people had died. For example, in the war between the Zhenwu country and the Orc Empire 9 years ago, millions of people died on both sides. And this was only one battle. Over the long years, the number of people who had died here was simply uncountable. If too many people died, it would cause the Yin Qi to gather and sink into the ground, forming evil Yin Qi. In the frontier fortress, evil winds often howled at night, and malicious ghosts appeared. This was because the evil Yin Qi was too dense. And Lin Feng wanted to mobilize this evil Yin Qi. Why was the Celestial Master Sect strong? It was strong because it could mobilize all kinds of power between heaven and earth for its own use. Rumble. Rumble. The earth trembled violently. Then, the earth cracked. Endless evil Yin Qi surged out from the cracked earth. What happened? The cultivators outside cried out in shock. Because Fallen Moon City was enveloped by a large array, they couldn't see the situation inside. They were all waiting for the result of the battle. Suddenly, such a terrible thing happened in the originally peaceful outside world. Crisscrossing fissures appeared. The evil Yin Qi covered the sky. Evil Yin Ghost Army. Evil Yin Ghost Army. The baleful Yin Qi surging out from the ground transformed into Yin soldiers and ghost generals. Woo woo woo, the sound of a bugle horn resounded. The ghost soldiers gathered. Countless Yin soldiers and ghost generals were gathered together. There was no telling how many of them there were. What kind of method is this? Many people cried out in horror and quickly retreated. It's the evil Yin Qi from the underground. Someone summoned the evil Yin Qi from the underground and condensed it into ghost soldiers. It's said that this is the long-lost inheritance of the Celestial Master Taoism. Who on earth got the inheritance of the Celestial Master Taoism? An old cultivator exclaimed. The inheritance of the Celestial Master Sect? No way. That heaven-defying inheritance has appeared again? Obviously, many cultivators had heard of the inheritance of the Celestial Master Sect and were shocked. Absolutely. Apart from the inheritance of the Celestial Master Sect, there is no other inheritance that can control the evil Yin Qi. The old cultivator said with certainty. It's very likely that it's Lin Feng. No wonder he has such a heaven-defying understanding of formations at such a young age. It turns out that he obtained the inheritance of the Celestial Master Sect. Many people's eyes were filled with greed. A treasure could make countless people go crazy and fight for it. Not to mention the inheritance of the Celestial Master Sect. However, those greedy cultivators didn't choose to make a move at this time. They were all waiting and watching. Rumble. The army of ghost soldiers crushed the void and rushed into the formation. At this time, Ning Tushan broke through the starry river and rushed toward Lin Feng with a murderous look. Liu Mengyang and the others also controlled the ancient void ship to avoid the chains of order. They were only 100 meters away from Lin Feng. They would soon reach Lin Feng and kill him. In the eyes of Ning Tushan and Liu Mengyang, Lin Feng was already a turtle in a jar. He couldn't escape. However, at this moment, the void shook violently. Endless baleful Yin Qi surged over. Amidst the baleful Yin Qi, a huge army of ghost soldiers and ghost generals crushed the void and rushed over at high speed. Heavens, what's that? When Ning Tushan, Liu Mengyang, and the others saw the huge army of ghosts, their faces turned pale with horror. Chapter 11:14. The Ghost Legion's aura was extremely terrifying. Now, the huge legion seemed to have come from hell, crushing the world. Anyone who saw it would be terrified. Ning Tushan and Liu Mengyang were indeed very powerful, but it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to deal with such a huge ghost legion. Between heaven and earth, there was a destructive aura, as if the end of the world had arrived. The baleful yin qi that covered the sky completely sealed the place. Oh no, this guy can actually summon the baleful yin qi underground to form the Ghost Legion. Run, we are no match for him in this place. A horrified voice came from the Void Ancient ship. The Void Ancient ship rushed out, but Ning Tushan's reaction was faster, and he took the lead to rush out. Iron Blood War Flag, shouted Lin Feng furiously. He took out a precious treasure. It was a precious treasure he had made to control the gloomy qi in the area and create an army of gloomy ghosts. Lin Feng waved the Iron Blood War flag in his hand. Wherever he pointed, the Ghost Legion would rush in that direction. Bang! Ning Tushan, who was rushing out, was suddenly sent flying dozens of meters away by the Ghost Legion. The densely packed army drowned Ning Tushan. Splitting heaven and earth, Ning Tushan roared, holding the heavenly thunder dragon slaying saber, and slashed down. A huge saber light that was thousands of feet long condensed, as if it could tear the world apart, cut through the void, and suddenly slashed down. That kind of power was truly shocking. A gap was torn in the Ghost Legion, and a large number of ghost soldiers and ghost generals were killed. Ning Tushan quickly escaped from the gap. However, it wasn't that easy for him to escape. The army of dead ghosts was simply too large. It was endless. As long as the baleful yin qi did not dissipate. That way, the army of ghosts could be formed continuously. In the outside world, the baleful yin qi was still gushing out from the cracked ground. The baleful yin qi continued to turn into ghost soldiers and ghost generals, rushing over to support. The ghost soldiers and ghost generals were really powerful. In the continuous battle, Ning Tushan was also seriously injured. A huge wound was torn in his abdomen, and blood immediately flowed out. If he did not react fast enough, he would have been cut in half by the Ghost General. Shatter the void. Lin Feng pointed the Steel Blood War banner at the ancient void ship. The army of ghosts charged at the ancient void ship. Crack, crack. The ancient void ship couldn't take it anymore and started to crack. Not good. Get out. Everyone's expression changed drastically. If the ancient void ship self-destructed, they would likely be buried inside. Therefore, Liu Mengyang and the others didn't dare to linger. They rushed out before the ancient void ship was destroyed. Bang! In the next moment, the ancient void ship was completely torn apart. The formation self-destructed, devouring all the ghost soldiers within a few hundred meters. Liu Mengyang and the others broke out in cold sweat. They gathered together and quickly broke out of the encirclement. But soon, Liu Mengyang and the others were scattered by the Ghost Legion. Wherever the army passed, no one could stop them. Puff, puff. The sound of flesh tearing could be heard one after another. The members of the Kang Ming Reaper team were killed by the Gaol army one after another. Even Ning Tushan, who was at the quasi-rebirth realm, was severely injured, let alone the Kang Ming Death God Squad. Their cultivations were indeed strong, but against such a large army, only death awaited them. I don't want to die. The members of the Kang Ming Death God Squad cried out in fear. They were pirates and feared death the most. Now that they saw their companions being killed one after another, their faces turned pale. Rumble, the army crushed the heavens and the earth. People were constantly being drowned by the Gaol army. There were still 3 abnormally strong members of the Kang Ming Death God Squad that hadn't been killed by the Gaol army. One of them was at the 10th layer of the Life and Death realm, while the other 2 were at the 9th layer of the Life and Death realm. The 3 of them met up with Liu Mengyang and were about to break out of the encirclement. Lin Feng sneered and directly activated the Regal Sword Tomb. Under the Regal Sword control art, 3 treasured swords flew out and cooperated with the Gaol army to launch a fierce attack on these people. After a few hundred exchanges, puff, puff, 2 consecutive ripping sounds could be heard as 2 ninth-layer life and death realm cultivators were killed. Now, only Liu Mengyang and the 10th-layer life and death realm expert were left. Although Liu Mengyang's cultivation wasn't particularly strong, she had a lot of treasures on her. She took out a small purple ball-shaped defensive treasure. That treasure released rays of purple light to protect her body. The defense created by this treasure had blocked dozens of attacks from the Black Dragon Sword. From this, one could see how powerful this treasure was. Lin Feng controlled the Black Dragon Sword to continue attacking Liu Mengyang. The lifeless sword attacked the captain of the Kang Ming Death God Squad, who was the only 10th-layer life and death realm expert that hadn't been killed. The Spring and Autumn Sword slashed towards Ning Tushan. As the battle progressed, more and more Gao soldiers and generals gathered. Lin Feng's side grew stronger and stronger. As for Liu Mengyang, Ning Tushan, and the captain of the Kang Ming Death God Squad, they were constantly being whittled down. In this battle of attrition, Lin Feng gradually gained the upper hand. While the leader of the Kang Ming Death God Squad was fending off the attacks of the army of ghosts, the merciless sword took advantage of the moment when the leader of the Kang Ming Death God Squad had expended a lot of his mana and his movements had slowed down. It flew over and beheaded him. Boundary-breaking talisman. Seeing this scene, Liu Mengyan's face turned as white as paper. She gritted her teeth and took out a treasure. This was a talisman that could break through all barriers and restrictions. It was a treasure that had been passed down since ancient times. Liu Mengyang had accidentally obtained this treasure. However, this treasure could only be used once. It was a treasure that could save her life at a critical moment. Now that she had no choice but to use it, Liu Mengyan's heart ached. The boundary-breaking talisman was activated and a ball of golden light enveloped Liu Mengyang. Then, it quickly rushed outside. The golden light blocked all the attacks and brought Liu Mengyang out of the range of the array. It quickly rushed into the distance. Someone came out. Many people were shocked. Clearly, many cultivators had thought that this battle was between Lin Feng and Ning Tushan. They hadn't thought that there would be someone else. However, the golden light wrapped around Liu Mengyang, so no one could see her face clearly. After Liu Mengyang escaped, Lin Feng's face became extremely gloomy. He used all his strength to urge the Gao army and the 3 treasured swords to attack Ning Tushan crazily. Ning Tushan was under great pressure. Bang! He suffered a heavy blow. Half of his body exploded, and he was dripping with blood. Ning Tushan, die! Lin Feng waved the Iron Blood battle flag and the army crushed Ning Tushan. Blood break escape technique. Ning Tushan's face twisted. In the face of such a dangerous situation, he used the ancient Ning family's secret escape technique. His body exploded. He destroyed his own body and attached his primordial spirit to the heavenly lightning dragon slaughtering blade. His exploded body burned fiercely, supporting the heavenly lightning dragon slaughtering blade. The heavenly lightning dragon slaughtering blade tore through the Gao army and quickly rushed out of the array. Hurry up and leave. After rushing out, a low roar came from the heavenly lightning dragon slaughtering blade. Ning Tushan was warning Ning Tianmaro and Ning Tianze. Ning Tushan's body has been destroyed. Only his primordial spirit is attached to the heavenly lightning dragon slaughtering blade. Many people roared in shock. Ning Tushan was a quasi-rebirth realm expert. But now, he had ended up in such a miserable state. Many people couldn't believe it. Both Ning Tianmaro and Ning Tianze were horrified, and they quickly ran away. Where do you think you're going? At this moment, a huge hand that covered the sky reached out and grabbed Ning Tianmaro and Ning Tianze. Ah! The 2 of them screamed and were crushed to death in the next moment. Chapter 11:15. Swoosh. After Ning Tianmaro and Ning Tianze were crushed to death, Lin Feng walked out of the formation. The 2 of them were quite powerful and shouldn't have been killed so easily. Just now, they were panicking and only wanted to escape. They didn't pay attention to the situation in the formation. Lin Feng condensed a huge palm with dark yin qi and crushed them to death. Ning Tushan was full of hatred, but he didn't dare to stay and fled into the distance. It really is Lin Feng. Many people took a deep breath when they saw Lin Feng. Ning Tushan and another group of powerhouses attacked Lin Feng together. Now, Both sides suffered heavy casualties. The inheritance of the celestial master path. It was terrifying. Many people couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The human heart was greedy. Lin Feng knew that when the inheritance of the celestial master path was exposed, it would inevitably attract many people's attention. Feeling the malicious gazes around him, he couldn't help but snort. Hearing Lin Feng's snort, many people couldn't help but shudder. Now, everyone realized that Lin Feng was not a pushover. Although he was young, his cultivation was quite heaven-defying. Moreover, the inheritance of the celestial master path was so terrifying. If they wanted to fight against Lin Feng, they had to think about their own abilities first. Many people who came back to their senses felt a chill in their hearts. They quickly suppressed their greed and didn't dare to continue to show hostility to Lin Feng. They were afraid that Lin Feng would attack them again. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with these small fries. The ones who were a real threat to him and coveted the inheritance of the celestial master path were the powerhouses who hid themselves well. They weren't ants who couldn't even hide their emotions. He chose a direction and quickly chased. The direction Lin Feng chased was the direction where Liu Mengyang escaped. There was a reason why he chased Liu Mengyang instead of Ning Tushan. Ning Tushan's physical body was now destroyed and only his primordial spirit was left. Even if he could find a new physical body, his strength would be greatly reduced. However, his strength would also be greatly reduced, and a drop in his realm was already inevitable. Therefore, Ning Tushan was no longer much of a threat. The real threat was Liu Mengyang. During the battle, Lin Feng observed Liu Mengyang and realized that she was still a virgin. This Liu Mengyang had one of the three great dual cultivation physiques, the water spirit body. This type of physique was extremely heaven-defying. Especially the first time he dual cultivated with this type of physique, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Bai Ying had one of the three great dual cultivation constitutions, the yin spirit body. When Lin Feng and Bai Ying first dual cultivated, their cultivation had greatly increased. The reason why Huangfu Qingtian valued Liu Mengyang so much was naturally not because he was greedy for her beauty. A person like Huangfu Qingtian had many goddesses throwing themselves at him. What was Liu Mengyang to him? He was spying on Liu Mengyang's water spirit body. He had been waiting for Liu Mengyang to raise her strength so that he could dual cultivate with Liu Mengyang. Of course, it could also be to pluck Liu Mengyang. However, whether it was dual cultivation or plucking, Huangfu Qingtian's strength would increase crazily. Now, Liu Mengyang had also cultivated to the second heaven of the creation realm, which was not low. At this time, the benefits of plucking or dual cultivating with Liu Mengyang were unimaginable. Therefore, Lin Feng chose to chase after Liu Mengyang. He had to destroy Huangfu Qingtian's plan. Huangfu Qingtian had cultivated Liu Mengyang for so many years. It was estimated that he would soon pluck Liu Mengyang or dual cultivate with Liu Mengyang. If he let Huangfu Qingtian succeed, Huangfu Qingtian's cultivation would greatly increase again. He would be too passive. If he could catch Liu Mengyang and pluck Liu Mengyang, then his cultivation would be greatly improved. As for Huangfu Qingtian, his efforts would be in vain. The golden energy wrapped around Liu Mengyang and flew for more than 30 miles before dissipating. They're all dead. They're all dead. Lin Feng is so terrifying that he even obtained the inheritance of the celestial master path. I have to quickly return to the Blue Cloud sect. I'll be safe once I return to the Blue Cloud sect. I'm afraid that eldest senior brother still doesn't know that Lin Feng is so powerful. I have to tell eldest senior brother all the information so that he can be on guard against him. Liu Mengyan's face was pale. She didn't dare to stay and quickly flew into the distance. However, Liu Mengyang couldn't escape smoothly. She only flew for 100 miles before Lin Feng caught up to her. Liu Mengyang, have you ever thought that you would be captured by me? Lin Feng sneered at Liu Mengyang. After seeing Lin Feng, Liu Mengyang was so scared that her face turned pale. She turned and flew in another direction. Lin Feng rushed forward and caught Liu Mengyang. Then, he carried Liu Mengyang on his shoulder. Put me down. What are you doing to me? Liu Mengyang struggled, her face full of fear. I heard that you have a water spirit body. Perfect, I'll use you to increase my cultivation today. Lin Feng smiled. Liu Mengyang shouted in fear, you can't do this to me. I'm eldest senior brother Huangfu Qingtian's woman. If you dare touch me, eldest senior brother Huangfu Qingtian will tear you to pieces. Said Lin Feng, smiling icily. Huangfu Qingtian is only interested in your water body, that's all. You know that. If he took your virginity, you'd be useless to him. Besides, Huangfu Qingtian and I are sworn enemies. Do you think I'm afraid of him? Said Lin Feng, smiling icily. After saying that, Lin Feng found a dry cave. Soon, Liu Mengyan's painful screams came from the cave. The water spirit body was indeed worthy of being one of the 3 great dual cultivation constitutions. The 3 great dual cultivation constitutions were the water spirit body, the yin spirit body, and the ice spirit body. The water spirit body was ranked first. Liu Mengyang had gathered a large amount of the purest yin energy in her body. The pure yin energy made Lin Feng very excited. If he could absorb it all, his cultivation would definitely increase greatly. Liu Mengyang bit her lips and begged, Senior brother, I'm already your woman. I'll serve you well in the future. Please don't take me. Liu Mengyang looked very pitiful. Clearly, Liu Mengyang knew that she had lost her virginity and had no value to Huangfu Qingtian. She couldn't return to Huangfu Qingtian's side. If she did, Huangfu Qingtian would probably be furious and reward her to someone else. Therefore, Liu Mengyang wanted to seduce Lin Feng. It's better to drain the pond to fish than to drain it. Lin Feng understood this principle. Keeping Liu Mengyang by his side and dual cultivating with her was much more beneficial than taking her all at once. Lin Feng said, since the heavens are virtuous, I'll spare you this time. I just happen to be lacking a maid, so you can be my maid in the future. Thank you, young master. Liu Mengyang took a deep breath. Lin Feng had promised not to pluck her, but to practice dual cultivation with her. If he did that, she would die tragically. If he did that, she would also benefit from it. After absorbing Liu Mengyan's pure yin energy, Lin Feng felt the magic energy in his body surge like a great river, flowing through his meridians. Chapter 11:16. The dharmic powers in his body surged. Lin Feng was one with his mind as he circulated his dharmic powers with all his might to cleanse his body. At this time, Liu Mengyang also sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Because it was dual cultivation and not plucking, Liu Mengyang also received many benefits. Originally, Lin Feng was already about to break through to the 7th level of the creation realm. After dual cultivating with Liu Mengyang, Lin Feng finally completed the breakthrough. His realm quickly broke through the barrier of the 7th level of the creation realm. And Lin Feng's breakthrough did not end there. His aura became stronger and stronger, and the number of dharmic powers hovering in his body also increased. Lin Feng's cultivation rose all the way. From the beginner of the 7th level of the creation realm, it quickly rose to the intermediate level, then to the advanced level, and not long after, to the peak level. Rumble, the dharmic powers in his body surged, producing the sound of a surging river. Lin Feng circulated his dharmic powers with all his might, preparing to break through to the 8th level of the creation realm. Divine origin, primordial fiend liquid, galaxy divine liquid. Lin Feng refined these 3 treasures at the same time. The 3 treasures turned into the purest energy and merged into Lin Feng's dharmic powers. Bang bang bang, again and again, he broke through the barrier of the realm. A total of 365 times. Finally, the barrier of the realm was broken through. The stronger the dharmic powers in his body, the more dharmic powers hovering in his dantian. In Lin Feng's dantian, the densely packed dharmic powers intertwined together, forming an ocean of dharmic powers. Above the dharmic powers were Lin Feng's various divine abilities. All the divine abilities revolved around Lin Feng's sovereign Tao as the center. Lin Feng opened his eyes, revealing a look of joy. With his savings, he had broken through 2 levels in a row. It was simply unbelievable. If it were an ordinary cultivator, breaking through 7 or 8 levels would not be a problem at all. Liu Mengyang had also benefited greatly. She had directly broken through from the second layer of the creation realm to the ninth layer of the creation realm. This kind of breakthrough speed was truly inconceivable. Dual cultivation is indeed the fastest way to increase one's cultivation. However, for a water spirit body like Liu Mengyang to appear once every 10,000 years, it's already quite good. To find another water spirit body is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng thought to himself. I'm already at the ninth layer of the creation realm? Liu Mengyang's expression was full of shock. It seems like the water spirit body is much stronger than I thought. The yin spirit body and the ice spirit body can't compare to it. Lin Feng said. Thank you for not plucking Meng Yang. If you had been so cruel, Meng Yang would have turned into a skeleton by now. Liu Mengyang had a charming look on her face. Lin Feng said, in the future, learn more about sex. As a female slave, if you don't know how to serve a man, you'll fail. Liu Mengyang blushed and said, if you teach me more, Meng Yang will become more and more familiar with it. I'll also become better at serving people. Very quickly, the sound of rotting flesh could be heard from the cave. Ancient Ning clan. The atmosphere in the main hall was extremely oppressive. Everyone looked gloomy and didn't say anything. How's the great elder now? Ning Jiang asked. He's now in a meditation room to recover. An elder called Ning Tianqi said. Everyone, what do you think? Let's talk now. Ning Jiang said gloomily. Who would have thought that that kid would have the inheritance of the Celestial Master sect? Our ancient Ning clan has suffered too many losses. The second elder, Ning Tuhe, sighed. The ancient Ning clan had lost the 12 shadow guards, Ning Tianxiang, Ning Tianhu, Ning Tianmao, and Ning Tianze. Even though the great elder, Ning Tushan, hadn't died, his physical body had been destroyed and only his primordial spirit was left. He was basically crippled. A quasi-rebirth realm cultivator. 5 tycoons. 11 quasi-tycoons. Such a huge loss was an unbearable loss for any top force. Should we ask the ancestor to help us? Asked the third elder, Ning Tukai. Ning Jiang shook his head. The ancestor is in seclusion. We can't disturb him unless it's a matter of life and death. Then what should we do? Maybe we should ask the great elders to help us. Asked Ning Tuhe. The great elders were the older generation of the Ning clan. They basically didn't come out to the outside world anymore. Instead, they cultivated in seclusion. There were about 20 to 30 great elders in the Ning clan. They were all quasi-rebirth realm cultivators. Maybe that's the only way. Ning Jiang nodded gloomily. The elders don't care about the outside world anymore. Why should we disturb them? I'll go and kill that kid called Lin Feng. At that moment, a cold voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw a tall and handsome young cultivator walking over from outside the hall. The young cultivator used spatial bending to cover a distance of a few hundred meters. In 2 steps, he was already in the hall. Dao, you've come out. Ning Jiang was delighted when he saw the newcomer. Father. Ning Litao bowed to Ning Jiang. He was the #1 genius of the Ning clan. In the past 30,000 years, he was the first genius to reach a 100% pure bloodline. He had also shone during the battle of the 3,000 prefectures. 2 years ago, he had followed the ancestor into seclusion. Now, he had finally come out. There's no need for formalities between father and son. Ning Jiang smiled. The second elder, Ning Tuhe, asked, is the ancestor doing well? The ancestor is doing well. Please don't worry, second elder, said the third elder. With Dao personally taking action, that kid called Lin Feng will definitely die. The rest of the Ning clan's upper echelons nodded. Obviously, they were very confident in Ning Litao. I'll go meet him now. Ning Litao didn't stop. He took a step forward and disappeared without a trace. Fallen Moon City was quite lively. Lin Feng saw many familiar faces, such as Jiang Yudi, Yu Ji, Murong Baichuan, and the others. They could be considered old friends, so they chatted happily. Liu Mengyang served them by the side, pouring wine for them. Murong Baichuan and the others seemed to know Liu Mengyang, but they didn't find it strange. They didn't care about a nobody like Liu Mengyang. Jiang Yudi smiled and said, "No wonder Lin Feng's spirit array skills are so high. It turns out that you obtained the inheritance of the Celestial Master Path. However, I'm afraid this news will spread quickly. There are too many people in this world who are interested in the inheritance of the Celestial Master Path. You'll have to be careful from now on." Jiang Yudi wasn't exaggerating. The inheritance of the Celestial Master Path would make many people go crazy. They couldn't wait to kill Lin Feng and steal it. Yu Ji said, "With Lin Feng's strength, it won't be easy for ordinary people to kill him and steal the inheritance of the Celestial Master Path. However, there's one faction that you have to be wary of. This faction will definitely come." Murong Baichuan's expression changed slightly. "Palace Master Yu, are you talking about that terrifying faction?" Chapter 11:17. When he saw that even Murong Baichuan, who was in charge of the Alchemist Union of the 72 prefectures in the north, was afraid of that faction, Lin Feng knew that the faction they were talking about was no small matter. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, "May I know what this faction is? Is it that terrifying? The world is divided into yin and yang, sun and moon, and black and white. These are the two extremes. Many things follow this principle. There is the ancient Celestial Master Path's inheritance, and there is another inheritance that has always been hostile to the Celestial Master Path. This faction is called the Earth Master Path, the Celestial Master Path, the Earth Master Path. Heaven and Earth. They oppose each other." Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Just by hearing the name, he felt that the Earth Master Path that Yu Ji was talking about was definitely not simple. "What's so special about this branch?" Lin Feng asked. "It's very special. In some ways, the Earth Master Path and the Celestial Master Path are very similar," Murong Baichuan said. Murong Baichuan. "The geographers have many powerful formations and secret techniques. They can also borrow the power of different terrains. For example, when you fought against Ning Tushan, you used the evil Yin Qi underground. Actually, the geographers have similar methods. Is there a grudge between the Celestial Master Path and the Earth Master Path?" Lin Feng asked. Jiang Yudi said, "There's a saying that people of the same trade are enemies. But enmity doesn't necessarily mean that there is hatred. Look at the three great sects of tomb raiding, the Moving Mountain Taoist, the Tomb Raider, and the Qiuzhong Langjiang. These three sects have always been fighting openly and secretly because they are enemies of the same trade. One sect eating a meal is better than three sects eating a meal together, right? It's all because of greed." Lin Feng frowned. Jiang Yudi nodded and said, "Indeed, you can understand it that way. However, the grudge between the Heaven Masters and the Earth Masters is actually much deeper than the grudge between the mountain-moving Daoist, the tomb-raiding Commandant, and the Qiuzhong Langjiang. The grudge between the three tomb-raiding sects stems from the distribution of benefits and competition, while the grudge between the Heaven Masters and the Earth Masters stems from the restriction of inheritance." Lin Feng asked, "The legacy of the Heavenly Master lineage counters the legacy of the Earthly Master lineage?" Said Yu Ji. "To be more precise, it's not a restriction, it's a suppression. The Celestial Masters have many powerful inheritances, and the Celestial Masters also have similar inheritances. However, the Celestial Masters' inheritances are even more powerful. They can also control gloomy qi. You can condense gloomy qi into yin soldiers and ghost generals. Those yin soldiers and ghost generals are extremely powerful, but the Celestial Master's inheritances can only condense evil spirits. Thus, the Earth Master lineage is jealous of the Heavenly Master lineage. Is that why he hates the Heavenly Masters so much?" Lin Feng stroked his chin. Yu Ji, Jiang Yudi, and Murong Baichuan nodded. Murong Baichuan continued, "The Celestial Master's inheritances are extremely rare, and the Celestial Master's members can't meet each other. In other words, the Celestial Master's members are all alone. The Earth Master lineage doesn't have such restrictions, and there are many branches. Naturally, they will covet the Celestial Master's inheritances. Thus, more than once, the Earth Master lineage has besieged the Celestial Master's members. Both sides have victories and defeats. The Earth Master lineage has suffered great losses, but some of the Celestial Masters members have also been killed by the Earth Master lineage's members. I'm guessing that the Earth Master lineage has also obtained part of the Celestial Master lineage's inheritance, so you have to be careful. If the Earth Master lineage's members learn that the Celestial Masters members have appeared, they will definitely try to kill you and steal the Celestial Master lineage's inheritance," said Lin Feng. "Many killings in the world are caused by greed and jealousy. The Earth Master lineage's members had better not provoke me. Otherwise, I don't mind burying them in the sands of time. With your strength, as long as you're careful, you should be fine. However, you still have to be on guard against the ancient Ning clan," said Jiang Yudi. Although the ancient Ning clan isn't particularly powerful among the ancient aristocratic families, they're still an ancient aristocratic family, so they still have some foundation. Moreover, the ancestor of the ancient Ning clan is also at the rebirth realm, so you have to be on guard against him," said Yu Ji. The ancestor of the ancient Ning clan encountered some problems with his cultivation, so he's been in seclusion. He probably won't appear to deal with Lin Feng. However, there's another person in the ancient Ning clan who's very terrifying. His name is Ning Litao, and he's the first one in the ancient Ning clan who's 100% pure-blooded in the past 30,000 years. He's awakened the bloodline of the ancient Ning clan, and he participated in the Battle of the 3,000 Prefectures when he was only 16 years old. Lin Feng replied, "I'll deal with whatever comes my way. If that person comes looking for me, I won't be afraid of him." Yu Ji and the others also left one after another. Fallen Moon City became peaceful again, but there were still many cultivators who didn't leave. It was because they felt that the archaic Ning family wouldn't just let things go like this, that they still had other plans. As such, they were waiting here. On this day, a terrifying aura enveloped the Fallen Moon City. Ning Litao walked in the void, startling everyone. He was like a young god. The aura emitted from his body made countless people feel a suffocating pressure. "Isn't that Ning Litao? He's the leader of the ancient Ning clan's younger generation, and he's 100% pure-blooded. He's here in person. He's a chosen. Is he going to fight Lin Feng personally?" Many people cried out in surprise. They were extremely excited because they felt that they were about to witness a battle between the strongest cultivators of the younger generation. Lin Feng stepped out and floated above Fallen Moon City, looking at Ning Litao. Ning Litao also looked at Lin Feng. Their eyes met, and Ning Litao turned around and left. Why did he leave? Many people were puzzled. Lin Feng frowned. He could see the battle intent in Ning Litao's eyes, but Ning Litao didn't make a move. The battle of the geniuses of the 3,000 provinces is about to start. Is he going to fight during the battle of the geniuses? Liu Mengyang asked. Lin Feng nodded. Maybe. Lin Feng stayed in Fallen Moon City for another half a month before leaving. He returned to the Blue Cloud sect. 10 days later, Huangfu Qingtian arrived. He stood outside the Supreme Mountain and looked towards it. The entire sect was alarmed. What did Huangfu Qingtian want to do at the Supreme Peak? Could it be that he wanted to kill Lin Feng in advance? "Senior brother Huangfu, did you come here to drink with me?" Lin Feng appeared and looked at Huangfu Qingtian. Huangfu Qingtian smiled. "Many things have exceeded my expectations, but there's one thing I have to tell you, no matter how much a flea jumps, it's still a flea." Huangfu Qingtian looked deeply at Lin Feng before leaving. He had described Lin Feng as a flea, full of disdain and mockery. Huangfu Qingtian didn't want to infuriate Lin Feng. Those were his true thoughts. Huangfu Qingtian didn't care about Lin Feng at all. As far as he was concerned, Lin Feng was just a flea that could jump higher. Chapter 11:18. Lin Feng lifted his eyelids and looked at Huangfu Qingtian's back with a cold smile. Huangfu Qingtian was indeed very strong and had great forbearance, which made Lin Feng even more wary. The prodigy battle was about to start again. It was an extremely important event for the 3,000 provinces. The prodigy battle started more than 30,000 years ago. Every 10 years, a prodigy battle would be held. All the young cultivators who participated in the prodigy battle would enter the prodigy battlefield. The prodigy battlefield was a very strange place with its own rules. Only young cultivators under 300 years of age could enter the prodigy battlefield. Cultivators had a long lifespan and could live for thousands of years. 300 years of age was indeed a very young lifespan for cultivators. Because of the age restriction in the battlefield of prodigies, many middle-generation powerhouses and older powerhouses were unable to enter. This ensured the fairness of the prodigy battlefield. There were many opportunities, divine weapons, ancient inheritances, and mysterious alien races in the prodigy battlefield. It was said that killing the mysterious alien races could give one the heaven crystals in their bodies. The heaven crystals recorded the ultimate divine powers passed down from the alien races. Many of the divine powers were even comparable to the primordial divine powers. There was also a rumor that some heaven crystals were branded with 3,000 great Taos. This was enough to make countless people crazy. In addition to the heaven crystals, the alien races also had heaven stones. Heaven stones were similar to spirit stones in that they could provide heaven and earth energy. However, the value of a heaven stone was incomparable to spirit stones. The energy contained in a heaven stone was far purer than that of a supreme-grade spirit stone. Therefore, the value of a heaven stone was unimaginable. If one could obtain a heaven stone and use it to cultivate, then one's cultivation level would improve by leaps and bounds. Therefore, many prodigies who participated in the 3,000 provinces prodigy battle could not only establish their prestige in the 3,000 provinces, but also obtain the heaven crystals and heaven stones from the alien races. This was also the reason why so many people attached great importance to the 3,000 provinces prodigy battle. Of course, there was another reason, and that was that the cultivators who performed outstandingly in the prodigy battle of the 3,000 prefectures would receive great fortune. It was said that the cultivators who occupied the heavenly pillar of fortune would receive the fortune from the prodigy battle. This kind of good fortune was very mysterious. However, those who obtained it all had great luck on their bodies. They had experienced fortuitous encounters and were extremely mysterious. Today, the battle of geniuses was about to begin once again, causing countless people to look forward to it. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Lin Feng had been consolidating his cultivation base and stabilizing his realm. Finally, the news of the reopening of the Heaven's Favorites battlefield quickly spread throughout the 3,000 continents. The last time the prodigy battlefield had opened, Lin Feng had only been 16 years old. At that time, he had still been a student at Jialan Academy. Lin Feng didn't know anything about the mysterious world of cultivators. Now, 10 years had passed and the Battle of Geniuses had reopened. Lin Feng had already grown to the point where he could kill an ancient tycoon. Therefore, Lin Feng was very interested in the Battle of Geniuses of the 3,000 prefectures. The old drunkard said, "The Battle of Geniuses of the 3,000 prefectures. I really want to participate. Back in the day, I was also heroic and heroic. Let's go, let's go." Just as the old drunkard was immersed in his self-satisfaction, Lin Feng waved his hand and called for the disciples on Mount Supreme to leave. "Fuck. I'm not done yet," shouted the old drunkard. The northern wasteland city was very lively. If one wanted to go to the Battle of Geniuses, they had to take a space-time wormhole that was directly connected to the Battle of Geniuses. The Battle of Geniuses was like a small parallel world that was connected to the Tianwu continent. There was a spatial node that only opened once every 10 years. When Lin Feng and the others arrived at the northern wasteland city, the teleportation portal was extremely lively. The blue cloud sects Lin Feng and Lin Gongzi are here. Some people recognized Lin Feng and came forward to greet him. Now that Lin Feng could kill an ancient tycoon, he could probably be ranked in the top 10 of the wasteland region. After all, there weren't any powerful sects in the wasteland region. Among the many experts who came to greet him, Lin Feng saw the beautiful deacon of Nebula Pavilion, Dao Shi. Dao Shi didn't have a good reputation in Nebula Pavilion. Many people said that she was a fickle woman. However, Lin Feng was sincerely grateful to Dao Shi. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been able to escape from Nebula Pavilion after killing Shen Yuyang. If he had been trapped in Nebula Pavilion, he would have definitely been killed by Elder Xingxian. "Sister Shi, are you also going to the Battle of Geniuses?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. Whoosh! Countless people looked at Dao Shi. Many people had astonished expressions. Who would believe that an ordinary deacon of Nebula Pavilion would know a top expert like Lin Feng? Is this Lin Feng the Lin Feng who escaped from Nebula Pavilion 6 years ago? Escaped from Nebula Pavilion? What happened 6 years ago? It's said that he offended Elder Xingxian and escaped from Nebula Pavilion. He went to the 10,000 Laws sect and Deity Sword Villa, hoping to join them. However, he was chased away by the 10,000 Laws sect's Elder Luosen and Deity Sword Villa's Elder Fu Ju because he didn't have a recommendation letter. Later, he joined the Blue Cloud sect and rose rapidly. He is now one of the top 10 experts of the Wasteland region. What happened? Then wouldn't the people of Nebula Pavilion, 10,000 Laws sect, and Deity Sword Villa regret it to death? Many people were talking about it. At this moment, Dao Shi looked at Lin Feng's handsome face and couldn't believe that Lin Feng still remembered her. After all, she was too ordinary. She had only met Lin Feng a few times back then and didn't have much of a relationship with him. Dao Shi came back to her senses and quickly nodded. That's right. I heard that there are many opportunities in the battlefield of prodigies, so I wanted to try my luck. Take these things to protect yourself. It shouldn't be a problem. Lin Feng took out a few jade talismans and gave them to Dao Shi. Many people stared at the jade talismans in Dao Shi's hands. Lin Feng was the successor of the Celestial Master sect. Half a year ago, he had almost killed Ning Tushan, who was at the quasi-rebirth realm. How powerful would the talismans that Lin Feng refined be? It was hard to imagine. Dao Shi was overjoyed. Lin Feng bowed slightly and took the jade talismans. Lin Feng. On Nebula Pavilion's side, Yu Fan and Han Shuo squeezed through the crowd and looked at Lin Feng excitedly. Lin Feng was also very happy to see Yu Fan. They were good brothers that they had made when they went to Nebula Pavilion together. How have you been these years? Asked Lin Feng. Yu Fan nodded and said, We've been well. We're now following Almighty Zhong Yun to cultivate. Chapter 11-19. Lin Feng had a pretty good impression of Zhong Yun. Back then, Zhong Yun had helped Lin Feng, Yu Fan, and Han Shuo escape from a group of black-clothed Deathsworn. Of course, the main reason why Zhong Yun had helped them was because Lin Feng had given him the Sword of Souls. Yu Fan had also given Zhong Yun a piece of immortal tertialine iron he had obtained. However, Zhong Yun wasn't a bad person. He didn't turn his back on Lin Feng. After scaring away the Deathsworn, he brought Lin Feng and the others to Nebula Pavilion and asked Elder Xingxian to take care of them. However, Elder Xingxian had secretly gone against Zhong Yun's will. It's not bad to be able to cultivate by his side. Lin Feng nodded. At this time, Zhong Yun saw Lin Feng and quickly walked over. He cupped his fists and said, Lin Gongzi, it's been many years since we last met. How have you been? Lin Feng nodded and said, Everything is fine. I have to thank Almighty Zhong Yun for taking care of my two friends. Zhong Yun said, The two of them have been cultivating diligently, and I also have the intention of nurturing them. However, I'm really sorry about what happened back then. I asked Elder Xingxian to take care of the three of you, but I didn't think that he would dare to secretly attack Lin Gongzi. Zhong Yun was extremely angry about this matter. Firstly, Elder Xingxian had attacked Lin Feng. Wasn't this a slap to his face? Secondly, Lin Feng's talent was shocking. In a short time, he had grown to a level that even Zhong Yun had to look up to. Nebula Pavilion had missed out on such a monstrous genius who could have very possibly brought Nebula Pavilion to prominence. It was a huge pity. Almighty Zhong Yun couldn't wait to tear Elder Xingxian to shreds. However, Elder Xingxian's master was even higher ranked than Zhong Yun in Nebula Pavilion. Almighty Zhong Yun was afraid of him, so he had been restraining himself from attacking Elder Xingxian. Lin Feng said, It's all in the past. I'm too lazy to deal with a small figure like Elder Xingxian. Lin Feng immediately took out a few jade talismans and gave them to Yu Fan so they could protect themselves. Next, he took out a white jade box. Inside the white jade box was a 50,000-year-old king herb. Compared to the jade talisman, Zhong Yun was definitely more interested in this kind of king medicine spirit herb. Zhongyun opened the white jade box and his eyes lit up when he saw this spiritual herb. Lin Feng said, Supreme Elder Zhongyun, please accept this king herb. It can save your life at a critical moment. It's better to be prepared with such a spirit herb. Supreme Being Zhongyun said, I'm not worthy of such a precious gift. Lin Feng said, Supreme Elder Zhongyun, I'm giving you this king herb because you've taken good care of my two brothers, Yu Fan and Han Shuo. I thank you from the bottom of my heart and hope that Supreme Elder Zhongyun will teach them well in the future. Supreme Elder Zhongyun said, Lin Gongzi, don't worry about this. Yu Fan and Han Shuo have been cultivating diligently. Although their talents aren't particularly good, as the saying goes, as long as they work hard, they'll definitely achieve great things in the future. All right, thank you for your kind words. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Lin Feng then gave Yu Fan and Han Shuo 2 bottles of healing pills. He didn't give any to Yu Fan. If he gave Han Shuo a spirit herb that was over 10,000 years old or even several tens of thousands of years old, it wouldn't be helping them, but harming them. With their cultivation, there would definitely be many people who would want to kill them and steal their treasures. They chatted for a while longer. Lin Feng then left. He entered the space-time wormhole with the people from Supreme Peak and quickly disappeared. Supreme Elder Zhongyun and Lin Gongzi talked for so long. Do you guys think that Lin Gongzi will mention what happened back then? An elder from Nebula Pavilion whispered as he looked at the gloomy Elder Xingxian. I don't think so, right? What kind of existence is Lin Gongzi now? He can even kill an ancient powerhouse. If he wanted to kill Elder Xingxian, he could do it with a flick of his finger. Why didn't he kill Elder Xingxian when he saw him? It's actually because he doesn't care. Would you crush an ant when you see it? Another elder from Nebula Pavilion said. When Elder Xingxian heard these elders' discussion, he couldn't help but snort coldly. He then sneered and said, What Lin Gongzi? Talking behind his back and calling him Lin Gongzi. So what if you call him by his name? Look at how scared you guys are. What a disgrace. I, Xingxian, am indeed no big deal in that brat's eyes, but so what? I'm living well, but that brat won't live for much longer. He has a death match with Huangfu Qingtian, and now has offended the ancient Ning family. He's dead for sure. Back then, I knew that this brat would be a disaster. Fortunately, he didn't join Nebula Pavilion. Otherwise, who knows how much trouble he would have brought to our pavilion. What did you say? Just as Elder Xingxian finished speaking, an angry roar sounded. Many people looked over. Supreme Elder Zhongyun looked at Elder Xingxian angrily. Elder Xingxian had forced Lin Feng to leave, so Zhongyun hated him. Supreme Elder Zhongyun had endured until now and hadn't attacked Elder Xingxian. But today, when he heard Elder Xingxian's sarcastic words, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart anymore. Now there's a good show to watch. Back then, Supreme Elder Zhongyun brought Lin Feng to Nebula Pavilion. If Lin Feng was still in Nebula Pavilion, with his terrifying strength and Lin Feng's support, Supreme Elder Zhongyun might have stood out in the selection of the new Pavilion Master 3 years later. However, Lin Feng was forced to leave by Elder Xingxian. Elder Xingxian just mocked Lin Feng, but it was heard by Supreme Elder Zhongyun. It seems that Supreme Elder Zhongyun's anger can no longer be suppressed. I wonder how Supreme Elder Zhongyun will treat Elder Xingxian. Many people in Nebula Pavilion looked at Supreme Elder Zhongyun and Elder Xingxian, guessing what would happen next. Elder Xingxian was confident that he had the support of his master, Supreme Elder Tuo Yi, so he wasn't afraid of Supreme Elder Zhongyun. This was because Supreme Elder Tuo Yi had the most supporters among the successors, and he had the highest chance of becoming the new Pavilion Master. As the disciple of Supreme Elder Tuo Yi, Elder Xingxian was naturally confident. Hearing Supreme Elder Zhongyun's question, he said indifferently, Supreme Elder Zhongyun, I don't think I said anything wrong, right? That brat Lin Feng didn't join our Nebula Pavilion, and that's our fortune. If he had joined, our Nebula Pavilion would have been implicated by him sooner or later. You caused our Nebula Pavilion to miss out on such a genius, yet you still dare to speak so eloquently and refuse to admit your mistakes. How can someone like you be qualified to become an elder of Nebula Pavilion? Today, I will cripple you and strip you of your position as an elder. As soon as he finished speaking, Supreme Elder Zhong Yun raised his right hand and slapped Elder Xingxian. At this time, Elder Xingxian's expression finally changed. He hadn't thought that Supreme Elder Zhong Yun would really dare to attack him. He shouted, "If you dare attack me, my master, Supreme Elder Tuo Yi, won't let you off. Mph, you offended Lin Gongzi, and even your master will be implicated by you. It won't be easy for him to become the new pavilion master. If he can't become the new pavilion master, why should I be afraid?" Supreme Elder Zhong Yun sneered and slapped Elder Xingxian's dantian, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Crack! Elder Xingxian's dantian was shattered, and his cultivation was crippled. There was a thump. Elder Xingxian fell heavily to the ground. His hair was disheveled, and his expression was filled with fear and despair. "I've been crippled. I've actually been crippled. How could this be?" Elder Xingxian's voice was mournful. He was originally a yin-yang realm expert, and now that he had been crippled, it was 1,000 times more painful than killing him. Chapter 1120. After flying for about 3 days in the space-time wormhole, Lin Feng and the others finally arrived at the periphery of the battlefield of geniuses. The entire battlefield of geniuses was enveloped by a huge restriction. The battlefield of geniuses had its own laws of order. The restriction had not been opened yet, so they had to wait a little longer. Cultivators continued to enter the periphery of the battlefield of geniuses. After arriving, Lin Feng separated from Shi Weizhu and the others. This was because Lin Feng was worried that he would be targeted, and it was not safe for Shi Weizhu and the others to be with him. Moreover, even after the battlefield of geniuses opened, they would be randomly teleported to different places when entering. Since that was the case, it was naturally better to separate as soon as possible. Shi Weizhu, Wang Ying, and the others also knew that Lin Feng was in a dangerous situation. Before Lin Feng left, they all reminded Lin Feng to be careful. Lin Feng nodded and flew into the distance. In the periphery of the battlefield of geniuses, there were continuous mountains. What surprised Lin Feng was that he saw an old acquaintance. The immeasurable Daoist was looking around stealthily. "Damned Daoist, don't run. I've finally found you. I'm going to tear you into pieces," a cultivator roared angrily and rushed towards the immeasurable Daoist. "It's the damned Daoist who dug up our ancestor's grave. Don't let him escape." Soon, the cultivator's fellow sect members were also alarmed. One by one, they angrily chased after the immeasurable Daoist. "Immeasurable, you're an Empyrean." The immeasurable Daoist ran away. When this wicked guy saw Lin Feng, he pointed at Lin Feng and said, "Everyone, this kid is also with me. Go and catch that kid." The leading cultivator pointed at Lin Feng. "Damned Daoist. F*CKU. Lin Feng could not help but curse. "It's that bastard Daoist priest. Hurry up and catch him. And his accomplices, we have to catch them together." Many people discovered the immeasurable Daoist, and a dense crowd of cultivators rushed over, making Lin Feng feel like crying. Why do so many cultivators hate the immeasurable Daoist? How many ancestral graves had this grandson dug up? Now that he had implicated himself, the furious crowd naturally wouldn't listen to his explanation. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang fled into the distance. After much difficulty, they finally managed to shake off the encirclement of a group of cultivators. "Damned Daoist, aren't you wicked? Are you trying to get me killed?" Lin Feng glared fiercely at Daoist Wu Liang. He really had the urge to punch this bastard until half of his body was paralyzed. Daoist Wu Liang said, "There is a saying that goes, we should share blessings and endure hardships together. We are old friends, so we naturally have to abide by the wisdom of the ancients. Don't you think of me as a friend?" Lin Feng said, "All right. We should share blessings and sorrows, right? We've already gone through thick and thin together, so shouldn't we share our blessings now? You dug up so many graves, you must have found a lot of treasures, right? We're good brothers, so let's split the spoils evenly. You should give me half." Daoist Wu Liang rolled his eyes and said, "Did I do it for myself? I'm just contributing to the archaeology industry. What I've done is to benefit future generations, But I've been misunderstood by so many people. I don't care if others misunderstand me, but even you, my best friend, have misunderstood me. That's really heartbreaking. Good friends share their treasures, but you didn't take out a single treasure other than tricking me. You have the nerve to call me your best friend. Where are your treasures? Hurry up and share them with me. Lin Feng grabbed at Daoist Wu Liang. Daoist Wu Liang ran into the distance and shouted, "What treasures? I'm a Daoist, and Taoists are all about being clean. I don't have anything on me, but you have a lot of good things. Hurry up and share them with me." Lin Feng had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen someone as shameless as Daoist Wu Liang. Perhaps this was what they meant by a dead pig doesn't fear boiling water. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying aura spread out, and a huge ancient void ship charged out of the void. That's the ancient void ship of the Grand Xia Empire. Daoist Wu Liang narrowed his eyes and saw the symbol on the ancient void ship. Lin Feng said, "It seems that the ancient powers are coming." Indeed, it was as Lin Feng had said. The ancient powers were coming one after another. There were many ancient powers in the boundless 3,000 continents that Lin Feng had never heard of. After all, Lin Feng hadn't been to many places. Even the records of the heavens couldn't record all the powers in the 3,000 continents. More accurately, the records of the heavens mainly recorded the powers in the 72 northern continents. There were also some famous continents, such as the Immortal Continent, the South Continent, the 16 prefectures of the Dark Cloud Continent, and the Central Continent. As for the less famous continents, it didn't mean that they didn't have any top powers. It was actually the opposite. Many of the less famous continents had hidden top powers. Those top powers rarely traveled outside. However, it didn't mean that they weren't strong enough. In fact, those hidden powers were even stronger than the ancient powers in the 3,000 continents. The strong cultivators of the 3,000 continents gathered. Ancient and powerful qi filled the air. Many rebirth realm cultivators even appeared. Boom! A man enveloped in boundless godly light walked over. He looked like a god descending to the mortal world. His arrival made many rebirth realm cultivators pale in comparison. Even though they were very far away, Lin Feng felt an urge to kneel down and worship him. The strength of the person who had come was too strong. Divine Shrine. Murong Tian Shen. Many people were moved. There were very few successors of the Heavenly God Hall. For example, the successor of the younger generation, Di Shengtian, was a paragon genius. He was invincible among his peers. Murong Tian Shen's reputation back then wasn't any lower than Di Shengtian's. In fact, he was even more famous than Di Shengtian. Murong Tian Shen's divine consciousness imprint was still imprinted on the peak of Heaven's Mountain in the battlefield of prodigies. Murong Tian Shen was the most talented cultivator in the battlefield of prodigies. Now that this person had cultivated for 3,700 years, no one knew how strong his cultivation was. There were rumors that Murong Tian Shen was close to becoming a god. There were also people who said that Murong Tian Shen was the most powerful cultivator below the god level. If it wasn't for the fact that it was impossible to break through to the god level in Heaven's martial continent, Murong Tian Shen would have become a true god. Murong Tian Shen hadn't left Heaven's martial continent because he was still consolidating his cultivation. He wanted to strengthen himself before he became a god. The more he accumulated, the more terrifying his strength would be when he ignited his godly fire and became a god. Chapter 11:21. Murong Tian Shen was standing in the sky like an immortal god. His tyrannical strength was beyond what mortals knew about cultivators. Countless people were looking at him in shock. Of course, there were also rebirth realm cultivators who sneered. They didn't want to submit to Murong Tian Shen. It could be said that they were jealous because Murong Tian Shen wasn't even 4,000 years old and he was already considered the strongest cultivator below the gods. Of course, many rebirth realm cultivators from the older generation weren't convinced. However, many of them were afraid of Murong Tian Shen's strength. Nobody dared to challenge him. More and more strong cultivators arrived. In the distance, there were a few faintly discernible powerful qi. The most astonishing thing was that those qi were far stronger than ordinary rebirth realm cultivators. They weren't any weaker than Murong Tian Shen. The ancestor of the ancient Jiang family, the head of the martial spirit palace, one of the 4 saints of the Alchemist Union, one of the 5 elders of the Alchemist Union. Someone exclaimed in surprise. These were 4 extraordinary figures. The ancient Jiang family's copper sparrow pavilion had sealed the gods. In the ancient era, they were already known as the number 1 family. Even now, they were still strong and immortal. The ancestor of the ancient Jiang family was called Jiang Qigua. His name had the meaning of bringing peace to the country. The head of the martial spirit palace was called Shenyuan Jisha. He was a mysterious person who rarely appeared in the Tianwu continent. The Alchemist Union had 4 holy alchemists. They were called Tian, Tian, Xian, and Huang. The one who came was called Huang Xuanji. The 5 elders of the Alchemist Union were also famous cultivators in the Tianwu continent. They were the 5 great saint-level alchemists. The one who came was called Yang Chan. She was ranked 3rd among the 5 great saint-level alchemists. Of course, apart from those 4, there were also some terrifying rebirth realm cultivators. It was just that they didn't reveal themselves. Another year has passed. Who still remembers the original intention of establishing this place? 30,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Maybe even those 8 people have been forgotten. An elder looked at the battlefield of the heavens' favorites in the distance and murmured. His expression was desolate. Lin Feng asked, "Master, what is the original intention of the battlefield of the young geniuses?" "Those 8 people? Who were they?" The old man glanced at Lin Feng and said, "What's the point of knowing? What can be changed?" The old man didn't tell Lin Feng. He just turned around and left. Rumble. 3 days later, the restriction on the outermost periphery of the battlefield was opened. A huge valley was revealed. This valley led to the depths of the chosen battlefield. Vaguely, one could see a distorted spacetime gate leading to the chosen battlefield. Next were the geniuses from the immemorial age, followed by the desolate age, ancient age, and finally the itinerant cultivators. This was the rule, and no one was dissatisfied with it. Every world had its own rules, and the more powerful a person or force was, the more privileges they could obtain. It was like entering the battlefield of geniuses. Daoist Wu Liang took out a bamboo hat and a large robe, wrapping himself up tightly. "Brother, you can't recognize me now, right?" Daoist Wu Liang grinned. F***ck, you haven't reached 300 years old yet? Why do I feel like you've lived for 3,000 years? Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said. "Don't talk nonsense, okay? I'm only 18, Daoist Wu Liang boasted shamelessly. He then added, "It's just that I'm prematurely old." Bang! Lin Feng directly kicked Daoist Wu Liang, this shameless guy, away. "You're still panting when I say you're fat." Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang kept a low profile. They swarmed towards the battlefield with the largest number of itinerant cultivators. This way, they could avoid being discovered by strong enemies. Daoist Wu Liang had dug up the ancestral graves of countless people. Naturally, he was hated by others. Lin Feng also had grudges with the Yuhua immortal dynasty, the Great Qin Empire, the Heavenly God Temple, the South Continent's 1 sect and 3 prefectures, and the immemorial Ning family. Therefore, he was very careful. After all, there was nothing wrong with being careful. If he was discovered by those forces and blocked outside, it would be troublesome. In the huge valley, Lin Feng saw 8 huge stone statues on the ground. The heads of these 8 cultivators had been chopped off, and the stone statues had been pushed down. Now, the 8 stone statues were covered in weeds. Countless people passed by, but no one paid attention to these stone statues. "Let's go. What are you looking at?" Daoist Wu Liang urged. "Look at these stone statues." Lin Feng pointed at the 8 statues and frowned. Lin Feng looked at the 8 statues with their heads cut off. They looked like they had been forgotten. Lin Feng felt oppressed. It was a very strange feeling, but it was so strong. It was like learning that a hero had been slandered as a spy. It was like the many romantic affairs of Nua's ancestor that were compiled by later generations. This was an unbearable pain and anger. "Time is long. Many things have been buried in the river of time, including them. They have been buried by history and forgotten by everyone. Daoist Wu Liang narrowed his eyes and said. Lin Feng was surprised to hear such words from Daoist Wu Liang. It really surprised Lin Feng. It was completely different from Daoist Wu Liang's usual unreliable image. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang left, following the crowd into the depths of the valley. Lin Feng, little brat, it's you, shouted a cold voice. A terrifying cultivator appeared. It was a quasi-rebirth realm cultivator wearing a fork-clawed dragon robe. One could vaguely see that this person was similar to Huangfu Wuji. Huangfu Wuchang. Lin Feng's expression changed when he saw this person. Back then, the One Sect, 3 governments had joined forces with 8 other groups to besiege the South Continent. The Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's experts were led by Huangfu Wuchang and Huangfu Wuji. Huangfu Wuji had been killed by Lin Feng and Qian Piaro Shui's 4 vicious cauldrons. Huangfu Wuchang wished he could cut Lin Feng into pieces. It's him. Catch him. After that, a few more terrifying qi filled the air. They were all quasi-rebirth realm experts. There were experts from the One Sect, 3 governments, high divine sects, and even experts from unknown groups. He has the inheritance of the celestial master path. It was unknown who shouted this. This sentence caused a huge commotion. Even some terrifying existences at the rebirth realm looked over. Attack. More groups attacked, trying to stop Lin Feng from entering the battlefield. The inheritance of the celestial master path was enough to make people go crazy. Fuck. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. If he was stopped by so many experts, he would definitely die. Get out of the way. Lin Feng shouted as he shuttled through the crowd. Before the attacks of the group of powerhouses landed on him, he rushed into the distorted space-time portal ahead of time. He narrowly avoided this calamity. Chapter 1122. The world spun as light flashed. In the next moment, Lin Feng was flung away. He appeared in an ancient forest and fell to the ground. A sharp spear fell from the sky and pierced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng rolled to the left and dodged the incoming spear. At that moment, more than a dozen spears stabbed towards him. Lin Feng's body flickered. He looked up and was horrified. It was a giant spider spirit that was over 100 meters tall. The spider spirit's cold eyes were looking at him. The sharp spears were actually the giant spider spirit's claws. Whoosh! The giant spider spirit suddenly spat out a green spider web. It was obvious that the green spider web was highly poisonous. The green spider's web moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng abruptly jumped on the ground. His speed was extremely fast. He rushed out from under the spider's body. He arrived behind the giant spider and slashed out with the sky splitter. 1,000-meter-long saber light condensed. Puff! The sound of something being torn apart was heard. The giant spider's huge body was cut in half by Lin Feng. Lin Feng panted heavily. It was really dangerous just now. If he was caught by the giant spider's poisonous web, he would probably be dead. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt the wind whistling. He turned his head and looked into the distance. He saw a huge stone hammer coming towards him. A giant that was over 1,000 meters tall attacked Lin Feng. That was clearly a mountain just now. How did it suddenly become a giant? Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that the battlefield of geniuses was much more terrifying than he had imagined. He put his hands in front of him to block, but the next moment, he was sent flying by the huge stone hammer. The surrounding mountains had all turned into giants. There were more than a dozen giants that were over 1,000 meters tall. One of them reached out to grab Lin Feng. In the air, Lin Feng spread his golden wings and rushed into the distance. He had just charged out of the encirclement of the giants when he saw 100-meter-tall trees stretching out dense branches. First, they wrapped around Lin Feng's legs. Next, the branches wrapped around Lin Feng's body. Tree demons. Lin Feng was shocked. This place was really dangerous. However, Lin Feng was the least afraid of tree demons' attacks. Heavenly fire, come out. Lin Feng took out the purple earthcore fire and black gold incinerating fire. The flames quickly spread, igniting the branches. The flames followed the branches and enveloped the tree demons. Screech! The tree demons let out mournful cries and sent Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng fell to the ground. He didn't dare stay there any longer. He quickly stood up and ran outside. More than a dozen trees that had attacked Lin Feng had been burnt to ashes. Roar, roar, roar. The tree demons' vitality was extremely tenacious. After being burned, they didn't die. They let out angry roars. This ancient forest was very scary. There were huge beasts everywhere. In the next 3 days, Lin Feng saw dozens of huge beasts. There was a scorpion the size of a mountain. It was like a fiery red demon wolf with wings coiled in flames. If it was any other cultivator, they would have died long ago. Lin Feng was almost killed several times, but in the end, he managed to escape from the ancient forest. Damn, brother, how did you escape from the forest? You're too lucky, aren't you? When some people saw Lin Feng, they quickly ran over. They were all astonished. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "Where is that ancient forest? It's too dangerous. I almost died." It's the famous demon forest of the battlefield of geniuses. There are all kinds of terrifying beasts there. Anyone who falls into the forest will die. Although there are some who manage to escape, they're as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. A middle-aged cultivator said, "I see. I have to find a place to heal. Goodbye, everyone." Lin Feng cupped his fists and quickly left. He found a mountain valley, set up a formation, and began to treat his injuries. 2 hours later, Lin Feng came out of seclusion. He chose a direction and walked towards the battlefield of geniuses. On the way, Lin Feng met more than 10 young cultivators. It was already night time, and a young man invited Lin Feng to join. "I'm in Chia. How should I address you, brother?" The young man cupped his fists and asked. "Lin Feng. Lin Feng, Lin Feng." Many people frowned. They had never heard of Lin Feng's name before. The 3,000 prefectures were huge. Lin Feng was usually active in the northern 72 prefectures, then the southern prefecture. Of course, he had also gone to Holy Stone City. However, although he was called Little Holy Stone, very few people knew his real name. That was why Lin Feng's name wasn't very famous in the 3,000 prefectures. It was normal that others hadn't heard of him. Furthermore, even if Lin Feng's name spread to other prefectures, no one would believe those legends. There were too many legends about geniuses on the martial heaven continent. Today, a 16-year-old genius had used his bare hands to kill a 10,000-year-old dragon. Tomorrow, there would be another legend about a 20-year-old genius destroying a desolate-era force. Such legends were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Even if people heard them, they just smiled indifferently and didn't take them seriously. So if young cultivators wanted to make a name for themselves on the martial heaven continent, they had to go to the Heavenly Geniuses battlefield. That was because the Heavenly Geniuses battlefield attracted the attention of the experts of the 3,000 prefectures. If one could shine there, it would be difficult for them not to become famous. When they saw that Lin Feng was just a nameless cultivator, the surrounding cultivators didn't want to be friends with him. And Chia, on the other hand, was quite enthusiastic. He smiled and said, "Brother Lin, where are you going?" "I'm not familiar with the Heavenly Geniuses battlefield, so I'm just looking around." "What about you, Brother N?" asked Lin Feng. "We're going to the Heavenly Geniuses mountain to take a look," said N Chia. There were many ways to make a name for oneself. Going to the Heavenly Geniuses mountain to test one's talent was one of the best ways to make a name for oneself. Of course, one's talent had to be extremely shocking. If one could leave their mark on the Heavenly Geniuses mountain, they would definitely be admired by countless people. I was thinking the same thing. "I'm going to the Heavenly Geniuses mountain to take a look," said Lin Feng. 3 days later, Lin Feng, and Chia, and the others went to the Heavenly Geniuses mountain. And Chia and the others were from a place called Huiju. It was Lin Feng's first time hearing about it. Compared to the 3,000 prefectures of the Tianwu continent, he only knew a few of the more famous prefectures. Huiju wasn't that famous, so it was normal that he didn't know about it. However, these cultivators were quite strong. They were all in the creation realm at such a young age. It was obvious that Huiju had many top forces. Apart from Anchia, the other cultivators didn't interact with Lin Feng. Clearly, they didn't want an outsider like Lin Feng to join them. When they arrived at the Heavenly Geniuses Mountain, Lin Feng bid farewell to Anchia. Boom, not long after, a powerful aura came from the depths of the Heavenly Geniuses Mountain. This caused a huge uproar. Anyone who dared to climb the Heavenly Geniuses Mountain was definitely someone with shocking talent. Many cultivators came to the Heavenly Geniuses Mountain. Some wanted to climb the Heavenly Geniuses Mountain and leave their mark there. Others just wanted to admire the Heavenly Geniuses Mountain. In the depths of the Heavenly Geniuses Mountain, there was a huge crowd of cultivators. That's the Heavenly Geniuses stage. There are 99 steps. So far, no one has been able to climb the Heavenly Geniuses stage. It's said that it's impossible to climb the Heavenly Geniuses stage. Only Murong Tianxian reached the 99th step. He's also the first person to reach the 99th step since the opening of the Battle of Geniuses stage. His talent is unprecedented, and it's very difficult for anyone to surpass him in the future. That's why he's so famous, said a cultivator pointing at the 99 steps in the depths of the Heavenly Geniuses Mountain. Chapter 11:23. Many people were still amazed by Murong Tianxian's strength, but now, that cultivator was already preparing to climb the 99th step. Who is he? He actually has the courage to climb the 99th step. Since ancient times, who knows how many people have failed to climb the 99th step and died in the end? Said a cultivator. Lin Feng finally understood why there were so few people climbing the 99th step. It was because climbing the 99th step was extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. In such a dangerous place, many people were naturally cautious. Unless they had absolute confidence in themselves, they definitely wouldn't dare to climb the 99th step. That cultivator is called Li Chengmin. He's a prince of the Tang dynasty, said a cultivator. The Tang dynasty was a power in the central continent. It was also extremely powerful, but there were 4 ancient dynasties in the central continent, so the other power's brilliance was overshadowed. Li Chengmin took a deep breath and finally took the first step, walking towards the first step. Boom. However, a terrifying pressure filled the air, suppressing Li Chengmin. On the first step, many figures appeared. Some of them were clear, while others were blurry. They were all cultivators who had climbed the steps in the past. Then, their blurry images and names were imprinted on the steps. Ah! Li Chengmin roared. He tried his best to climb the first step. He circulated his magic power, and finally, one of his feet stepped on the first step. Many people were shocked. Was Li Chengmin going to succeed? Being able to climb the first step was already enough. Li Chengmin's talent was enough. In the future, he would definitely become an existence at the level of an ancient powerhouse. Li Chengmin raised his other foot, wanting to climb up. Bang! However, he was swept away. Crack, crack. Many of his bones were broken. He fell to the ground and fainted. Fifth brother, the young cultivators of the Tang dynasty were shocked. They quickly rushed over. Li Chengmin didn't even climb the first step. It's actually so difficult to climb the 99th step. Many people were shocked. Li Chengmin's cultivation was at the 3rd heaven of the creation realm. Such strength was already considered very tyrannical. The 99 stone steps don't just test natural talent, they also test willpower, strength, and so on. It's a very comprehensive test. Some people may be extremely strong, but they can't reach the 99 stone steps. There are many reasons why they can't reach the 99 stone steps. For example, their willpower is weak, their cultivation level is high, and so on. Someone said, "Rumble, rumble." At this moment, the ground suddenly trembled as a 2-meter-tall man walked over like a black iron tower. "They're from the giant bear tribe," someone whispered. The giant bear tribe belonged to the demon race. This race was known for their powerful physical bodies. His name is Xiongdae, and he has already reached the 5th layer of the creation realm. Someone pointed out the identity and strength of this great bear tribe cultivator. Xiongdae arrived in front of the 99 stone steps. With a loud roar, he stepped out with his left leg and stepped onto the first step. A powerful pressure suddenly pressed down on them. However, Xiongdae was able to withstand it. He took a step forward with his right leg and stepped onto the first stone step. Many people were shocked. Xiongdae had succeeded. However, Xiongdae was obviously not satisfied with just the first step. He continued to lift his left leg, wanting to step onto the second step. Phut! But this time, Xiongdae was heavily injured. A formless pressure penetrated his chest, and his huge body collapsed with a loud bang. The 99 stone steps descended, and a world-destroying power was about to destroy Xiongdae. Is Xiongdae going to be killed by the 99 stone steps? Many people exclaimed. Now that Xiongdae was heavily injured and had no strength to resist, it was indeed possible that he would be killed. Swoosh! A figure quickly rushed over. With a sweep of his right hand, he swept Xiongdae away. This was a young master in snow-white robes. He was very handsome. He had saved Xiongdae's life. The demon race's immortal crane tribe's genius, Bai Yutian. Some cultivators recognized the identity of this demon race prodigy. Bai Yutian wasn't a simple character. 10 years ago, when the Heaven's Chosen battle had started, he had already gained some fame. Moreover, 10 years ago, he had once climbed the 99 stone steps and had stopped at the 8th step. Obviously, after 10 years had passed, he wanted to try again and see how many steps he could climb. How many steps do you think Bai Yutian can climb? In the distance, more than 10 demon race's geniuses stood with their heads held high, looking at the 99 stone steps. There were men and women among them, and their cultivation levels were extremely high. The 20th step should not be a problem. Someone hesitated for a moment, then said, "We'll know when we see." Someone else said. In another direction, there were 5 or 6 demon races experts. One of them was a woman with an enchanting figure. These demon races experts were all led by her. She was the saintess of the sacred devil palace, and her name was Guan Guan. Apart from the demon races experts, there were also corrupt cultivators. They were surrounded by mist, and it was impossible to see their faces clearly. They were also looking at the 99 stone steps. There were also some barbarian races young cultivators. The barbarian race's men were bare-chested, and their clothes were made of animal skin. Among the barbarians, there was a young girl. She was pretty and charming. Her body was adorned with a variety of small ornaments. There was also a long-legged beauty. She was tall and wore a short skirt made of animal skin. Her long and straight legs were completely exposed. Her upper body was only wearing a short shirt made of animal skin. It barely covered her majestic breasts. Her slim waist attracted the attention of many people. Lin Feng also noticed the demon races, corrupt cultivators, and barbarian races experts. They were all extremely strong. Even if they were not Zun-level geniuses, they were only slightly weaker. Apart from that, there were also some extremely strong qi in the surroundings. They were intentionally hiding themselves and didn't show themselves. They were probably watching from afar. Bai Yutian is extremely strong. He's at the peak of the good fortune layer. Apart from the Zun-level geniuses, he's probably one of the strongest cultivators in the younger generation. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Bai Yutian finally moved. A tyrannical aura emanated from his body. Bai Yutian stepped forward and walked up. The 99 stone steps released an extremely oppressive energy which moved towards Bai Yutian, but it couldn't stop him. After a short time, Bai Yutian arrived at the place where he had been 10 years ago. It was the 8th step. An illusory silhouette appeared. It was the imprint that Bai Yutian had left on the steps 10 years ago. Now, it was staring at Bai Yutian. "I will make you appear at a higher position," said Bai Yutian. Bai Yutian murmured as he continued to climb upwards, reaching the 9th step. Chapter 1124. Bai Yutian was indeed powerful. He didn't show any signs of fatigue even after climbing the 9 stone steps. He continued to climb up and climbed up 5 more stone steps. Finally, he arrived at the 14th stone step. At this time, Bai Yutian felt an oppressive force enveloping his body. Even Bai Yutian couldn't help but frown slightly. He's in some trouble. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, but he felt that although Bai Yutian had encountered some trouble, he should be able to overcome it with his ability. Boom! Bai Yutian's body emitted a powerful force. He wanted to use his own force to resist the huge pressure from the stone steps. Bai Yutian did it. He continued to climb up. This time, Bai Yutian climbed 3 stone steps in a row, and he reached the 17th stone step. At this moment, the pressure on Bai Yutian was getting stronger and stronger. It was very difficult to continue to climb up the stone steps by relying solely on the power of force. Maybe I can use my own Tao to resist the pressure of the stone step. Lin Feng touched his chin. Because he had never climbed the stone steps, he could only guess that it was possible. Lin Feng didn't know whether it was possible or not. Bai Yutian's dantian surged with a tyrannical wave. Bai Yutian began to use his own Tao. There were not many cultivators who could comprehend their own Tao, but those who could comprehend their own Tao were definitely extremely powerful. It was very easy for them to challenge those who were stronger than them. Lin Feng didn't find it strange that Bai Yutian had comprehended his own Tao. After all, Bai Yutian was a top genius. Lin Feng didn't know what Bai Yutian's Tao was, but after Bai Yutian used his Tao, he once again overcame the pressure of the stone steps. Bai Yutian continued to climb up step by step. Finally, he reached the 27th stone step. This was almost Bai Yutian's limit. He tried to climb the 28th stone step, but failed. Cracking sounds came from Bai Yutian's body. His bones were about to break. Therefore, Bai Yutian didn't dare to continue and finally retreated. More than 10 geniuses of the monster race quickly flew over to congratulate Bai Yutian. Being able to climb the 28th stone step was already proof of Bai Yutian's talent. It was said that if one could climb the first stone step, they would have the potential to become an eternal powerhouse. If one could climb the 20th stone step or above, they would have the potential to become a powerhouse of the rebirth realm. If one could climb the 40th stone step or above, they would have the potential to become a true god. If one could climb the 60th step or above, they would have the potential of S. If one could climb the 80th step of the great god of S. If one could climb the 90th step or great emperor of TS of the great of SARS for the prodigies platform, it was rumored that there was an ethereal realm above the martial monarch realm. Those who managed to reach the prodigies platform had the potential to reach that ethereal realm. However, ever since the opening of the Heaven's Favorite battleground, countless Heaven's Favorites had ascended the 99 stone steps, but no one had ever made it to the Heaven's Favorite arena. Of the was had. Very few people could climb the 40th stone step or above. From the 41st to the 60th stone step, only about 400 people had left their mark. Many of those names were well-known existences. They had cultivated to the rebirth realm and left the Qianwu continent for the 9 states continent on the other side of the ocean to seek an opportunity to become a true god. As for the 61st to the 80th stone step, there were less than 100 people. From the 81st to the 90th stone step, there were 50 people. From the 91st to the 99th stone step, there were 20 people. As for the 99th stone step, there was only heavenly god Murong. The geniuses of the 3,000 prefectures were like grains of sand in the Milky Way. However, there were less than 600 people with the potential to become a true god above the 40th stone step. And that was only the potential to become a true god. Having the potential didn't mean you could become a true god. It was already quite good if there were a few true gods among these 600 people. Very quickly, more people tried to climb the stone steps, but it wasn't easy. Many people failed. Occasionally, someone managed to climb the stone steps, but they could only climb 3 or 4 steps at most. During this time, a dozen cultivators were mercilessly killed by the 99th stone step. Their blood flowed on the stone steps, which quickly absorbed it. These stone steps can absorb cultivators' flesh and blood essence. How strange. Many people were horrified. Lin Feng started walking towards the flight of stairs. He also wanted to see how many stairs he could climb. Someone else is going up. Who's that kid? Does anyone know him? I don't. The 3,000 prefectures are too big. How can everyone know each other? Many people looked at Lin Feng with interest. They wanted to see Lin Feng climb the stone steps. Isn't that Lin Feng? Does he want to climb the stone steps too? Lin Feng's strength isn't bad. Maybe he can reach the first step. Didn't he say he was a disciple of an ancient power? How strong can an ancient power be? His cultivation level isn't low, but in the world of cultivators, how many people rely on medicinal pills or natural treasures to increase their cultivation level? There are too many cultivators who only have a high cultivation level and no real strength. And Chie's friends looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. They immediately started discussing him. They had been with Lin Feng for 3 days, and Chia had asked Lin Feng about his background. Lin Feng hadn't concealed anything. He had told them that he was a disciple of an ancient power in Wasteland. Wasteland was just one of the 72 prefectures in the north. The Tianwu continent's most impoverished prefectures were the 72 prefectures. People in the outside world didn't know much about the powers in Wasteland. They all thought that the 72 prefectures were barbarians. Even an ancient power like the Immortal Temple wasn't recognized by the top powers in the other prefectures. Perhaps the Immortal Temple and the Godly Temple were the only 2 powers in the whole 72 prefectures that people from other prefectures knew about. Most people had never heard of the other powers. Therefore, it wasn't strange that Lin Feng was being looked down upon. When Lin Feng arrived in front of the 99 flight of stairs, he sensed some oppressive energies surround him. The 99 flight of stairs had its own special cosmic energies. Lin Feng raised his left foot and stepped on the first step. Can this person reach the first step? Many people were curious. Lin Feng also stepped on the first step with his right foot. Many people were surprised that he had successfully reached the first step. They were very surprised that such an unknown cultivator could easily reach the first step of the stone steps. Chapter 11:25. Even the strong cultivators from the Yarrow clan, demonic path, evil path, barbarian race, and many other ancient factions were looking at the 99 stone steps. Anyone who could climb the stone steps was worthy of the attention of others. He's quite young, but he managed to climb the first step. He's not simple, said a young cultivator from the demonic path. Guan Guan narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked over. Why is this person giving me a strange feeling? She frowned, deep in thought. While the crowd was still amazed by the fact that a nobody like Lin Feng had managed to climb the first step, Lin Feng continued walking and arrived at the second flight of stairs. It's too easy. There's no pressure at all. Everyone was astonished. Lin Feng seemed to be climbing the stone steps more effortlessly than Bai Yutian. It was unbelievable. How is that possible? And Chie's companions couldn't believe their eyes. They hadn't thought much of Lin Feng, a disciple from a small faction. That was why they hadn't tried to befriend Lin Feng. Now, they realized that they had made a huge mistake. They didn't even dare to say that they could climb the first step, let alone the second. But Lin Feng had easily climbed the second step. That was enough to show how talented Lin Feng was. Now, the people around Chia were even wondering if Lin Feng had casually given them a fake identity. Many people were annoyed because they had missed an opportunity to befriend a top genius. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. Brother Lin is indeed extraordinary. I could tell that he wasn't simple from his speech and actions. Now, it's proven. And Chia took a deep breath. The pressure isn't that great. Lin Feng frowned. To him, the pressure of the second step wasn't that great. Lin Feng was too strong. He stepped forward. Third step. Fourth step. Fifth step. Sixth step. 10th step. 20th step. Everyone was dumbfounded, including the top geniuses. They had never seen anyone climb the 99 stone steps like this. It was as if there was no pressure at all. Who is this person? Isn't this a little too strong? Many people were moved. They wanted to know Lin Feng's identity. However, no one recognized Lin Feng. And Chie's group didn't say much. They knew that if Lin Feng didn't want to reveal his identity, then wouldn't they be offending Lin Feng? Lin Feng only felt the pressure when he reached the 30th step. It was as if an ancient mountain was crashing down from the sky. That person has finally stopped. Yi Futian murmured. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. If Lin Feng still did not stop, it would really make them almost start doubting life. Bai Yutian smiled bitterly. This person is too terrifying. I don't think there's anyone like him among the sovereign geniuses. Judging from his age, he should be someone who has just risen to prominence. One of the demon race prodigies said. The others nodded. Amazing, really amazing. He can reach the 30th step without panting. I'm afraid he already has the strength of a sovereign genius. The 3,000 provinces are really full of geniuses, said Guan Guan. Exclaimed Guan Guan. She was looking at Lin Feng with a strange expression in her eyes. Isn't that Lin Feng? A barbarian expert muttered. There were several barbarian factions. One of them was located in the 72 provinces in the north. It controlled Man Yu, and the godly temple of the barbarians was a barbarian faction. The barbarian expert who had just spoken was Wu Zhe. He was a top genius of the godly temple of the barbarians. The barbarian cultivators around him were all geniuses from other barbarian factions. The other barbarian factions were even stronger than the godly temple of the barbarians, said the barbarian woman in an alluring skirt. Lin Feng? The one you mentioned before? The new genius from the 72 provinces, Lin Feng? Wu Zhe nodded. That's right, it's him, said the strange barbarian girl. I heard about this Lin Feng when I was in Shong Prefecture. I thought that he was just a rumor, but now it seems like that's not the case, said Wu Zhe confidently. Rumors may not be true, but Lin Feng is really strong. His cultivation level is unfathomable. The others nodded and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng stopped at the 30th step for a few seconds and then continued walking towards the 31st step. Rumble. When Lin Feng stepped onto the 31st step, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Many people felt as if the ground was shaking. Lin Feng looked like he was carrying a gigantic mountain on his back. He's slowed down a lot. It seems that the difficulty of the 30th step has increased a lot, said someone. Said Lin Feng. Every time you cross 10 stone steps, the difficulty level will greatly increase, someone else said. The pressure from the 31st step was even more terrifying. However, it couldn't stop Lin Feng. Lin Feng rested for a moment before continuing to climb the 32nd step. That step didn't pose a problem for Lin Feng. He reached the 32nd step. Lin Feng continued to climb. The 33rd step. The 34th step. The 35th step. The 38th step. Many people's mouths twitched violently. If he could reach the 41st step, he would have the potential to become a god. Could it be that he was really going to reach the 41st step? Even among the supreme sky prides, those who could reach the 41st step were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. The 39th step. The 40th step. He's really going to reach the 41st step. Many people cried out in surprise. They couldn't describe how shocked they were. What a powerful man. Guan Guan's eyes became brighter and brighter. She stuck out her tongue and licked her alluring lips. Lin Feng took a deep breath and began to climb the 41st step. Lin Feng had the impression that an invisible strength was trying to destroy his physical body. His body can become a god, shouted Lin Feng coldly. He then started walking forwards. Boom. Lin Feng overcame the pressure and stepped onto the 41st step. He did it. Oh my god, he has the talent to become a god. Many people shouted in astonishment. If he had the talent to become a god, he could become a god in the future. This was an existence that countless people had to look up to. Suddenly, someone said in a trembling voice, he reached the 41st step without using any magic. He just relied on his body. The forest, which had been filled with excitement, suddenly became silent. Previously, everyone had been deeply shocked by Lin Feng reaching the 40th step. Basically, no one had noticed that Lin Feng hadn't used any magic. But now, when they carefully sensed the undulations coming from Lin Feng's body, they all turned pale with fright. They hadn't sensed any undulations of magic from Lin Feng's body. This meant that Lin Feng really hadn't used any magic. Is he still human? He reached the 41st step with just his body. Many people felt like they were going crazy. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Chapter 11:26. He's really brave. Guan's beautiful eyes were fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Her eyes were shining brighter and brighter. Guan wasn't the only one. The barbarian girl was also looking at Lin Feng in a dazzling light. His body can become a god. Isn't he too heaven-defying? The cute barbarian girl, whose body was adorned with all kinds of small ornaments, opened her pink lips in surprise. Many young geniuses were astonished. Lin Feng could become a god with his physical body, which meant that in the future, he would be able to kill gods with his physical body. It sounded inconceivable, but it wasn't impossible. For example, the true dragon clan, which was the most powerful of the dragon clan, could kill gods with their physical bodies alone. Another example was the ancient dragon-esque elephant. They could kill gods with their bodies. However, it was difficult for human cultivators to kill gods with their bodies. That was because human cultivators didn't have an advantage in their bodies, but in their comprehension ability. Human cultivators didn't have a strong body, but their comprehension ability was great. They could comprehend many profound techniques, such as formations, alchemy, tool refining, and so on. The other races couldn't compare to them. But Lin Feng didn't just have a strong comprehension ability, his body was also tyrannical. That was terrifying. The ancient dragon-esque elephant incantation is really powerful. My body can surpass gods and demons of the same level. In theory, I should be able to reach the 41st step with my body alone. Now, I've reached the 41st step. Lin Feng took a deep breath. However, after reaching the 41st step, Lin Feng had no choice but to circulate his magic power to resist the great pressure. The pressure of the 41st step was incomparable to that of the 41st step. Lin Feng's body could reach the 41st step. When he circulated his magic power, Lin Feng felt the pressure disappear. He could reach the 41st step with his body alone. When he circulated his magic power, the pressure of the 41st step couldn't hurt Lin Feng. I wonder how many steps he can reach. Many people looked at Lin Feng and tried to guess where Lin Feng's limit was. Many people thought that Lin Feng could reach the 90th step. 10 years ago, Huangfu Qingtian had once climbed above the 90th step and finally stopped at the 93rd step. At that time, it caused a huge uproar and shocked countless people. After Huangfu Qingtian reached the 93rd step, some geniuses who wanted to reach the 99th step decided to give up. They were worried that they wouldn't be able to reach the 93rd step. It would be a great blow to their confidence. It was precisely because Huangfu Qingtian had ascended the 93rd stone step that he had established his reputation as a supreme being genius. Lin Feng continued walking forwards. The 42nd step. The 43rd step. The 44th step. The 50th step, the 51st step. Lin Feng when he reached the 51st step. His. Moreover, he's only using his dharmic powers. He hasn't used many powerful techniques yet. That's right, this is too shocking, said Lin Feng. The cultivators in the forest exclaimed. Until now, many people still felt as if they were in a dream. If I just circulate my magic power, I won't be able to go any further. I have to use some other methods. He has to use some other methods, said a devil cultivator. Guan narrowed her eyes and said, this guy's methods are shocking. The others nodded. Which Guan wasn't just beautiful, she was also one of the most powerful individuals of the demonic path's younger generation. Her vision was extremely unique, and she rarely misjudged others. Everyone stared at Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng continued. He condensed the heaven-punishing battle intent. This force contained a will that refused to obey the will of the world. It was most suitable for resisting the pressure of the 99th step. Lin Feng quickly reached the 60th step. When he reached the 60th step, Lin Feng felt the pressure increase. He condensed a second force, the white tiger murderous intent. Lin Feng resisted all the pressure and reached the 61st step. Everyone in the forest was dumbstruck. They felt that Lin Feng hadn't encountered too many obstacles and had already reached the 61st step. Illusory shadows began to appear around him. These were the imprints left behind by the cultivators who had reached this step in the past. For example, there was a female cultivator called Gao Qinyu. Lin Feng had heard of her before. She was from 23,000 years ago. She had cultivated for 60 years and reached the rebirth realm. Then, she had left the continent of the 9 continents. Another example was a male cultivator called Wang Gang. He was 19,000 years old and had cultivated for 127 years to break through to the rebirth realm. After that, he had stayed in the continent of the 9 continents for another 1,000 years before leaving. Which one of the cultivators who could leave their name on the 60th step wasn't an earth-shattering existence? Lin Feng continued. The 62nd step. The 63rd step. The 70th step. The 75th step. When Lin Feng reached the 75th step, he had no choice but to use his third force to resist the powerful pressure from the steps. After using his third force, the pressure on Lin Feng's body decreased by a lot. The 76th step. The 77th step. The 80th step. He's about to reach the 81st step. Once he does, he will have the potential to become a giant god. Will he be stopped? Many people's voices trembled as they spoke. The 81st step wasn't able to stop Lin Feng. He successfully reached the 81st step. Next, Lin Feng continued. The 82nd step. The 83rd step. The 88th step. When Lin Feng arrived at the 88th step, he had already reached the limit of his 3 layers of force. He lifted his leg, wanting to reach the 89th step. Pu. Lin Feng's body was torn apart. Blood immediately spurted out. He's reached his limit. Many people sucked in a deep breath. He has no choice but to retreat. Otherwise, he'll be killed, said one of the geniuses. However, Lin Feng didn't retreat. He continued. Pu. Pu. More and more wounds appeared on Lin Feng's body. It was very difficult for him to reach the 89th step. Does he want to die? Seeing that Lin Feng hadn't given up, many people shook their heads. Many people thought that if Lin Feng continued like that, he would eventually die. Chapter 11:27. Lin Feng's physical body had been severely injured. The 99 stone steps were indeed terrifying, and Lin Feng had suffered a heavy blow. This was also why no one was optimistic about Lin Feng's chances. With his physical body injured, it would be too difficult for him to resist the pressure of the 99 stone steps. Immortal divine blood! Shouted Lin Feng. The immortal divine blood in his body began to circulate. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation had advanced greatly, the immortal divine blood in his body had recovered to 26%. Now that Lin Feng had recovered his immortal divine blood, his injured body was quickly recovering. His body is recovering at a visible speed. Isn't that too inconceivable? Many people cried out in surprise. They were all extremely shocked. What kind of constitution was this? How could it allow his body to recover so quickly? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that someone could have such a heaven-defying constitution. Bloodline. He's awakened his bloodline power, said a cultivator after taking a deep breath. He's a possessor of a special bloodline. What kind of bloodline does he have? Asked someone. There are hundreds of bloodlines in the world that can heal injuries, but I've only heard of one bloodline that can heal injuries so quickly. Someone cried out, could it be one of the 10 great forbidden bloodlines, the immortal divine body? That's right, it's this constitution. That cultivator nodded. Many people couldn't help but gasp. He had countless physical bodies, astonishing innate talent, and an immortal divine body. This was too heaven-defying. Immortal divine body. This person is really strong, said the witch, Guan Guan, as she stared at Lin Feng. She was obviously very interested in Lin Feng. She wasn't the only one who was interested in Guan Guan. The beautiful barbarian woman with long legs was also looking at Lin Feng with a strange light in her eyes. Many female cultivators in the forest were discussing Lin Feng in private, asking about Lin Feng. A man like Lin Feng could make their hearts pound. It was difficult for them to control their emotions. The immortal god blood healed Lin Feng's injuries, and he stepped onto the 89th step. Many people exclaimed because Lin Feng's bloodline was too powerful. Unless the stone steps instantly killed Lin Feng could heal his injured body. Lin Feng continued to move upwards. Soon, Lin Feng stepped onto the 90th stone step. At this moment, everyone held their breaths. Because if Lin Feng was able to step onto the next stone step, then, that would be the 91st step. If he could step onto the 91st step, in that case, Lin Feng had the potential to become a great emperor. The great emperor was the ruler of all worlds. The existence that looked askance at the myriad worlds. Even in the undying realm, he was a big shot. Therefore, even the spectating cultivators felt their hearts beating violently. Because perhaps they would witness a legend. Of course, it was also possible to witness the fall of a prodigy. Many top prodigies wanted to climb to the 91st stone step, but in the end, they died. There was more than one such example. Therefore, the surrounding cultivators also wanted to know. Was Lin Feng able to climb to the 91st stone step and had the potential to become a great emperor? Or did he die under the pressure of the 91st stone step? Lin Feng took a deep breath. He began to circulate the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. Inside his body, the power of the immemorial dragonesque elephant flowed crazily. Crack, crack, crackle, crackle. Suddenly, a series of strange sounds came from Lin Feng's body. Immediately after, his body began to swell. Lin Feng's body instantly grew in size, and the muscles all over his body grew crazily. His accumulating power. Many people looked at Lin Feng, who was on the 90th stone step, in shock. Everyone felt a terrifying power from Lin Feng's body, brewing and becoming stronger and stronger. That power seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth in an instant. When the power of the immemorial dragonesque elephant merged with one's flesh and soul, it could greatly increase one's strength. This was an ability that Lin Feng had comprehended after cultivating the immemorial dragonesque elephant skill to the perfect mastery realm. Today, this was the first time he had used this ability. Lin Feng's height soared to nearly 3 meters, and his body was as thick as a dragon's. Lin Feng sensed a strength he had never sensed before. He had the impression he could crush the empty space with one punch. "Ha!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. He then jumped forwards. Boom! The terrifying pressure blasted towards Lin Feng, but it was shattered by Lin Feng's punch. Then, Lin Feng stepped onto the 91st stone step. He succeeded. Many people exclaimed, their hearts trembling. They had witnessed a young cultivator reach the 91st stone step and have the potential to become a great emperor. Lin Feng did not stop because he could not stay in this state for long. Lin Feng continued to walk up the stone steps. The 92nd stone step. The 93rd stone step. There was a phantom on the 93rd stone step. It was Huangfu Qingtian. It was Huangfu Qingtian's brand. Now, the brand was staring at Lin Feng. "Huangfu Qingtian, you're destined to be trampled under my feet." Lin Feng looked indifferent and threw a punch at him. Boom! Huangfu Qingtian's phantom was crushed by Lin Feng. Many people were astonished. They didn't understand why Lin Feng had destroyed Huangfu Qingtian's brand. Did he have a grudge against Huangfu Qingtian? Lin Feng didn't stop and continued walking. Eventually, he reached the 97th stone step and stopped. He actually reached the 97th step. Is he going to reach the 99th step like Murong Tianshan? Many people swallowed their saliva. Murong Tianshan was standing at the top, looking down at the masses. At the end of the path, he was the peak, looking down at all the other mountains. If Lin Feng reached the 99th step, Murong Tianshan wouldn't be the only supreme cultivator anymore. He would share the title of supreme cultivator with Lin Feng. On the 97th step, Lin Feng's physical body returned to normal. He could only use the strength of the ancient dragonesque elephant and his body to fuse together for 3 minutes. Time was up. My Dao is indomitable. My Dao is invincible. Lin Feng didn't stop and started using his Dao. Boom! Lin Feng reached the 98th step. Then, he started walking towards the 99th step. How dare you! Suddenly, Murong Tianshan's brand on the 99th step shouted coldly. Then, he threw a punch at Lin Feng. Murong Tianshan, You think you can stop me? Lin Feng smiled coldly and punched Mu Rong Tian-shen's imprint away. Then, he reached the 99th step. I want to reach the Tianjiao arena and look down on the world, shouted Lin Feng. He continued walking towards the Tianjiao arena. It wasn't easy. No one had ever reached the top of the Tianjiao arena. A terrifying power that seemed capable of tearing apart heaven and earth bombarded Lin Feng's body. It wanted to kill Lin Feng. I am the supreme cultivator. I am the supreme cultivator. I am the supreme cultivator. Lin Feng punched 9 times in a row and destroyed that terrifying power. Then, he used the 9 steps of death and took 9 steps in a row. He overcame all the obstacles and successfully reached the Tianjiao arena. He did it. Countless people looked at the handsome young man standing on the Tianjiao arena in astonishment. Many people were completely dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Dong, at that moment, the sound of a law bell rang in the sky. 9 consecutive sounds echoed throughout the Tianjiao arena. It was the resonance of the Great Tao. Lin Feng had reached the Tianjiao arena and resonated with the Great Tao. The Tianjiao mountain is resonating with the Great Tao. Something shocking must have happened. In the Tianjiao arena, countless cultivators looked in the direction of the Tianjiao mountain. They were all astonished. Many strong cultivators outside the Tianjiao arena, including the rebirth-level cultivators, also heard the resonance of the Great Tao. The resonance of the Great Tao is coming from the Tianjiao mountain. What's going on? The rebirth-level cultivators outside couldn't sit still anymore. Their expressions changed drastically as they looked in the direction of the Tianjiao mountain. Chapter 11:28. Lin Feng stood on the Heaven's Pride stage, and below him was the once high and mighty Murong God. You're still going to be stepped on by me in the end. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he coldly looked at Murong God on the 99th step. Without saying anything, he stepped on him. This is really audacious. He actually dares to step on Murong God. Many people's expressions changed. They had never thought that Lin Feng would dare to do this. This was a provocation and blasphemy to Murong God. If Murong Tianshan were to find out about this, it would definitely incur his wrath. This guy really has a personality. Murong God's imprint stopped him from going up, but now that he's on the Heaven's Pride stage, he immediately stepped on Murong God's imprint and counterattacked. I like this kind of personality. Demoness Guan Guan licked her red lips and stared at Lin Feng. She was getting more and more interested. The geniuses of the Devil Path couldn't help but feel jealous. They naturally had some ideas about Guan Guan, but now that they saw Guan Guan being so interested in Lin Feng, they felt that their chances were getting slimmer and slimmer. Murong God's imprint raised its head. This imprint was very terrifying, and it contained Murong God's imprint. It coldly glanced at Lin Feng, full of killing intent. Don't be unconvinced that I'm stepping on you. You asked for it. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, and he didn't show any fear. Murong God was stopping him from going up. This was disturbing his cultivation. In the world of cultivators, the most taboo thing was to disturb others' cultivation. This was a hatred that countless cultivators would never rest until one of them was dead. Lin Feng naturally didn't need to be polite to Murong God. If he was given time, Murong God would be nothing. He would still be stepped on, just like how he was stepping on Murong God's imprint. At that moment, divine light shone in the sky and a majestic voice suddenly resounded. You've broken the rules and stepped onto the Heaven's Pride stage. Reward. After that voice, boundless origin energy poured into Lin Feng's body. In an instant, Lin Feng's cultivation rose rapidly from the beginner stage of the 8th heaven of the creation realm. The middle stage of the 8th level of the creation realm. 8th heaven advanced stage of the creation realm. Peak of the 8th heaven of the creation realm. He was only one step away from breaking through to the 9th level of the creation realm. This saved Lin Feng at least a year of hard work. This made Lin Feng very happy, but what made Lin Feng even happier was yet to come. A picture flew down from the void. Tao diagram. Many people cried out in surprise. Immediately after, his eyes revealed a scorching gaze. Tao diagrams were condensed from the Great Tao. Lin Feng stepped onto the prodigy platform and resonated with the Great Tao. Now, the Great Tao had condensed into a Tao diagram as a reward. The Great Tao source reward from before had helped Lin Feng's cultivation to break through 3 minor levels in a row. This was already extremely precious. But compared to the map, it was not worth mentioning. That was because there were often shocking secrets hidden in Tao diagrams. If one was lucky, they could even obtain a heaven-defying inheritance. The Tao diagram was imprinted in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng carefully sensed the contents recorded in the Tao diagram, and his body suddenly trembled. Great Calamity Technique. The Great Calamity Technique was actually recorded in the Tao diagram. This Great Calamity Technique was not simple. Among the 3,000 Great Tao, the top 10 Great Tao were the Great Destiny Technique, Great Destiny Technique, Great Karma Technique, Great Reincarnation Technique, Great Creation Technique, Great Yin-Yang Technique, Great Eternity Technique, Great Longevity Technique, Great Calamity Technique, and Great Devouring Technique. The Great Calamity Technique was ranked 9th among the 3,000 Great Tao. The 10 Great Taos ranked in the top 10 of the 3,000 Great Taos could be called Great Taos. Its power was unimaginable. For example, the Great Reincarnation Technique was said to be able to reverse the 6 paths of reincarnation and control the life and death of countless living beings. For example, if one mastered the Great Longevity Technique, they would be immortal and free in the world. As for the Great Calamity Technique, it could be ranked in the top 10 of the 3,000 Great Tao. A cultivator's cultivation was actually a process of defying the heavens. Defying the heavens and seizing life from the heavens was not allowed by the heavenly Tao, so heavenly tribulations would often descend and destroy cultivators. Heavenly tribulations were disasters for cultivators. If one mastered the Great Calamity Technique, they would be able to deal with heavenly tribulations with ease. Of course, the Great Calamity Technique was not only used to deal with heavenly tribulations. For example, space-time storms were also the power of disasters. If one mastered the Great Calamity Technique, they would be able to control space-time storms and so on. The Great Calamity Technique was an extremely heaven-defying ability. Swoosh! At that moment, a ray of divine light swept over from the void and wrapped around Lin Feng. In the next instant, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. Clearly, the power of laws contained in the prodigy arena had teleported Lin Feng to another place. Whoosh! Whoosh! One figure after another flew over from the distance. Someone actually got onto the prodigy arena. He trampled heavenly god Murong under his foot. How domineering. He actually dares to do something like that. If he doesn't die, he'll definitely become a heaven-defying figure in the future. Look, the prodigy arena has branded his name. He's called Lin Feng. Who's Lin Feng? I don't know. I've never heard of that name. Many people were astonished and started discussing spiritedly. Unfortunately, in order to protect the young geniuses battle stage only shows their names and faces. I wonder if Lin Feng is a heroic and extraordinary cultivator. If so, it'd be perfect. What's important about a man is his ability, not his appearance. If he's both heaven-defying and handsome, that'd be the best. A group of female cultivators was talking about Lin Feng. Obviously, the female cultivators were different from the male cultivators. Women were emotional, so they valued both talent and appearance. Huangfu Qingtian is here. Huangfu Qingtian, who could be ranked in the top 10 among the supreme geniuses, was venting his anger. He had managed to climb to the 93rd step. Many geniuses of the same age as him didn't dare climb to the 99th step because they were afraid they would fail. Huangfu Qingtian's status in the younger generation was extraordinary. He looked like a great emperor. Even though he looked calm, he clenched his fists. Back then, he despised Lin Feng, but now he was in danger. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling like stars. He looked down on Lin Feng and clenched his fists. Di Shengtian is here too. In the other direction, the sky was also shaking. Di Shengtian's arrival caused an even bigger commotion. Di Shengtian was a Zun cultivator of the Celestial Shrine. Murong Tian Shen was Di Shengtian's uncle. And now, Lin Feng was trampling on Murong Tian Shen. He was provoking Murong Tianshan and the Celestial Shrine. Lin Feng, very good. I shouldn't have allowed you to live for so long. Since you're here, I'll kill you, said Di Shengtian icily. Said Di Shengtian coldly. Lin Feng had killed one of his clones, so they were already enemies. Di Shengtian was holding his halberd, and rose up in the air. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. Chapter 1129. In the outside world. Many influential groups sent people to the Tianjiao battle arena to ask what was going on. Soon, they heard the news. Someone had climbed onto the Tianjiao battle arena and stepped on Murong Tianshan. He had also received the origin of the Great Path and a Tao diagram as a reward. This caused a huge uproar. Some cultivators used crystal balls to record what was happening on the Tianjiao battle arena. Countless people were gathered there. Murong Tianshan was glaring at them from the top of the 99 steps. On the Tianjiao battle arena, a young cultivator was stepping on Murong Tianshan's head. He was provoking him. That's. Many people were astonished. First, because someone had climbed onto the Tianjiao battle arena. Second, because that person had dared to step on Murong Tianshan's head. It was unbelievable. After all, Murong Tianshan was the strongest cultivator under the gods. Who dared to provoke Murong Tianshan? But the cultivator who had climbed onto the Tianjiao battle arena dared to do that. It's said that when he was about to reach the 99th step, he was stopped by Murong Tianshan. So, when he reached the Heaven's Proud arena, he immediately counterattacked and stepped on Murong Tianshan's head. The Heaven's Proud arena's laws imprinted this scene, and it will remain there forever. It'll stay there forever. Forever. Murong Tianshan will always be trampled on. How humiliating. He used to be the center of attention in the world, and now he's being trampled on by a young cultivator. But Murong Tianshan has only himself to blame. He's blocking other people's way of cultivation. That kind of hatred won't be resolved until one of them dies. Murong Tianshan is going to die, said a rebirth-level cultivator gloatingly. Many people looked at Heavenly God Murong, wanting to know what he was thinking at this moment. Heavenly God Murong was sitting cross-legged in the void with his eyes closed, as if he didn't care about what was happening in the outside world. He's really good at sitting. Many strong cultivators frowned and looked away in the end. In the depths of a mountain range, Lin Feng had set up a restrictive spell and created a cave. Then, he entered the cave to study the Great Disaster technique, which was ranked 9th among the 3,000 Great Taos. If he could successfully cultivate the 3,000 Great Taos, his cultivation would definitely improve tremendously. This was because the 3,000 Great Taos were too powerful. Of course, it was not easy to comprehend the 3,000 Great Taos. It required a strong comprehension ability. Lin Feng took out the 9-colored illusory stone. His left hand and right hand each held a 9-colored illusory stone. Under the effect of the 9-colored illusory stone, Lin Feng quickly entered the state of epiphany. Once a cultivator entered a state of epiphany, they would be able to naturally overcome the difficulties they encountered in their cultivation. If not for this, epiphany would not be so important. Entering a state of epiphany during cultivation was the dream of every cultivator. Many people woke up after the epiphany, and their cultivation base naturally took its course to improve greatly. And now, Lin Feng was in a state of epiphany, constantly simulating the operation method of the Great Disaster spell. However, it had to be said that the art of Great Calamity was too difficult to cultivate. Even though he was in a state of epiphany, Lin Feng was still unable to comprehend the mysteries within. The Tao diagram. Lin Feng had a new idea. He tried his best not to think about the cultivation method of the Great Calamity spell. Instead, he immersed his mind in the Tao diagram. Gradually, Lin Feng merged with the Tao diagram. The entire Tao diagram was condensed from dense runes. If these runes were broken down, they would be the cultivation method of the Great Calamity spell. But now, Lin Feng did not let the Tao diagram be broken down. Instead, he still connected them together as runes. This time, Lin Feng had a new harvest. These runes connected together to form a world of disasters. In this world of disasters, there were heavenly tribulations, space-time storms, floods, natural and man-made disasters, and so on. These were all disasters. Now that Lin Feng had merged into the world of disasters, he seemed to have become a kind of disaster. He did not know how much time had passed. In Lin Feng's dantian, runes intertwined. These were the runes of the Great Calamity spell. These runes increased in number and gradually fused together. They turned into a divine ability array. Integrate the Tao diagram into the divine ability array. Lin Feng's spiritual will moved. Suddenly, the Tao diagram flew out and broke down into runes. One rune after another fused into the divine ability array formed by the Great Calamity spell. The divine ability array was becoming more and more perfect. The original divine ability array was only at the beginner level. Now, it had been upgraded to the small success level. After upgrading to the small success level, the divine ability array formed by the Great Calamity spell began to revolve around the sovereign's path. And in Lin Feng's body, waves of tyrannical fluctuations surged out. Boom, the magic power in his body erupted like a flood, instantly engulfing his entire body. I broke through. The 9th level of the creation realm. Lin Feng stood up, a smile on his face. This time, he had obtained too many benefits from the prodigy arena. Not only had he obtained the heaven-defying Great Calamity spell, but he had also obtained the heaven-defying 3000 Great Tao. His cultivation had also broken through to the 9th level of the creation realm. And now, his name was probably known by countless people in the 3000 prefectures, right? Night. A bonfire burned fiercely, and there was golden barbecue on top of the bonfire. The aroma was alluring. Swoosh. A streak of light flew over from the distance, and a woman in a black dress descended. She was tall and alluring, and her face was beautiful. Her eyes were like the eyes of a vixen, charming and alluring. You don't mind if I sit here, do you? The woman's voice was sweet, and it seemed to seep into one's bones. Lin Feng nodded and said, Of course I don't mind. On a dark and windy night like this, meeting a beauty like you is an elegant thing. Hee. The alluring woman giggled and said, Are you confessing to me, husband? Lin Feng looked at the alluring woman with interest and said, Could it be that the women of the demonic Tao are all as daring and charming as you? Lin Feng had noticed this woman in the prodigy arena. She was an expert of the younger generation of the demonic Tao. There are very few women like me in the world. My name is Guan Guan. You have to remember me, said the demoness with a smile. She was very daring, and she looked at Lin Feng teasingly. She didn't hold back at all. Of course I won't forget a beautiful woman like you, said Lin Feng. Guan Guan said, I want you to imprint my appearance and my name in the depths of your soul, because I will definitely be your woman in the future. She stretched out her right hand and gently caressed Lin Feng's face. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such a daring woman, and he was a bit overwhelmed. However, Lin Feng didn't want to appear too cowardly. He stretched out his right hand and hugged Guan Guan's alluring waist. Chapter 1130. Said Guan Guan while giggling. She moved her legs and avoided Lin Feng's attack. She then asked, What do you want to do to me? Didn't you say that you want to become my woman? It's not too much for me to do anything to my own woman, right? Lin Feng looked at Guan Guan with a smile that wasn't a smile. You'll have to wait until you marry me before you can do whatever you want. Before that, don't even think about it. Guan Guan snorted. Lin Feng said, It's very normal for something to happen before marriage that goes beyond friendship, okay? Guan Guan smiled and said, I'm not a casual woman. Lin Feng looked at Guan Guan carefully and said, You're not human when you're casual, are you? You're asking for a beating, said Guan Guan while biting her lips. She was ferociously staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was quite unique. Lin Feng smiled and said, Since we know each other, tell me why you're here. Don't try to brush me off by saying that you want to become my woman. I won't believe you. Guan Guan looked at Lin Feng with her charming eyes and said, Of course I sincerely want to become your woman. Lin Feng looked at Guan Guan. Guan Guan also looked at him, her eyes sincere and bold. Seeing those charming eyes that were filled with sincerity, Lin Feng actually believed Guan Guan's words. Why? Lin Feng asked. Because, When a person lives alone for too long, they'll feel lonely and lonely. However, it's very difficult for a person who has been single for too long to find a suitable person. When I saw you, I knew that you were the man that I had to manage. Guan Guan was very straightforward. This was her personality, and she didn't hide her feelings. She was a passionate and unrestrained demonic path saintess. Such a character was lovable, hateful, admirable, and admirable. Lin Feng sighed and said, "It's not necessarily a good thing for a man to be too outstanding. There will always be too many women throwing themselves at him. Other women are just vases. How can they compare to me? Do you believe that I can beat the crap out of you right now?" Guan Guan waved her pink fist and said, "Demoness Guan Guan, your name resounds like thunder in my ears. You are one of the strongest cultivators amongst the younger generation of demonic cultivators. I would like to test your cultivation base." Lin Feng leaped out and stretched out his right hand to grab Guan Guan. Guan Guan did not dodge. She smiled and said, "Your physical body is unparalleled. I want to see if I can break it." She leaned forward. Lin Feng was about to grab her. Suddenly, Guan Guan split into two, and Lin Feng's attack missed. The Guan Guan on the left pointed a finger at Lin Feng, while the Guan Guan on the right sent a palm strike at him. Two supervisors? Their auras are identical. Lin Feng was shocked. Guan Guan's divine ability was very powerful, and it could deceive anyone. Even with Lin Feng's powerful senses, he could not tell which one was the real one. Lin Feng blocked Guan Guan's attack with both hands. Bang! Suddenly, he felt as if he had been hit by two yuan cauldron bells flying through the air, and he was sent flying. The two supervisors leaped up and flew towards Lin Feng, one on the left and one on the right. They attacked Lin Feng again. Guan Guan's ability to split into two was very powerful, and it caused Lin Feng a lot of trouble. However, Lin Feng had a way to deal with it. He summoned a magnetic field and trapped Guan Guan within it. Under the powerful restrictive effects of the magnetic field, Guan Guan's movements were restricted, and she could barely move. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Let's see how you resist now." He swung his fist at Guan Guan. At that moment, the two supervisors merged into one. When the two merged into one, Guan Guan was able to move again, and she dodged Lin Feng's attack. She quickly arrived in front of Lin Feng and smiled coquettishly. "It seems like I'm going to beat you up." Guan Guan's fist was aimed at Lin Feng's chin. "You're really willing to make a move." Lin Feng retreated and dodged Guan Guan's attack, but Guan Guan disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, Lin Feng felt a cold intent sweep over him from behind. He was shocked, and he quickly leaned to the side, narrowly avoiding Guan Guan's punch. Guan Guan wanted to pull back her fist, but Lin Feng did not give her the chance. He used the immemorial star-plucking hand and grabbed Guan Guan's wrist. Great binding technique. Unexpectedly, Guan Guan's body became extremely soft. Her slender and straight legs clamped Lin Feng's legs, and her left hand strangled Lin Feng's neck, making it difficult for Lin Feng to move. The two of them fell to the ground. "What a great binding technique. You actually managed to bind me." Lin Feng felt that it was difficult for him to circulate his magic power, and he could not help but mutter. Guan Guan's methods were indeed astonishing. In the battle, Lin Feng had temporarily suffered a small loss. "Do you know how powerful I am now?" Guan Guan said with a little pride. "You're powerful, but it wasn't wise for you to choose to fight me in close combat. Even if I can't circulate my magic power, my body is still strong enough." Lin Feng smiled and turned his body to face Guan Guan. He looked at Guan Guan's delicate face and alluring pink lips. He quickly sucked on Guan Guan's pink lips. It really had a different taste. "Rogue." Guan Guan's face immediately turned pink. She pushed Lin Feng a few meters away and quickly got up from the ground. She wiped her pink lips with her hand. "Could it be that that was your first time?" Lin Feng smiled and looked at Guan Guan. Guan Guan gritted her teeth and said, "You're shameless. You were the one who said you wanted to become my woman. It's not against the law for me to kiss my own woman, right? It's a matter of course." Lin Feng shrugged. "I don't want to talk to you." Guan Guan snorted angrily. Lin Feng saw that Guan Guan was angry and felt that he had gone a little too far. He felt a little apologetic and said, "I was wrong. As long as you're not angry, I'll agree to anything. You said it. Then I'll owe you." Guan Guan snorted. This woman was sometimes charming, sometimes shy, sometimes bold, sometimes seductive, and sometimes pure. She was really the best of the best. Lin Feng said, "Then I'll remember it first. After fighting for so long, I should be hungry. Let's eat something." Guan Guan nodded and sat in front of the bonfire with Lin Feng to share the barbecue meat. "I didn't know that your barbecue skills were pretty good." After taking a bite, Guan Guan looked like she was enjoying herself and couldn't help but praise. "Of course. If you want to capture a woman's heart, you have to capture her stomach first," Lin Feng said with a smile. I don't know how many girls you've fooled with your flowery words." Guan Guan snorted twice. The two of them ate while chatting. Guan Guan seemed to be able to eat even more than Lin Feng. She had digested more than half of the barbecue meat, causing Lin Feng to be dumbfounded. At this time, many cultivators flew past in the distance. These people glanced at Lin Feng and Guan Guan, but didn't stop. They sped up and flew deeper into the forest. Soon, more cultivators flew past. After 4 or 5 groups of cultivators flew past, Lin Feng and Guan Guan both frowned. They felt that something wasn't right. Something must have happened. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many cultivators flying in the same direction. Chapter 1131. Let's go and take a look, Lin Feng said. Guan Guan nodded and flew with Lin Feng. Soon, they saw a group of cultivators surrounding a cultivator with a special appearance. That cultivator's hair was light gold, and his skin was much fairer than ordinary people's. His eyes were deep and blue like the Mediterranean Sea. That person looks strange. Why are there so many people surrounding him? Lin Feng was puzzled. Guan Guan said, "He's an outsider." Lin Feng was shocked. Before entering the battlefield, he had already heard about the outsider race. Now that he had finally seen them, he realized that they did look different from the people of the Qianwu continent. Asked Lin Feng, "Those people from the outside world call them demons. Where do they come from?" It was widely known that the outsiders were demons, but Lin Feng was a more rational person. He naturally doubted that. What you hear may be false, but seeing is believing. The outsiders followed the Qianwu continent into the Qianwu continent during the Qianmo upheaval. To be precise, their planet was occupied by the Qianmo upheaval, and they became their slaves. The Qianmo upheaval enslaved them and formed an army. That's why the outsiders also participated in the war. However, they turned against the Qianmo upheaval and fought against the Qianmo upheaval with the cultivators of the Qianwu continent. In the end, they defeated the Qianmo upheaval, but their spaceship was destroyed, so they could only stay in the Qianwu continent. As for why they are in the battlefield, no one knows. Guan Guan said. According to what you said, since the outsiders joined forces with the cultivators of the Qianwu continent to fight against the Qianmo upheaval, they should coexist peacefully with the cultivators of the Qianwu continent. Why? After saying that, Lin Feng stopped talking. He had thought of the reason. Guan Guan sneered and said, "The human heart is often scarier than demons." Lin Feng did not refute Guan Guan because he agreed with Guan Guan's words. The outsiders had celestial crystals and celestial stones in their bodies. Naturally, they were a thorn in the side of many people. Demon from beyond, surrender. Increase the power of your attacks and tear the demon from beyond into pieces. Many cultivators shouted as they used all their strength to activate their powerful divine arts or unleash their Dharma treasures to besiege the heavenly alien race. "Even if I die, I'll drag you all down with me," the Tianwei cultivator roared. His body was already drenched in blood. Clearly, he couldn't hold on for much longer. He charged towards a group of cultivators and self-detonated. Bam! Along with the sound of explosions, the destructive energy engulfed many cultivators. At least 40 to 50 people died tragically. However, there were still 300 to 400 people scattered around. After the death of the alien, the heaven crystal and heaven stone in his body weren't destroyed. Many cultivators crazily rushed towards the heaven crystal and heaven stone. "This is mine. Who dares to steal it from me? I'll kill him." Many people were shouting and threatening others, but it was useless. Hundreds of cultivators were fighting each other and cultivators were constantly being killed. "Benefits have blinded my eyes." Lin Feng shook his head slightly. The Tianhui cultivators were labeled as demons. It was obvious that many large factions wanted to obtain the heaven crystal and heaven stone in their bodies, so they had forcefully added this crime onto them. Looking at the cultivators fighting each other in front of him, it was clear that greed was a terrible sin. They had been allies at first, but in the blink of an eye, they had become mortal enemies. Lin Feng and Guan Guan left. Seeing that Lin Feng's mood was somewhat low, Guan Guan said, "It seems like you've been moved by compassion." "I'm just a little emotional. Many people have completely lost their nature for benefits," Lin Feng said. He couldn't forget the tragic death of the Tianhui cultivator. The lifespan of the Tianhui cultivators is very long. It's said that their lifespan is 100 times that of the cultivators of the Tianwu continent. The Tianhui cultivator we saw just now was alone, so he was killed. If we had encountered a group of Tianhui cultivators, it's hard to say who would have been killed. Guan Guan sneered coldly. In the next few days, more and more cultivators gathered because this area was frequented by the Tianhui cultivators. Many people wanted to kill the Tianhui cultivators and obtain the heaven crystal and heaven stone in their bodies. The Tianhui cultivators fought back vigorously and killed many cultivators. The conflict between the two sides became more and more serious. Even many top geniuses came one after another. Huangfu Qingtian, the masked cultivator, Gongsun Wushu, Ning Litao, Ying Zhantian, and other top geniuses came one after another. The top geniuses of the demon race also came, such as Yaro Xielong of the three-headed cobra race and Shuezong Xian of the heaven-devouring demonic toad race. These two had ambushed Lin Feng before but failed. Afterward, they didn't return to the great Peng King race and secretly left. The Devil Dao also had experts. The four great demons of the Devil Dao, Young Master Gongzi Yu, Young Master Kang, Young Master Yun, and Young Master Shui, came one after another. A mysterious cultivator from the Devil Dao came. His appearance couldn't be seen clearly due to the lingering mist, but this person was definitely an abnormally terrifying existence. It was obvious that all the major powers had their eyes on the Tianhui cultivators. They called this hunting and didn't treat the Tianhui cultivators as humans but as prey. With the addition of these top experts, the Tianhui cultivators suffered heavy losses and were constantly killed. There's a commander from the alien race. He was attacked by more than 10 top geniuses and is now seriously injured. Everyone, quickly go and find him. His celestial stones and celestial crystals aren't something ordinary alien races' celestial stones and celestial stones can compare to. Many cultivators were searching for the commander's whereabouts. Lin Feng and Guan Guan saw a great battle. Hundreds of cultivators surrounded more than 10 Tianhui cultivators. The leader was a middle-aged cultivator and his left chest was pierced. He was severely injured. "This should be the commander," Lin Feng said. Guan Guan nodded. These people had extraordinary means and broke out of the encirclement. In the next 3 days, Lin Feng and Guan Guan saw too many killings. Tianhui cultivators were constantly killed, but many of them chose to self-detonate before they died, dragging many cultivators down with them. 5 days later, Lin Feng and Guan Guan heard the sounds of fighting in the forest and quickly rushed over. Dozens of cultivators surrounded 3 people. It was the commander that Lin Feng and Guan Guan had met a few days ago. 2 Tianhui cultivators were killed one after another, leaving only the last commander. When Lin Feng and Guan Guan rushed over, the commander was already lying on the ground with his dantian destroyed. He didn't even have the chance to self-detonate and drag the others down with him. "Aren't you good at running? Why aren't you running now?" The leading cultivator had a sinister smile on his face as he stepped on the face of the Tianhui cultivator. His face was crushed and blood immediately flowed out from his nose, eyes, and mouth. Chapter 1132. He was struggling. Even though he had been crippled, even though he had suffered a fatal injury, he was still unyielding. His eyes were filled with boundless hatred. He had watched his clansmen being killed. But he had been powerless. Now, he couldn't escape his fate. It made him feel endless pain. He had too many things he didn't want to let go of, but now, he knew that he had to let go of everything. Death came with letting go of everything. Even though there were too many things in his heart that he couldn't let go of, what could he do? His body was twitching violently. Before his dantian had been destroyed, his body had been like a lamp that had run out of oil. Now, all his pillars were gone. His life was slipping away. Sir, this guy is a commander. So many people have tried to kill him, but none of them succeeded. Now that he's fallen into your hands, we'll congratulate you first. The dozens of cultivators behind him all congratulated the leading cultivator. The leader couldn't help but look smug. He exerted force with his right foot, and more blood flowed out of the commander's nose, eyes, and mouth. Why do you have to humiliate someone who's about to die? Lin Feng said indifferently as he walked out of the forest. Maybe he's psychologically twisted. Guan Guan said indifferently. When he saw Lin Feng and Guan Guan walk out of the forest, the leader sneered. What? Do you want to be a good person? Do you want to save him? Or do you want to take him away from me? Lin Feng flicked his sleeves and said, you broke his meridians, and his qi and blood are in a mess. How can he survive? I don't like your character, so I came out just now. All right, I want him. Take your people and scram as far away as you can. Boy, are you crazy? You dare tell our sir to scram? Do you want to die? The leader's subordinates immediately shouted. Many people looked at Lin Feng coldly. Many people also looked at Guan Guan. Then, he let out a lewd laugh. One of them said, My lord, these two are reckless enough to offend you. Why don't we just kill them? In any case, there's no one else in this vast forest. Killing them won't spread the news. Besides, based on my experience, the girl beside that brat is still a virgin. Wouldn't my lord like to have some fun with such a top-grade woman? The leader of the cultivators laughed and scolded, When this father is done, you guys will take turns, right? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Haha, your excellency is wise and mighty. We can't hide our intentions from your excellency. The group of people immediately laughed as if there was no one else around. Clearly, this group of cultivators did not place Lin Feng and Guan Guan in their eyes at all. The leader of the cultivators said, Let's do it. Kill that boy and capture the woman. Once we're done, we'll kill them. Yes, sir. After receiving the order, these people directly rushed towards Lin Feng and Guan Guan. There were more than 40 people in total, and they were all quite strong. Each of them looked like fiends. Looks like you're cultivators from a powerful group, and a righteous one at that. However, compared to the demons, you're even more despicable. Fine, I'll kill all of you today. It can be considered as carrying out justice on behalf of the heavens. Lin Feng laughed coldly. Shameless boasting. Die. Dozens of cultivators had already rushed over and were preparing to attack Lin Feng. Confine, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. His 5 devouring martial spirits revolved and condensed the strongest magnetic field. Everyone's movements were restricted by Lin Feng's magnetic field. Ah, I can't move. This brat knows sorcery. He's restricting us. Many people cried out in horror. Lin Feng raised his right hand and sword chi shot out. Pu. Pu. Ripping sounds could be heard as one cultivator after another was killed by Lin Feng. Their bodies were restricted and they had no ability to resist. Brat, you're courting death. The leader of the cultivators was an ancient tycoon. When he saw so many of his subordinates being killed by Lin Feng, he immediately roared and rushed towards Lin Feng. He wanted to save more than 20 people who were still alive. However, Lin Feng didn't give him the chance to do so. He used the sky-splitting slash. Ripping sounds could be heard as the cultivators' bodies were instantly torn apart. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 people were killed by Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng's attack collided with the leader's attack. Both sides' attacks were annihilated. Let's go together and kill him. Lin Feng said aloud. This leader's cultivation was very terrifying. Lin Feng felt that this person's strength was probably much stronger than his. Lin Feng was worried that this person would escape, so he joined forces with Guan Guan. The chances of killing him would be greatly increased. Guan Guan nodded and joined hands with Lin Feng to attack the leader of the group. The two sides fought for hundreds of rounds in a row. Guan Guan finally found a rare opportunity and slapped the leader's right shoulder. His right shoulder instantly exploded, dripping with blood. With this attack, the leader of the cultivators had suffered a serious injury. Lin Feng and Guan Guan cooperated very well. After Guan Guan injured the leader of the group, Lin Feng used the 8 godly abstraction seals to seal him. This person couldn't move and was directly thrown to the ground by Lin Feng. "Let go of me. Do you know who I am? How dare you imprison me? If I tell you who I am, you'll be scared to death." The leader of the cultivators roared furiously. His face was contorted in anger. Lin Feng used a restriction to seal his mouth. Lin Feng and Guan Guan then walked towards the leader of the alien race who was lying on the ground. His aura was already extremely weak. "I can't hold on for much longer," Guan Guan said. Lin Feng nodded and looked at the alien race's leader. He asked, "Do you have any last words? The two of you are different from other cultivators. Thank you for letting me leave with dignity." His voice was extremely weak. Clearly, his life was coming to an end. Lin Feng could feel the flame of his life. It would be extinguished at any time. The alien race's leader's eyes became more and more blurred. It seemed like he could no longer open his eyes. He tried his best to raise his right hand and grab at the air. He muttered, "I miss my hometown. There are mountains and clear water. I love my wife, my family, and my adorable son. But I will never see them again." With endless regret and sorrow, the alien cultivator's right hand fell to the ground. His body remained motionless as he breathed his last. Chapter 1133. Lin Feng and Guan Guan were silent. They looked at the dead cultivator's face and were speechless for a long time. Before he died, he still missed his hometown and loved ones, but he couldn't go back in the end. He died tragically in this place with endless sorrow. It really made people sigh. They didn't do anything wrong. Perhaps the only mistake was that they had celestial crystals and celestial stones in their bodies. These two treasures were coveted by many people. Thus, the tragic fate of the outsiders was destined. Rest in peace. Lin Feng squatted down and gently caressed the eyes of the dead cultivator with his right hand so that he could close them. The older generation said that if a person opened their eyes when they died, there would be too much resentment. In that case, there would be too much unwillingness left behind, and as a result, there would be no way to reincarnate. Lin Feng didn't know if this was right, but he knew that letting the dead rest in peace was a form of respect for the dead. "I won't touch your celestial crystals and celestial stones. If there's a chance, I will return them to your people." Lin Feng used heavenly fire to burn the corpse. After the corpse was burned to ashes, Lin Feng took out the celestial crystals and celestial stones. It was because of these two things that countless cultivators had besieged the outsiders. Lin Feng wasn't a saint. He had his own emotions and desires, but Lin Feng also had his own principles. He wouldn't kill the innocent for his own benefits. Think about it, how would you feel if the person who was brutally killed was your family? Everyone should have their own bottom line to abide by. This was the foundation of being human. However, there were too many people who had already thrown their bottom line beyond the clouds. They could kill the innocent for their own benefits. They could disregard human life. They could commit all kinds of evil. They could do all kinds of evil. The outsiders have very long lifespans, but so what if they have a long lifespan? In the end, they can't see their loved ones. They don't care if they can live forever. What they care about the most is whether they can be with their loved ones. Guan Guan muttered. Lin Feng said, "I find it unbelievable that the demonic path saintess would say these words." Guan Piping said, "Most of the time, demons aren't demons. Behind the righteousness in many people's eyes, there may be many hidden filth that no one knows about." Lin Feng nodded and said, "It's just as you said. Righteous, evil, demons, and demons are all relative. The world of cultivators is really cruel. Perhaps if you stay here for a long time, you'll forget about righteousness and evil, but you can never forget the bottom line in your heart. There aren't many cultivators who can stick to their bottom line. Guan Guan sighed. Lin Feng looked at the imprisoned cultivator. Lin Feng released the seal on the cultivator's mouth. Then, he looked coldly at the cultivator and said, "Now, tell me, how should I deal with you? Should I just kill you? Or cut off your flesh piece by piece? Until you bleed to death? You can't do this to me. I'm from the Yin-Yang sect. If you dare to kill me, you'll definitely die." The cultivator shouted. The Yin-Yang sect was a famous force in the Sky Martial continent. It was an ancient force that could contend with the ancient Jiang family. It was obvious how terrifying this force was. The ancient forces were also divided into different levels. The Yin-Yang sect was the strongest ancient force. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to offend the Yin-Yang sect. "So you're threatening me?" Lin Feng looked at the cultivator indifferently. The cultivator said, "I'm not threatening you, I'm warning you. I'm Song Yuchen, the son of the Yin-Yang sect supreme elder, Song Jingjiao. If you dare to kill me, you won't have a good ending." Fart. As soon as Song Yuchen finished speaking, Lin Feng raised his right hand and slashed out with sword qi, tearing off a piece of flesh from Song Yuchen's body. Ah! Song Yuchen immediately let out a painful scream. He didn't think that Lin Feng would dare to treat him like this after he revealed his identity. Song Yuchen looked at Lin Feng with hatred and roared, "Brat, have you thought about the consequences of doing this?" Song Yuchen was from the Yin-Yang sect, so he was used to being arrogant and despotic. In addition, his cultivation base was also extremely powerful. After cultivating for 280 years, he had already reached the 8th layer of life and death realm. With this kind of cultivation, he could naturally do whatever he wanted. Therefore, after becoming a prisoner, he didn't return to reality from his high and mighty attitude. That was why he was still so arrogant despite not understanding the situation. But Lin Feng clearly didn't fall for Song Yuchen's trick. Swish swish swish, one sword beam after another flew out and the flesh on Song Yuchen's body was sliced off piece by piece. Song Yuchen's face finally revealed a terrified expression. This was because he realized that Lin Feng wasn't frightened by his background at all. "Spare my life. You can ask for anything, but please spare my life." Song Yuchen looked at Lin Feng in horror and begged loudly. Lin Feng sneered. "How can I spare someone like you?" He did not stop, and dense sword qi flew out. Song Yuchen let out a mournful scream as he was dismembered. After Song Yuchen's death, Lin Feng took the storage rings of Song Yuchen and the others before leaving with Guan Guan. Many battles were still erupting in the forest, and this battle couldn't be stopped. The greed in many cultivators' hearts had already completely drowned out their conscience. Naturally, it was impossible for them to stop. In the evening, Lin Feng and Guan Guan were resting in a valley when more than 10 streams of light flew over from afar. Lin Feng and Guan Guan jumped onto a large tree and secretly observed these people. There were a few abnormally powerful people among the newcomers, and even Lin Feng felt a little apprehensive. One of them was holding a young girl around 17 or 18 years old. She had light blue hair and was quite young, but she was tall. That young girl was clearly an alien race from the outer heaven. The young girl's eyes were filled with hatred as she looked at these people. "Haha, how refreshing. After killing 13 outsiders, each of us will get a share of the celestial crystals and celestial stones," one of the cultivators said with a smile. The others also smiled and nodded. Someone looked at the young girl and said, "This girl is even prettier than the girl called Agulai we played with 3 days ago. Moreover, she looks like a virgin. We'll be able to have some fun today." Big sister Agulai was. When the young girl heard these words, her face was filled with pain and hatred. "You're a bunch of animals. Haha, this girl is quite barbaric. She's quite tasty. I like it." A cultivator came in front of the young girl and directly grabbed her clothes, tearing them apart. He then pounced on her and pressed her under his body. Chapter 1134. "Let go of me, you bastard." The girl was struggling, but how could she escape? The cultivator on top of her said with a perverted smile, "Haha, Keep struggling. The harder you struggle, the better I'll feel. He began to take off his clothes. He couldn't wait to enjoy the girl. Pu. At that moment, a cold light flew out from a tree 3 meters away. It was as fast as lightning. The cultivator didn't even have time to react before his head was cut off. The attacker was Lin Feng. He took out the regal sword mound and used the regal sword control art. He took the black dragon sword by surprise and killed the cultivator, who was worse than a beast. Lin Feng and Guan Guan quickly jumped down. Guan Guan took out her clothes and covered the girl's body. Damn it! Who are you? Seeing one of their companions killed, the rest of the cultivators roared angrily. Those people dispersed and surrounded Lin Feng, Guan Guan, and the young woman from the Tianwu clan. Looking at your clothes, you seem to be from the Great Qin Empire. Your cultivation is extraordinary, so you must have an important position in the Great Qin Empire. Are you members of the imperial family? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the leader of the cultivators. This person's aura was the strongest among the dozen cultivators. Lin Feng sensed his aura and found that he was around 260 years old. If this person was a member of the imperial family of the Grand Qin Empire, then he might be a prince or even a prince. Only a direct descendant of the imperial family could be so tyrannical. Moreover, he had a group of experts following him when he was training outside. These experts weren't simple either. If they weren't from the imperial family, then they were from the imperial family. The 7th prince of the Great Qin Empire, Ying Shaokang. Who are you? The man had his hands behind his back and his expression was cold. Lin Feng. You're Lin Feng? Many people were shocked. Clearly, they had already heard of the matter of Lin Feng stepping on Murong Tiantian, but they never thought that they would actually see Lin Feng in person today. Imperial Uncle Ying Yu led some strong cultivators of the Great Qin Empire to the southern continent to help the group of 3 governments destroy the Great Rock Imperial clan. This little boy participated in that battle. It's said that he was the one who saved the little princess of the wild beasts. He must have obtained many treasures from the wild beasts. He must have many secrets. It seems like the heavens have been kind to us. They've allowed us to meet him here. We can kill him and take all his secrets. A crown prince by the name of Ying Zizheng said. This person's cultivation was also abnormally tyrannical. Lin Feng felt that this Ying Zizheng was not much weaker than Ying Shaokang. Since that's the case, let's kill him. The group of people from the Great Qin Empire became excited. There were many strong cultivators on the other side. Lin Feng's side was weak. If they were to fight, they naturally had no chance of winning. When the group of people reached an agreement to attack Lin Feng and the 2 others, Lin Feng immediately took out the 4 vicious cauldrons. He grabbed Guan Guan and the young woman from the Tianwu clan and threw them into the cauldrons. Activate them with me, we'll break out of this encirclement, said Lin Feng. It was very difficult for him to activate the 4 vicious cauldrons alone, but with Guan Guan's help, they should be able to activate some of their power. Back then, Lin Feng and Qian Piaro Shui had activated the 4 vicious cauldrons together and killed Huangfu Wuji. How terrifying was the 4 vicious cauldrons' power? A monstrous amount of strength poured into the 4 vicious cauldrons. Just like Lin Feng, Guan Guan also poured her strength into the cauldrons. The young woman from the Tianwu clan had already been freed by Lin Feng. She could move again. Even though her cultivation level wasn't very high, she could still activate the 4 vicious cauldrons together. The 4 vicious cauldrons were surrounded by deployment marks. 4 terrifying energies filled the air. Activate the sealing sky formation and seal the cauldrons, Ying Shaokang shouted in a deep voice. As a direct descendant of the Great Qin Empire, not only was he powerful, but his eyesight was also extremely shocking. He had seen through it with a single glance. He could tell that the 4 vicious cauldrons were going to collide with the 4 vicious cauldrons. At that time, they wouldn't be able to stop Lin Feng's group. The sealing sky formation was a joint attack formation passed down by the Great Qin Empire's imperial family. This formation consisted of 3 parts: sealing, attacking, and defending. Many of the geniuses in the Great Qin Empire knew how to cultivate. When they went out, they would often join forces to use the heaven sealing formation. Even if they encountered a more powerful cultivator and were sealed by their heaven-sealing formation, they would only end up dead. More than 10 experts of the Great Qin Empire joined forces to activate the sealing sky formation to deal with Lin Feng's 4 vicious cauldrons. A huge net was condensed in the air. It was as if the net of heaven had a long way to go. The net fell from the sky and wrapped around the 4 vicious cauldrons. However, these people obviously underestimated the power of the 4 vicious cauldrons. Under the control of Lin Feng, Guan Guan, and the girl, the 4 vicious cauldrons exploded. They rushed left and right. Bang! 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 The 4 vicious cauldrons collided with the experts of the Great Qin Empire again and again. Anyone who was hit by the 4 vicious cauldrons, no matter how strong they would be killed by the 4 vicious cauldrons. In a short time, the 4 vicious cauldrons had killed 4 experts of the Great Qin Empire. Lin Feng locked onto Ying Shaokang and controlled the 4 vicious cauldrons to attack him. How could Ying Shaokang dare to resist the 4 vicious cauldrons with his own flesh and blood? He quickly rushed to the left. The 4 vicious cauldrons' speed was raised to the extreme. They directly tore apart the formation that Ying Shaokang was guarding and rushed away. Chase! Ying Shaokang's face was gloomy as he quickly chased after the cauldrons. The others followed closely behind. However, the 4 vicious cauldrons were too fast. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Because the 4 vicious cauldrons had consumed too much energy, Lin Feng and the others couldn't continue flying for more than 10 miles. The 3 of them flew out of the cauldrons. Lin Feng put the cauldrons in his dantian to nourish them. "Let's find a place to hide," said Lin Feng. "There's a valley ahead. Let's hide there." Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng nodded. The 3 of them entered the valley and found a hidden cave. Lin Feng set up a concealment formation and a qi isolation formation. At that moment, Ying Shaokang and the others had already caught up. Their godly awareness was scanning the surroundings, but Lin Feng's group of 3 was isolated by a deployment spell. They had successfully evaded the godly awareness of Ying Shaokang and the others. "They can't run away. They must be nearby. Look for them carefully." Ying Shaokang was really extraordinary. He didn't choose to leave. He glanced around and said coldly. In the cave, Lin Feng frowned. This was troublesome. Ying Shaokang was sure that the 3 of them were hiding there. If they destroyed the mountain range, the 3 of them would be forced to come out. At that time, it would be extremely difficult for them to escape. Chapter 1135. The situation was very unfavorable for Lin Feng's group, so they frowned and prepared to deal with any unexpected situations. Actually, the biggest problem was that if they were discovered, Ying Shaokang and the others would have a new way to deal with Lin Feng's group. If they only relied on the formation to block Lin Feng's group, Lin Feng wasn't afraid. The key was that Ying Shaokang was a prince of the Great Qin Empire, so he must have brought out a terrifying treasure. If he used it to deal with the cauldron, he might be able to forcefully stop the cauldron. At that time, Lin Feng's group wouldn't be able to escape easily. Lin Feng took out 3 jade leaf stones and gave one to each of them. They quickly refined them and recovered their magic power. Not far away, Ying Shaokang's cold eyes scanned the surrounding forest gloomily. The experts of the Great Qin Empire who had been searching for Lin Feng's group returned one after another, but they didn't find any clues. "If we can't find them, could they have already left this place?" someone asked. "No way. They must still be nearby. Maybe they're hiding underground, in the mountains, or in the abyss. Find them. Destroy the mountains, crack the earth, and destroy the abyss," Ying Shaokang said gloomily. "Yes." The others nodded. Just as they were about to attack, a cultivator came from afar. This cultivator was tall and handsome. He was the 3rd prince of the Great Qin Empire, Ying Zhantian. 3rd brother. Ying Shaokang bowed slightly when he saw this person. 3rd prince. The others bowed to Ying Zhantian as well. "Don't search anymore. We have more important things to do. Come with me," Ying Zhantian said. Ying Zhantian's status was even more extraordinary. He was known as the #1 genius of the Great Qin Empire, and his talent surpassed that of the 1st and 2nd princes. Therefore, There were many people in the Great Qin Empire who supported Ying Zhantian. If it weren't for the fact that the ancient dynasties followed the principle of seniority, Ying Zhantian would have already become the crown prince of the Great Qin Empire. However, many people knew that the emperor of the Great Qin Empire hadn't appointed a crown prince because he was waiting for a good opportunity to make Ying Zhantian the crown prince. Therefore, Ying Zhantian's prestige in the Great Qin Empire was very high. Ying Shaokang, who was also a prince, was also a supporter of Ying Zhantian. Of course, the competition for the position of crown prince in the Great Qin Empire was the same as the competition for the position of crown prince in many other empires. On the surface, it was calm, but in the dark. There were people who supported Ying Zhantian, and the first and second princes. Now that Ying Zhantian had entered the Battle of Prodigies, he wanted to greatly increase his strength. If he was strong enough, he would be able to shut the mouths of many doubters and opponents. When Lin Feng and the two others saw those people leave, they took a deep breath. The three of them seized the time to recover. 2. Said the young woman, kneeling down and thanking Lin Feng and Guan Guan with him. She was a demonic cultivator. But Guan Guan's way of doing things was not demonic at all. Demonic cultivators weren't all heinous devils. Guan Guan was bold and passionate. She didn't know how to hide her feelings. For example, when she said she liked Lin Feng, she didn't hide her feelings. She was also a very warm person. "What's your name?" Lin Feng asked. "My name is Belinda," the girl said. "All right, Belinda. We'll send you back now." Lin Feng didn't ask about the details of the outsiders. He didn't want Belinda to misunderstand and be on guard. Moreover, Lin Feng and Guan Guan couldn't help the outsiders. The strength of the two of them was too insignificant in the face of so many cultivators. Sending Belinda back was already the most benevolent thing they could do. "Thank you, big brother and big sister." Belinda looked gratefully at Lin Feng and Guan Guan. The three of them didn't stop and headed straight for Belinda's village. Although Lin Feng didn't ask about the outsiders, Belinda still told Lin Feng and Guan Guan a lot of things. After many years of development, the outsiders were divided into 9 branches. The main branch was in the deepest part of the mountains. There were also 8 subsidiary veins scattered around the area. Firstly, they could protect the main vein, and secondly, they could better control the dangerous ancient forest. Because the ancient forest was full of powerful beasts, many outsiders had died under the claws of the beasts. 3 days later, Lin Feng, Guan Guan, and Belinda arrived at Belinda's village. However, when they arrived, they saw thousands of cultivators besieging Belinda's village. There was already a river of blood here. The ground was littered with corpses. More than 10 outsiders were escorting the village's elderly, women, and children to break out of the encirclement. The sound of children crying could be heard from time to time. However, no one was able to escape. They were quickly killed by a group of cultivators. Even the infants were not spared. Lin Feng saw the figures of Ying Shaokang and the others. No wonder they had left. They were besieging the outsiders' village. They naturally couldn't miss this opportunity. Woo woo. Belinda wept as she watched so many of her family die. "We can't stay here any longer. If we're discovered, we won't be able to leave. Let's go to the main branch," Lin Feng said. Belinda wept sadly, but she knew she had to leave. Otherwise, she wouldn't be the only one to die here. She might even implicate Lin Feng and Guan Guan. The three of them left the battlefield. The battle went on for 3 days and 3 nights. No one from Belinda's village escaped. Everyone, from the elderly to the infants, was killed. The outsiders were regarded as demons. Therefore, many people didn't feel guilty about destroying a demon village. They didn't feel guilty at all. However, there were also many cultivators who were watching from afar. They didn't participate in the battle. Many frowned, but in the end, they could only sigh. These cultivators clearly couldn't agree with killing the outsiders for the heaven crystals and celestial stones. However, they couldn't stop it. 10 days later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the depths of the mountains. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Cultivators with bows and arrows jumped out of the forest and surrounded Lin Feng and the others. "Leave no one alive," the leader of the extraterrestrials ordered. "Uncle Sybil, it's me, Belinda." "Stop. Stop now," the middle-aged leader said. "Belinda, why are you with 2 human cultivators?" The outsider called Sybil looked warily at Lin Feng and Guan Guan.